for your life, cause it might get hideous. Why so serious? Run for your life, cause it might get hideous. Why so serious?
I wanna know your dark side. I wanna know your secrets. I wanna be your lifeline. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Tell me you're more than just a highlight. Pretty pictures on the outside. I hate to stare at you through these lights. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Oh, oh, this ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial. This ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial.
I wanna know you inside and out. Wanna know what's behind the light. Wanna feel that real love from within. Let me in. I want real love, real highs. You're just enough to get me through, get me through. 'Cause you're officially perfect for me. So wait for you, wait for you.
Up all night thinking, passing the time, anxiously waiting. You're on my mind, losing and winning. You can't get it right. Hoping you see me for more than just nights.
Up all night thinking, am I on your mind? Will you come meet me and change my life?
This love could be deeper. Just
Sinking, will you love me?
click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you.
Addicted to you.
Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Oh, oh, this ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial. This ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial.
You said that you've been lonely, makes you cold as ice. Hard to get to know me, but better than the lies. No way I'd let you slip by. No way I'd let you say bye. You said there ain't no reason, but I sit here every day, waiting for the moment I won't feel like I should stay. No way I'd let you slip by. No way I'd let you say bye. Can we watch it fade, fade away? Can we let it fade, fade away? We'll take it day by day. Can we watch it fade, fade away? Can we let it fade? Can we let it fade away? Can we? Can we let it fade? Can we watch it fade away? You said that you've been searching, silencing your mind, trying to be patient, but running out of time. No way I'd let you slip by. No way I'd let you say bye. You said there ain't no meaning, I just wanna understand everything that led us here, the teardrops when I hold your hand. No way I'd let you slip by. No way I'd let you say bye. Can we watch it fade, fade away? Can we let it fade, fade away? We'll take it day by day. Can we watch it fade, fade away? Feelings, it's like I can't walk on the ceiling. Oh yeah, got me dreaming, dreaming in colors I never dreamed. Oh yeah, I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took 'em all and made 'em yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed, skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold down to my heart to cover up what I don't wanna show. I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took them all and made them yours. Didn't know what my heart be needed. Skipping out, no, I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Ooh, you take me higher. Ooh, you take me higher, baby. You take me higher. Ooh, you take me higher, baby. You take me higher. Ooh, you take me higher, baby. You take me higher. Yeah, you take me higher, baby.
Bear with me, don't gotta worry for the both of us. Put you in the driver's seat, don't gotta hurry and I need love.
Is very nice.
Pistons pumping, all 800 horses running.
Oh. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Six Invitational 2026 Last Chance Qualifiers here for EMEA region. My name's Traviiiii. Joining me here is Puffobob, and we have got two stellar, entertaining, very fun best of threes coming your way tonight.
Yes, we do. It's going to be Genji facing Geek. I think this is a legendary matchup, Traviiiii. I mean, this is the excitement I'm feeling from Rumble once more. Again, two extremely strong teams. And again, every team here, let's be fair with ourselves, all the 8 teams we're going to be watching, absolutely insane, right? Going into SI, this is the final chance for them to qualify into the biggest tournament of the year, or rather of the start of the year, to say the least, because there's going to be some more interesting stuff coming in later of 2026. But as of the moment, right, we're taking a look at Gen.G, we're taking a look at Geeky, which I think inside the T2 scene are definitely considered the fan favorite. Gen.G, on the other hand, you know, coming in from the side of Ents mostly, maybe not as favored, but still a very solid performer.
Yeah, these are two really, really good teams here. And if you ask me, a perfect matchup to start things in the LCQ, right? You've got, as you said, Geeky, who've been dominating T2 throughout the last year. It's no secret in the ears here and amongst the scene that they've had a 3-for-3 run inside of the T2 circuit. Combine, South Breach, Rumble, all three of them, Geeky took home with relative little ease, with relative lack of difficulty, in all honesty. Really great performance from them. They've just been getting better and better and better. All of these grand finals they've been playing, expanded their map pool beyond the horizons. And when we're looking a bit ahead of Invitational towards Challenger Series in March, they're one of those teams, Puffo, that you're going to be eyeing up and you're going to be going, they are going to be contesting that EML spot for next year. They are the ones with their eyes on T1. Anything they can get here today in the LCQs, it's just bonus points for them.
Right, you mentioned it. They took out South Breach, Combine was theirs, everything in T2 was theirs. They have went through these steps, right? They've proven that T2 is not much of a challenge to them any longer. Even teams that are extremely strong and so considered, even inside the SI qualifiers today, such as Panahune and you have your Project Zero, they have not been able to deal too much damage to Geeky in the past, which means I think they're ready for the next step, but they still have a bit of a hurdle, especially today, especially throughout this week. And this is where they can prove themselves, put themselves on highlight. We take a look at a team like Gen.G, right? Maybe haven't had the same results, as in not the same track record, because Gen.G haven't been as consistent, right? But they have won out that Malta Cyber Series when they were mostly the roster events, now transferring over to Gen.G. So they do still have something under the belt to go off of. And again, these two teams have went face to face a couple of months back in June, and Gen.G came out as the winner. But again, there's been a lot of changes happening in Geeky, right? One of the players has been switching. We have, I'm going to double check just so I do not get this wrong. We've seen switches all the way from Lonely Q, Trixie, Skipper, and now on to Krex. Again, there have been changes in Geeky. It seems they've been experimenting, doing their homework to see what fits best, and well, they're going to put it to the test today against Gen.G.
That's it. They really want to test and see what's going on today. It is going to be a huge test for both of these teams. It's one of these for Gen.G. They started the year off coming out of Malta Cyber Series with a massive win for them, moving their way up in towards EML, where they started off, to be fair, at the bottom of the pile. I just have to be honest. The initial performance from Gen.G was not the most brilliant result. However, later on throughout the year, as it's developed, they've kind of moved themselves up in towards the middle of the pack, Gen.G themselves. They've really doing a great job of slowly improving their fundamentals, building their team cohesion, and every time they have a little break, every time they have a little pause from the game, they come back that little bit stronger, and it just tends to look a bit better for them. Now, they go up against Geeky. Geeky, they've proven themselves before against probably what I would argue are some of the bottom teams in EML. I think they could take them comfortably. Now, you're looking at a middle-of-the-road team. You're looking at someone in the middle of the pack in Gen.G. Can you beat them? Can you compete with them? This is the big question mark for tonight, and it's not only going to set the scene for the rest of this LCQ, it's going to set the stage for the year ahead as well.
Right? Because, yeah, even though Geeky weren't inside those C2 Grand Finals, it just puts a larger question mark on what have they been cooking up in the background. Like you said, right, Gen.G, they've been cooking up, they've been preparing, they have won against Geeky, so they do have a better face-to-face track record. But Geeky, on the other hand, we have no clue what they've been doing inside those Saudi leagues. We don't know what they've been doing on the background. And again, with players that have been in the past, such as Rorex, Rexhun, Packbull, you have all these fantastic players who have played for teams like Wolves, played for Vitality, G2, right? These are legendary histories these players have, and now all put into combination into this best of three we have here today. But that's not going to be the only step, Travi. We still have more matches, right? That's not going to be it. You just can't qualify with this one match.
No, you cannot. 4 best of threes are going to be required to win your way through towards the LCQ. Let me cheeky throw the graphic on the screen here of all of the teams in our LCQ today. So we've got Shifters, the rebrand of BDS, Virtus Pro, Gen.G, Panu, Project Zero, Geeky, Wolves, and Twisted Mind. So 8 teams. It's a double elimination bracket you've got to get yourselves through there. It's going to be a brawl. Over the next few days, as I said, 9th to the 11th of January. So 3 days of qualifiers is going to be here today. All of the other amazing community streamers are live as well. There's plenty of us. There's plenty of action going on. !socials, go on to Twitter. All of the streamers are there with everyone streaming all of the games in every language possible. there's a lot going on tonight, and then things are going to get streamlined over the weekend until on Sunday evening, I believe 4 p.m. GMT, we're going to be starting our final match where we'll be sending one team to Paris. That will be over on the official channel. So there's plenty to do there, but let's dive back into the match at hand, right? Because it is going to be an intense best of 3. It's going to be a strong, hard evening for these two teams, right? Because with the format of the Friday, you're not having these staggered games where the broadcast is only following one at a time. Everyone's playing at the same time, meaning you're going to be going out of this best of 3 straight into another best of 3, right? You do not have a lot of break time.
No, you do not. And again, it's going to be an exciting time because right now, before we get to those official broadcasts, we as a community get to hang out. Me and Traviiiii, right? We decided to step together. We're going to be casting. It's going to be back, hopefully, to the same pace we had in Rumble, where action was absolutely
just chaos
at its peak. It was so chaotic, but it was so fun, right? That's why we're here, to see this chaos. And I think in a Clash of Titans that is being set up as we are right now with DK and Gen G, this is going to be peak performance. But again, like Traviiiii said, don't forget to check out the other community streamers who are, of course, putting in the time, putting in the effort to make sure that all or as much matches as possible are getting streamed at once before, of course, the lovely officials take it away. But up until then, right, Traviiiii, we can also talk about our personal experience with these teams, because we have experienced GK in real life, and we have also seen Gen G, aka the majority of the roster, and live in Malta. That's where we first met Traviiii. We took a lot of stupid selfies.
We did take a lot of stupid selfies back in Malta. But the one benefit of Malta, the Cyber Series, way back in March last year, feeling like a little eternity. You know, my back's gotten old. I've got a few grey hairs since then with all of this on the scene. It's been one of those really nice little small attorneys where you can sit down, have a chat with the players, have a chat with the staff, and really get in the mentality of Gen G and ENCE at the time. Because at the time, that Malta Fordham under ENCE, it was their final song dance underneath the banner of ENCE, right? They were going to be going orgless after that tournament. They ended up winning the whole thing, catching the eyes of Gen G, a massive org, and then they've had the funding of them since then. And it is, as I said, it's been an upwards trajectory for Gen G this year. It did not start off the greatest. There is no way to deny that. But as the year has gone on, they've gotten better. They've improved. You've got to give that up to a lot of players. You know, Deadshot especially has really started to step up as of late. There's been some great players. They've obviously had that roster swap. You know, Marto's coming into the roster from Team Secret Academy. So a very familiar player to those in the know the T2 scene inside. Now, he's a great player, bring a lot of experience to the team, but how exactly that's going to go through, obviously, working with the existing IGL in all of that experience can maybe spice up the roster, bring something new. And I've got to hope for Gen G that this break hasn't sort of called them off a little bit. They need to take the wind in their sails from the end of EML all the way through in towards this game tonight.
Oh yeah, 100%. And I think EK is the perfect opponent to test their limits, to really see how far it goes. But we've been setting up the narrative between these two teams. Traviiiii, if I could just ask you to take it back to the brackets for a moment so we can view the other matchups that we have today, and also speak about the other teams, because again, you should be excited about everything we have on the roster today. And right now, we're having ourselves not only a matchup between Shifters and Virtus Pro, which, I mean, let's be honest, I do believe...
We're not doing that.
Okay,
sorry, this is just the teams that have qualified. This isn't the bracket.
Yes.
Exclamation mark bracket in chat for bracket. Sorry.
Twisted Mind is the opposing team for Shifters?
Shifters and Twisted Minds, Project Zero, Panu, Wolves, Virtus Pro, Gen G, Geeko.
Yeah. And those are also going to be exciting. Again, we have Project Zero, which is going to be facing Panahune. Again, those are right behind Geeky when it comes down to the T2 teams that are rising to the T1 scene. And then on the other hand, Virtus Pro going up against Wolves. I think both these teams, as much as I don't want to sound mean, Virtus Pro and Wolves have been all around the place, right? Yeah. They end up winning, they end up losing. They end up winning against a phenomenal team like Falcons, beating them. And then on the other hand, they're starting to struggle against teams that have been considered worse in the past. So which of the two poisons will they pick today? We're going to have to see, but it's definitely going to make for an interesting dynamic. As for Shifters, let's talk about them, because Traviiiii, there is a more known name that Shifters stood by not too long ago.
There is, and there is a reason we have both thrown them, or I at least have thrown them on as my favourite for this whole LCQ here. Shifters are ex-BDS. BDS over the last year, obviously their strong roster that can't seem to get themselves anywhere beyond second place, have been acquired by Team Falcons at the start of last year. So BDS had to start a new roster. They started off with what was left of the Wolves French roster and built up from there, adding some really good players, Virtue into the mix, building a roster that has had a somewhat similar story to Gen G. Started off the year with a bit of a quieter period, and then as it's gone on, they've ramped themselves up, and now they're one of those teams like Gen G who are always at the forefront of qualifying for events. And I just have that gut feeling in myself, Puffo. This might finally be the time that shifters, BDS, whatever you want to call them, get over that finish line and qualify themselves to an international.
Yeah, for my reasoning for Geeky, again, I think their record has been phenomenal. I don't think there's been a team that actually stood up against them when they've been their full roster and everything locked in and loaded. And besides their fantastical mechanical giftedness, Geeky Esports also play the mental game. You know them by the high fives that they always drop in chat to try and play the mental game against their opponent. So I think Geeky, as much as, again, they are still considered a T2 team, I do truly believe that they are going to break through into T1 with this one. If not this one, though, at least the next. But again, Geeky, I'm on for you. As we go on towards the David, right? This is going to be kind of our underdogs. Panahune being the reason here, because out of all the teams, they are the most quote-unquote T2 team, I think.
Yeah.
Project Zero, Geeky is definitely above the two, but it's between Project Zero and Panahune, who have been in T2 for longer. They've also been kind of below Geeky, and the rest of the teams, I mean, they have T1 certifications, so there's not much to say about them. But Travi, do you want to talk about your wild card, and then I'll go over to mine?
My wild card pick. Now, this is one that I'm glad you've brought up, Puffo, because while we're just getting the game ready for you folks, don't worry, we're only a few minutes out.
Yes.
I want to show you a clip. We were casting this one all the way back when I was in Malta for the EML finals a couple of weeks ago for the APAC Open Qualifiers, and that is Soul's Heart, formerly known as NoCap. And they're my wildcard pick for the global. I said to Puffo when we were doing this graphic here, to pick any team across the world, it doesn't just have to be this specific region. I picked an APAC team. A, because love APAC, and B, because NoCap / Soul's Heart were cooking. This was the first day of qualifiers. First day that Thatcher was in the rework, and just take a look at this clip here. Plant going down in the default position. CritJ goes to throw the C4. Oh no, it doesn't stick. Panic ensues. Mark has to pick up the both of them just like that. Shuts down Fury. Let's play it in slow motion. Plant's going down right by the chassis there. I9 over on rafters with the new Thatcher EMP launcher in hand. CritJ, rightfully so, goes to throw the C4 into the default plant position. Any other time, this would work. But Thatcher, there, catches out the C4 mid-air, and all of a sudden Fury go, hold on a minute, that should have worked. What the hell's just happened? And you saw, right, Puffo, you saw immediately what happened there. Panic stations ensued. Oh god, things aren't working. Crud.
Oh, I remember it like it was yesterday. We were screaming out of our minds. It was the only time I think I ended up joining for ABL.
Yeah.
But it was fantastic. Again, these are the type of plays that make that region so fun. As for my wild card, they are the infamous, right? The Hawaiians. Maybe not all of you have heard of them, but this is a team that I would consider the up-and-comers. Probably one of the most terrifying ones to come up against if you're a T1 or T2 teams, because not only do they bring Logitech keyboards, the default Office one, to their setup, but at the same time, your lovely caster here, Traviiii, is a part of them. So, you know, I said my wild card's going to be Hawaiians, even though they're not qualifying, even though they're not necessarily playing the game actively, they're still here. And let's take a look at this knife clip. I mean, right now, Hawaiians have made history by bringing a knife round into not only T2, but a LAN tournament as well. There's the classic air jump. He's set down, so everything gets set down onto ground zero evenly, but then it starts, right? Traviiii finds himself one, and all of a sudden it's calamity. And just like that, the Hawaiians officially got a round in T2 with basically no experience.
Yeah, no experience. We rocked up on the day, had a great time, and that is the beauty of this T2 circuit, right, Puffo? With the way things are at the moment, you can just rock up to some of these tournaments, have an absolute field day, and it's a lot of fun. But I think we should dive back in to what we're going. That was a knife round in an official. As far as I'm aware, I just want to add, while we're here and got people in front of me, I believe it was the first and only knife round on a LAN stage. I don't think that's happened before. If anyone would like to correct me, in an official, I get show matches exist, but in an official, I don't think it's happened before. So if anyone would like to correct me, please do, because I'm just a caster. There's a reason we're a meme team and not an actual team. But real teams, real talk. Puffo, we've got a map veto ready for ourselves. We were having a chat a little bit here in the preview, and what was it I said to you? Lair was a map that Geeky adore. Gen.G despise it. And I thought to myself, well, Gen.G don't tend to like the newer maps all the time. They don't really like Lair, and I definitely didn't think they were going to like Fortress. Geeky, Fortress as a newer map seems right up their alley. So with the first two bans made of the map veto phase, I thought to myself, well, if Geeky can force Gen.G to ban Lair, force them to ban Fortress, You've then got free reign over the other 7 maps in the pool, as in what you go to for your first map pick. And what a whopper Geeky have been able to do for themselves for this one here. Genji got the first map pick. That was going to be Consulate, which will be our first one for the series here.
Okay.
Geeky picked themselves up on towards Bank, which is one of their highest preference maps. It's a great map for the roster. It really complements their sort of explosive play style and their very heavy team play that they're phenomenal at. So for Geeky, this is a home run in the map VO stage. And then our final bans closed up with a Clubhouse ban, a Chalet ban, leaving us with Cafe as our decider.
Ooh, that's going to be interesting. And, you know, Traviiiii was actually talking to me in the green room with a lot of excitement. I was listening. I was like, yep, you know what? He's on to a point, and I think he's basically gotten it down to a dot. But in general, again, both these teams do have a lot of experience on the team, or on the maps, rather. But there's one thing that really gets me off, or rather on, when we come down to Geeky, right? It's the fact that their map range pool, their experience on all these maps is outstanding. There is not a map, I think, that they feel uncomfortable on. And we're taking a look at it, right? It's going to be Consulate, it's going to be Bank, and the last one will be none other than Cafe Dostoyevsky, which also puts up for a 3 for 3. We're getting the big 3 birthdays of maps, right? The big 3. Yeah. These are the 3 largest maps going in, I do believe. And in general, it's going to be quite the frag fest. But what makes them so interesting is that they don't play remotely close. Consulate is very strategical, maybe a bit defender-sided. Cafe has steps and it has floors, a lot of run clearing, but also a lot of already precedented strategies. Well, I mean, in general, this is going to be an all-around the table matchup, but who's going to be able to walk out on top? Honestly, I don't have a clue, because Traviiiii, to be completely frank, we both named a bunch of pros and cons for both these teams that at this point, they just equalize each other out.
There's so much you can add to each one of these teams, whether it's Genji, whether it's Geeky, whoever you're backing, you cannot deny that they have got a worthy opponent over on towards the other side. Geeky, phenomenal run in T2, yet to prove themselves really in T1. On the flip side for Genji, it's been an upward hill battle all year long for them. They're finally coming to a point now where I start to feel like it's coming together, but is it going to be enough to tackle the team that's having their eyes on this T1 spot? It's one of these battles that is going to be so interesting, and when you look at the maps, like you said, Puffo, they're large, they're very team heavy, which I think is very much going to complement Geeky more than anyone else, if you ask me in that book's reason being for it is with Geeky's sort of explosive team style, they like to have a lot of what I like to call controlled spurts of aggression. They'll find themselves a spot, they'll find a player on their lonesome and go, right, we're going to send 3 players in all at once, and they're going to just hit them like they had no idea what's coming. That is the beauty of the way that Geeky really play themselves and pride themselves on. And on the large maps like Bank, where you've got a lot of rooms to clear, a Cafe, a top-down clear, even Consulate as well, there's a lot of rooms and a lot of possibilities, and that is the kind of maps where that kind of play style excels. For the flip side for Genji, if you're asking me, all year long for them, it's been a fundamentals battle. They've been needing to level up that fundamentals, and on maps that are so team play heavy, maps that are so large with a lot to clear, especially on those attacks, Puffo, they've got a lot to work through in just 3 minutes.
In just 3 minutes, that is a lot you have to work around. And again, Geeky are good on their drones. They have the essentials basically ripped to a shred. Well, you talked about it, their burst of aggression. That is something that we spotted, but what makes them even stronger is that if they find themselves in a conflict, they're already set up steps ahead. If the enemy team maybe loses a player and tries to ignore that full-on push and just pass it on by, Geeky already have anchors set up ahead of time. They are thinking ahead. That's what makes Geeky so terrifying, because their aggression and overall has a lot of strategy, a lot of depth. And this isn't just them preparing and VOD reviewing constantly and, you know, making strategies ahead of time. This is the IGLing of Hungary, and this is the rest of the team being able to just lock in that second and passively think as they go. That's what makes them such a good team. Now, Genji, we haven't seen as much of them from that because, again, they didn't have as many matches as Geeky, because Geeky have been constantly going in T2 tournaments. And let's be honest, Traviiiii, T2 has been having an absolute fest with tournaments. Your Voltage Leagues, your Meisterschaft, your Talent League, your ELCs, there's been so much, and Geeky have been feeding off of it, while Genji didn't really take that opportunity. So again, it's a team that we haven't seen as much of versus a team that's been cooking something in the background, is just waiting to show it in the spotlight. So as much as we are starting to sound like broken records by repeating that this is the type of matchup we're getting, by the end stage, it's true.
Yeah, you're going to see why we're hyping this match up so much in just about a minute when we get into things. It's really, for me, a battle of quality versus quantity. Sure, Gen.G have played fewer official games this year. No doubt they've been scrimming a lot as well, but they've played fewer matches overall in officials. But the quality of their opponent, it's been hard. They've been playing world-class teams in G2, Falcon, Secret. DK, they've played a hell of a lot of teams, but a lot of those games have been T2 Open qualifiers against stacks, you know, not to take anything against their name, the Hawaiians, for example, those kind of caliber teams where, I don't know about how much experience you're gaining from them. But speaking of experience, Puffo, these two teams are going to get another best of 3 under their belt in just a couple of seconds, because let's get ourselves loaded in here. Consulate's right around the corner here. Gen.G versus GK to start off our series, to start off the LCQ. This isn't the only match going on tonight, folks. ! Socials on the Twitter. Everyone else is linked on there for yourselves. Get your predictions in chat. Puffobob, who's taking this one?
A breath of fresh air. Who's taking this one? I mean, I did predict GK to come out on top of this entire Last Chance Qualifier, and I'm a man that stands behind his word, so I'm going to say GK take it, but of course, not to discredit Gen.G. I do think there's going to be a really big battle. I think it's even going to be close, and we're going to be heading into Consulate as map number 1. One of the large 3 going over to the defense will be GK, the attacking side Gen.G. So within this first half, Gen.G are looking to claim as many rounds as they possibly can, because of course, we're expecting a 4-2-5-1 split here from GK, but if they do not reach that quota, it could be dangerous going into that second half.
That's it. This is going to be a very important half here for Gen.G to really get themselves off the foot in the series. One thing they have struggled with quite a lot this year has been that mental game, has been that ability to really, whether they can find themselves in these good spots and get themselves going. If they get themselves in a little bit of a hole, one thing I've seen them really struggle with is finding a way out of it. It's a best of 3, it's a long old game, so it needs to be good endurance from them. You've got 2 best of 3s to play tonight, a long way ahead of you, but first and foremost, the operator band's coming on in. Azami Dekebi removed for our first set of bans, nothing out of the ordinary there, and as the second set follows suit, Clash and a Deimos, fairly par for the course also.
Fairly par, I can definitely agree there, but it leaves something open for the attackers. Your usual Blitz, your Monty, your Blackbeard. The reason the Clash is banned is because shields are overwhelming on a map like this. You have long corridors that connect to a lot of importance, right? And having something that can just tank bullets, a lot of utility on the way, maybe even block for the planter. In general, it makes these shields extremely vital and strong, or even characters that mostly have been getting risen as the meta has been progressing, right? It's the fact that utility on this map is so brutal. We're right now already seeing from Gen.G a bit of a sneak peek from it. It's going to be your Ying, your Plaz, your Grim, your Sens, all those types of smokers and execution operators make the living side of a defense an absolute hellhole.
This is it. It's going to be a nightmare for GK to hold this one. They do have a lot of counter utility here, especially when it comes down to denying plants, right? Packball's got those toxic babes in pocket. Hungry, he's likely going to want to play below with that pulse, and he's seen a real uptick in his pick rate as of late. That Reaper being added towards his loadout there just gives him a little bit more versatility there, because the UMP, we all know it, it's not the greatest done. You've got Surya Gates as well. You've got that Spec IO sensor on Rorik to deny to find out where the plant's going. There's a lot to use here for GK. It's going to be a real battle of utility, and most importantly, maximising your effectiveness of it to ensure that when push comes to shove and you execute, you've got everything you need for success.
This is what I love from GK, right? Normally you'd see a pulse below because the C4s from below can be absolutely deadly, but no, we're going to be positioning Hungry on the outskirts of the site to kind of gather early information and start predicting where Gen.G are going to send their push forwards to. We spot 2 players outside of yellow, meaning GK can start preparing for it. Again, especially even their utility, since this is an early part of the round, they can still reposition not only players and utility alike, but they can also start planning ahead of time. But Gen.G in the meanwhile also have a bit of that going for themselves. We see the drone from Asa, maybe trying to see if there's a nook and cranny for them to just enter into sight, but there's a lot of verticals you have to challenge, and as the shot came out to the drone, you also know those players holding it down.
That's it. There's going to be a lot of players trying to hold this one, trying to ensure mostly that no one is able to cross this territory here. 60 seconds into the round, and it's been a fairly quiet start, all things considered, though. Hungry looking to get aggressive here, out towards Visa's side. He has an idea that might be a player trying to push from that one, but not one from Gen.G really wanting to commit the entry just yet. Candela's going through, admin push across being successful for Gen.G. Next up is going to be Checkers to clear for themselves, but with no one really holding it bar an F-map line, they should be able to take that space relatively easily here. And suddenly I feel the rounds flipped around a little bit, Puffo. Gen.G have got themselves an extortionate amount of control here in quite good time.
That always happens with the attack though, right? Because what's the next step? You reach Geeky's kind of fort now, and you have to contest them. Skies elsewhere is going to be able to pick up the first, and it's Krex to fall. That's a valuable asset, but thankfully Rorik is always there to kind of support his team. Go for the swing, find one off guard. Didn't expect the Soulless to be so up close and personal about it, right? But that's Geeky's aggression. They're able to maintain balance, all while wasting time. 1:10 on the clock, we still have a pulse below, and some of these attacker players starting to struggle in making the next step, as now they're trying to consider, can we just go into side directly? And you know that's going to be an instant no.
No, they don't have a way in towards this one, so they're going to need someone to carve it open for them. That's exactly what's done there from the Ying. Rorik shut down. That's a big player. That's your Solace God. No longer are you going to be able to see where the fuse would go down. If it goes down in towards a cloud of smoke or candelas, however you want to hide it, Gen G, they can certainly do so. They need to hunt this player down on the bottom floor site. Hungry doing a phenomenal job right now. Play with his life, play with the time. Just burn things through. Make it so Gen G have to waste more time. Because look at the clock, Puffo. 30 seconds left to go. And Gen G are going to be scrambling to get this final foot across the finish line.
Yeah, that's the time struggle, right? Geeky can now just hold their angles, play it normally, and shoot their shots. Rexon going to be able to once more equalize that out for Geeky. And the final 3 players here from Gen G starting to really find it amidst all this action. A bit of a struggle to find their plant. One goes down, a second falls. All of a sudden, it's all the hands of Mardo, who just can't suffice in a 1v3, right? You have those Yings even working against you. The Grim is going to be dropping down to the bottom floor, and the round is over. Geeky with the opening.
Oh, Geeky with the opening round there, and a phenomenal start from them. Love to see it. It's that controlled spouts of aggression there, and even when you feel like Gen G are starting to get an advantage in the round, starting to build themselves up on through, Puffo, I have missed this. 5, 5, 5, 5, 5. This is what it's all about here. Geeky starting themselves off with one. Can't get too far ahead of ourselves just yet. It is just one round, mind you. It's just our first. We're not going to get too crazy just yet, but certainly promising signs early on for Geeky. For Gen G, it's okay. It's their primary bomb site. Leave it, reset yourselves, go in towards this second.
Oh, Traviiiii, I know it's been a bit dead right now in the casting scene, right? A bit cold, so we can't let our excitement get too much of us. We still have a lot of action, right? This is only round number 1 and our caster sense is already tingling, but we're going into round number 2, right? And we can see that Geeky, they won out for their one side. They're going to be going over to the very bottom floor, and it seems there's going to be some patterns spotted on, right? We still get to keep Rorik being the mute to kind of shut down some of these walls and make sure that the dronage from Gen G isn't as open as they would want it to be. But Hungry persists with a pulse, and that's something I love because, again, they were able to step ahead of time and expect where Gen G were going to come from. I imagine that was going to be a similar strategy, but there's just a cherry on top when it comes down to this time, right? There is the bottom floor. Hungry has a microwave and is bald with a C4 in his hand alongside 3 of his teammates. There is 4 C4s on this roster, Traviiiii.
Plus Valkyrie cameras, plus the Soto canisters, which can see footsteps through floors technically. This is going to be an explosive one from Geeky, but look at this from Packball. He wants to get this off to an early start here. Asa has got to read in towards it, so they're just going to back off away from each other, realizing the importance of playing their lives here and not giving themselves up too early, so they're just going to back off. Leave it be. And the Thermite, as I said, Asa's got a very important job to do in this round. As that Thermite, you need to be getting the main wall open. You do have Marto as a backup, but on the Hibana, it's risky. Krex in a good position here. If he throws a C4 up this skyline, it could be massive for him. He's going to spot the drone out and just decide, I think, whether he wants to actually hold that position. He's not moving away, but he's not scared of anything right now. And that lack of fear, that lack of survival instinct there from Geeky, Gen G are going to be sitting there going, how do we move this guy? Because he's in a vulnerable position right now and he ain't moving.
Yeah, it's going to be brute force. An immovable object versus an unstoppable force. That's kind of this upstairs that we've seen right now. But again, you have to consider Geeky are 2 floors below and Gen G are still clearing that 3rd, as Rexon is also a player that's kind of next to Krex to support him. Again, it's been the fact that Geeky just has always these dynamic duos, and it doesn't matter which player it is. They always manage to make an amazing chemistry, and a couple of shots from below here onto Deadshot. He gets caught off guard by the Sparrow player, but Geeky, they've dealt some damage. They put some fear into their enemies, so they don't need to challenge it anymore, right? Waste any second can. Some preparations being set down on middle ground. Krex taking damage above, which does initiate Gen G to get a bit more aggressive perchance. But again, they're going to be running into 2 very heavy players. Rexon and Krex here are a dominating force. So even Rorik up close with a shotgun now coming up to support. And Gen G, they have to clear the verticality, but it's going to be extremely difficult. There's a couple of shots. Krex is able to get away with his life. Still throws a couple of warnings back, but in the meanwhile, exchange happens up. Boogie's still on yellow, sent forward to clear the open wall, and now is met with a shotgun. That's what Rorik has been waiting for. Geeky in a 1-man lead.
Disastrous for Gen G here. You've lost your IQ, that's your ability to spot out these black-eye cameras. You've lost Skies in a second as well. And Nako toying with his life here, trying to get a player, a pick on towards Packball here, hiding in garage right behind the yellow pillar. A swing out there from the Tubarão. He gets tagged out. They know he's there, but look at this. The flank from Rorik, he's gone unchecked, and he's going to look to insert himself right back in towards the objective. Asa has got to read in towards it, and they're going to be able to deny it back, flipping the advantage back in towards the favour of Gen G. Now for the roam of Geek, it's panic stations. Return back to that objective as quickly as you can. Diffuser's going down. Yellow ping's not going to be enough information to deny it. Asa gets Rexed. It's all up to Hungry. He finds the first, but it's a 2v1 situation here. Nako holding across from Kitchen, not going to be able to find it, and Gen G will tie us up one apiece now, and a much better round from them.
And considering this is a defensive-sided map, again, with these two teams, we can't really make a prediction. Comebacks are always possible, but that's way too deep into time itself right now. Gen G, they got themselves a good round, and that means a lot, especially on the attack. You're trying to take away as much as you can from Geek while they're still kicking off into this best of three. And we don't know if any of these two teams miss out on map number one, right? That's why we love best of threes, Travi. That's why we love it, because a best of one, anyone can win. When it comes down to best of threes, it's endurance, and both these teams have it. But right now, going into round number 3, there's been already a lot of action. And taking a look at the prior round, Gen G did something great, right? We saw such a force on this upper floor. A lot of time was already being wasted. So what did Gen G do? They sent a player on yellow to clear out 2 players. The rest of the team just followed in through Spiral, took over the entirety of the site. And even though DK had a bit of verticality on their own, it just was not enough to suffice.
That was one of my big questions for Geek coming in towards this LCQ. When teams in T2, you don't really see it a lot, where teams really counter-strat all too heavily. They're not able to really innovate with these counter-strats quite like the level of some of our T1 teams are. And Gen G have just done that, and they've inserted themselves right into the middle of Geek's roam and been in great control of where the players are at all times. So they've been able to get the job down, get that diffuse down. Perfect end to the round for them. Now, Geek need to find a response here. So they now need to be the ones to level up that play just that little bit further to start bringing themselves that lead back. So they're going to be going with a lineup that's very similar to what we've seen before, right? Heavy information, very heavy roam game. They're just going to be looking to burn the time. But Gen G, I think they've got an answer for it. Look at Nyquo here. He's on the nook, ready to sneak in towards the objective, ready to go on for a backstab. And that could be a huge hero play you need to keep an eye on.
Geek won't be hesitating to challenge very early on, right? We have Krex again on the Valkyrie, taking some shots, taking out the drones again, and even though Geek have a lot of information themselves, they are looking to deny it from the side of Gen G, as they're having a small bit of a struggle entering admin, while the rest of Geek, there are 2 players right now that having quite of a fearful sight around this admin side to back off towards the small desk, towards a bit more of ground coverage, playing it safe again. Roamers are meant to waste time, not go for kills. In the meanwhile, though, we're taking a look at the player you highlighted, right? Nako here on the Nook can deal very heavy damage, especially with the playstyle that Gen G brought around in the player round, as although Geek haven't went for the usual downstairs side, they have resorted to the second option that normally isn't expected, but a map like Consulate does complement all 4.
Yeah, all 4 sides quite strong here on Consulate. The split site we're seeing is probably going to be the least popular of them, but they're all viable. This is why Consulate has that reputation sometimes as a bit of a defender-sided playground at certain points. Gen G needs to start getting a move on. They've been able to clear out most of the top floor here. You've just got Rorik kind of holding the fort down upstairs, but Geek still got themselves a full spread over the map. What interests me is here, Mo, he's right next to objective. It's right there, guys. It's next door to him, and he's quite happily chilling there without a worry in the world. Geek not contesting, and almost I'm worrying if they're worrying too much a little bit about the rest of the map. They're worried about the bigger picture, not focusing on the intricacies and the core fundamentals like the objective.
It's getting dangerous here. Geek do have to realize that, again, Gen G have made a really good approach toward the site. The C4 is going to be chucked and hopeful. Succession, not so much. Hungry now back on scouting, at least attempting to find any information, but Gen G are starting to make a move. Even one of the players dropping down to the server. Nako able to pick a pack ball as the opening, but where's the usual Geek refrag we're used to seeing? Will it get worse and worse from this point on? No, there isn't going to be. Krex is going to be able to find it. There's a 1-for-1 deal, but again, now Gen G are starting to step up to the task, find themselves even one more, keep the lead within their hands as Mardo finds a second win this round. And 30 seconds here, Geek are going to need to hold out, but it doesn't seem like they're able to. A bit too much pressure allows Nako to find Krex as yet one more falls. Now left down in the hands of UMP, a shotgun, not the best gun, pulls out the Reaper. The Pulse is trying to make the most of it, but the plant is going down nonetheless, and you will not be able there to shut it down. These battles you're being given toughest one that God has passed on down, but Hungry's just looking to make the most of him, right? Rexon now there to support him, leaves Marto to just find the execution and leave it down to the one, the loneliest, and Deadshot to find the last. Genji will find round number 2 for their pockets.
Great response, great real return to form there, and this is what I was expecting to see from Genji. They've really adapted to themselves. They've really seemed to found the key to dealing with GK's playstyle. Get yourselves in close towards the objective, kind of get yourselves into a middle, and for so many teams, that would be a disadvantage, that would be a death sentence. For Genji, they're in the middle, but they're in control of all 360 degrees around them, making it look like a piece of cake right now, especially with that previous round going so dominantly through. GK just unable to formulate a response in time, getting picked off individually one by one, and now that defense is going to struggle even further. They've lost the Valkyrie, they've lost so much of that information provided, and that is what GK have built themselves around.
And while we're already on the topic of bans, many of you might be looking at the Brava ban, right? Thinking, when the hell did Genji use it? It's not the fact that Genji were good with the Brava as the same ban reoccurred here for the Valkyrie, because Geeke have been using her a lot, right? The fact that the Brava is banned means now Geeke can play one of their probably more favorite operators. It's going to be Hungry on the Maestro. We see Packful on the Echo. And look at the complete roster change up, right, Traviiiii? We've been seeing the Pulse, we've been seeing the Mute, we've been seeing the Valkyrie. Those two now being out of the option. Geeke can play these following 3 rounds with a completely different setup on the same site. So Genji are going to have to adapt quick, but how will they do it to these black guys and the yokais constantly roaming around and making your job so much more difficult?
It's a tough call for Genji, certainly, and they've not really got the utility, even off their initial 6 picks here. Yet, say, obviously, still moment change. Deadshot's going to go on towards the Twitch there. Finally, something I feel going to be much needed in this one. You can bring an IQ, bring a lot to the table here, because you're going to have a lot of utility to clear through an entirely different playstyle now. It's going to be a lot less active utility going throughout the map like a Solace, like a Pulse. It's instead all focused around the objective, and GK sort of tunneling in back on what's important is the right call to make here. Focus on that objective, focus on perhaps not trying to fight over the whole map, just maybe the objective in its nearby vicinity. Focus on that. Don't try and bite off more than you can chew, because if Genji spot an opportunity, they're certainly going to take advantage of it, and that's what we've been seeing so far.
You know, I've been eyeing up one operator. I've spoke about them at the very beginning. It's Shields. Genji are pulling out the big, or rather the small but bad, the Blitz, the angriest brother of the trio, the Shields, then the most aggressive, to be quite frank. And I'm really looking forward to how it's going to work out, especially since there are some counters like the Yokai, like C4s, which Geeke have been absolutely loving. Their explosiveness has been off the charts. And now we're taking a look at the default Maverick breach, right? You insert yourself towards that server side without much sound being made. The Blitz is going to be able to clear most of these corners, get everything opened up so the area is for Genji to claim. But look at the setup here from the defense, right? They're already ready for it. The Lion Scan is going to make it imminent that something's happening somewhere around the map. And yes, it is. Nako jumping in towards that stock side. One of the players here, Rocket Rorik, seems to be challenging a 1v1. He walks out away with it, but he's met with another challenger right around the corner, somehow walking away alive. Ow. The Blitz didn't bash him down. Rorik escapes. And not only that, but now Genji are a man down.
Robbery, absolute robbery. You've lost the line, you've lost your execute power on towards this objective. What have you got left? Hard breaches, a shock drone, and an angry German man with his shield. For Genji, you couldn't have picked a worse operator to probably lose in that situation. Now you've got to try and pick pieces back up together in the final half of this round here. DK, they've realised the advantage they've held, and I like this from them. They're not trying to continue to contest the top floors. They've retreated back down towards the basement's floor itself, going slowly towards the objective now, just letting Genji have the control. They've done what they need to. No point trying to go too far. No point trying to show off here. You're not in T2 anymore, boys. You're in the big leagues. You need to give your opponents the respect they deserve. Final 60 seconds now, and Genji are just going to have to make a slow push towards the objective, but they find an equalizer, one back the other way from Rexon. Advantage still lies in the pocket of Geeke. Now can they close this out?
Now can they close this out, right? The fact is they have time running against it, but it's bad timing. The catch is cracks to be now 6 foot under. Marto just swinging in the perfect momentum. Now it's back to equal grounds. We've seen this twice this round already, but now who will be once more there to claim glory of the man count? A bit of damage. Marto taking tick. Again, we have the fire into the flames all around the site just to block out Genji for a split second as the clock is ticking away. There's still some information. The Yokai is quite active, and there's going to be what we need. The Blitz pushing himself towards this default corridor. Packbo with a shotgun kill out to ass elsewhere will be something to catch Genji off guard, as now they have to desperately find themselves a way into the site, but there's just nothing they can do. Low HP on Nako, an unsuccessful breach we saw from the Maverick, and the last one Hungry just to, you know, kind of kick the man while they're already down, finding the Bailiff last shot. A fashionable kill to say the least, and a round back for Geeke as it's 2-2.
2 apiece. This one is heating up. Packball there recognizing what I saw. There was a wall that was not quite opened all the way. It was like an APAC wall.
So cursed.
What was it, 6 months ago, the memes with the IT wall on Nighthaven Labs?
Oh, don't even
guys,
start it.
2025 is calling. They want their memes back. We need new things, innovative things here. And that's what we're seeing from Geeky. Look at this defensive lineup, Puffo. Going towards the top floor objective now. They're bringing the Tachanka, which has kind of become a mainstay of this site. I'm looking at what Rorik's bringing to the table. Geeky have quite been known as a bit of a Denari enjoyers themselves, really cooking up with him, especially in the early days when he was first added to the game mid last year. And they've had a lot of time since then. They've been improving with him, and the amount of utility they can get from that single operator in terms of denying space, denying entries, giving themselves information, slowing executes, however you want to use Denari, because that's the beauty of him, right? He's versatile. Geeky, they're great with this operator.
Yeah, and that's something I love from Geeky. Again, they really did experiment with him in actual competitive matches the second he was out. That's kind of why I was hoping we would maybe see Fortress, but not today. At least not for this best of 3. We're just going to have to continue crossing our fingers. In the meanwhile, though, right, Gen.G are preparing for it, as Geeky are going to be running the usual setup on this upstairs floor sites that we haven't seen just yet, with your Tachanka and Smoke to deny the default plans. Gen.G are going to counteract it with a dump of utility. You have your usual kind of fraggers, your entry and secondary, being the Sledge and Ash, right? But then comes the ultimatum of Gen.G. It's going to be the Ying, it's going to be the Grim, the Glass, that we haven't seen them use too much just yet, but I'm looking forward to them putting it to the very max this run around, because the upper floor allows you to progress a lot quicker. It's just when you're right at the tip of the site that's when it becomes the most difficult.
Oh, what a shot from Deadshot there. Bye-bye, Rexon. The one operator that can counter the smokes, counter the candelas. Say goodbye. Go sit on cameras, my friend. You're going to be sitting the remainder of this one out. Packball wanted to play aggressive here towards yellow site. Has to be very careful not to give himself away. Taking a long fight. Deadshot worse off aware for it, but Skies with the Reaper from above, able to confirm the kill. Gen.G clinically tearing apart his defense right now. Luckily, here comes Krex. Finds something back towards here for Geeky. A possible answer inside of this one, but it's going to rely on Rorik going huge, but no. Skies is the only one going massive inside of this one right now. Gen.G insert themselves right in towards the objective, force themselves into a 2v1 situation. Poor old Krex, the newcomer to the team, forced into a 1 versus 2. Now, Diffuser is down, going down inside of the objective. C4 is going to be thrown into the default plant position, but no, perfectly read into here. Krex able to win the duel on towards Nyquo here in a 1 versus 1 situation. Krex on for a quad, perfectly winnable now as well. Half the round left to play for. Calm before the storm. Sky's just going to try and force the Diffuser down. And if it goes, if it sticks all the way, you may as well write your goodbyes now. Diffuser's gone down. Skies can play this one from afar on the rappel with the shotgun in hand. SAS v SAS. Who can win it? He's gone below for it. Krex going to be putting down, trying to stop this. Diffuser has to go for the swing. He's going to find it with the shotgun from above. And Krex will send Geeky into the lead on this one. 3-2, guaranteed an even half. And now can try and seal themselves that advantage.
Newest addition. Some might even consider him a rookie amongst Geeky because of how new he has been as an introduction to the team. But this man does not stop when it comes down to pressure. Where is the pressure, he asked? He found himself around by himself. Gen.G were just too overzealous. They kept on pushing into him. And again, you said, Traviiiii, they should pay respect to each other. They are both extremely phenomenal teams, but that's the one mistake that Gen.G just did. They did not respect the one player that was left standing. It was correct of all as well. Again, this player has history, but with Geeky, he just made it even further. A 4K to win out the round. Find Geeky a certified equalization within this first half, and maybe even allow them a 4-2 split, which would be sentimental on a map like Consulate, as now we head into round number 6. I'm still gassed from that. I was jumping all around my room. I was honestly thinking I needed to take a bit of a walk around the house, just a lap, to kind of rethink what we just witnessed. But as we head into the next round, we already witnessed a hero play, Traviiiii. I'm gassed.
Breathe. I mean, this is what we're here for, right? This is it, the big plays, the big individual moments. What's the catchline of this event here to make history? And Geeky, wouldn't it be just a dream for a second and a run in Paris for themselves after what has been a great year in T2? Starting to get on the hype train, Puffo, but we can't get too far. It is only half one of the first map of the best of 3 of the evening. There's a marathon to go in between now and booking those tickets to France. So, GK, they've got themselves the advantage now, and if they can get out of this split with a 4-2, job has been done perfectly. Gen.G really going to want to be looking for that even split here. That's going to certainly favour them going in towards their defensive round, and I would argue that's going to be what their goal was. This is their map pick. I'm expecting them to perform a little bit better. Now, as the roam clear comes on through, they need to do a good job of clearing it. Unfortunately for them, Mardo on the fall on either side as the Blitz and Rooney lost their attack. Worse off for wear there.
For a moment, I think Geeky expected a bit of a rush, right? Just to hop in and out from Asa to find the opening. And even though Gen.G haven't been finding the best value off of this blitz, I'm sad to say so, that will continue into this round as well. It has been a good one-for-one trade. You get rid of the Rooney, it's the ACOG off of Rexon, who is also an extremely dangerous player. But being quite frank, all of Geeky's players are very dangerous to go up against, as we just witnessed. Now, heading into the present, right? Gen.G right now haven't made much of progress as the attacking side. Yes, they found themselves a kill, but we're already down to our minute and 50. And look at Geeky, still sitting comfortably, a lot of utility on their hands. Some of these players from the attacking side still looking to get the drones into the building firsthand, breaking down barricades, but not much more than it.
No, that's it. They're just getting the barricades. They're just getting the bare minimum done at this point. I have to scratch my head for Gen.G and go, where's that aggressive pace we saw from them towards the first few rounds of the game? At one point, Gen.G looked like they really had a wrap on how GK were playing, and it seemed like for a split second, nothing GK could do would really counteract Gen.G, but that feels like a lifetime ago now, Puffo. That feels like such a long time ago, and as we kind of approach the final end of this round here, after that initial engagement, it's been quiet. Gen.G's starting to clear through things now, but look at the player positions on the side of the map here. You've still got a few outside the building. You've got a long way to go before you can get into Piano itself, and GK, they're spread all over the place.
Deadshot at Door's death, but they're hunting Hungry down. Although this player has been craving for a couple of picks by himself, he's now absolutely crossed and just not much that can be done. 3 angles against him, although Cracks quick enough to support him. Not for one, but Packful on the other hand as well, supporting the rest of his teammate as Gen.G are going for the plant, but it's only one player, right? If they find Asa, the diffuser here could be in a dangerous position. Thankfully, the Buck was just able to find that small-looking cranny in Geeky's strategy to get out safe and sound. Now the Finka holding the cross onto this defuse with them, but where are gonna Geeky approach them from, right? That's the terrifying situation. You already have a couple of bullets going your way. Asa lower down to half HP, but you're just approached by too many players at once. Overwhelming numbers, and one more to stand here for Gen.G to try and even out the score. Finds the down. That's a good one. Again, you can't play alone. We've already learned our mistakes, Gen.G, but now it's Geeky that are committing them. Just walking through the smoke and trying to find the headshot, but Nico takes you all down. They lined up, a strike came through, and it will be a 3-3 going into the second half.
Line them up, knock them down like dominoes. How do we see 2 big plays like that, Puffo? We see a massive clutch up from Craig, then a massive clutch up there from Nakro. Back-to-back rounds. I don't know how this happens. You couldn't write a better script yourself. 3-3 even split, and just a flash up from the scoreboard there. Everyone is pulling their weight in this matchup. Every single player is hungry. Every single player wants this qualification, wants this match more than anything in the world right now, and I love to see it. Everything firing on 110%. We move towards the second half round, and not an inch between these teams.
When you said each player is hungry, was that a pun intended?
No, it was not.
Oh, I'll say it was because it just fits in better. Honestly,
I should have just said yes. Hungry's done great. Everyone's done great. Everyone's done.
Yeah,
good.
because we saw Hungry at the bottom, right? Even though he was kind of up against 3 angles, verticality against him, one coming in from Cafeteria, one from Yellow. He held up just for long enough for Packball and Cracks to find that double. A shame they ended up swinging 1 by 1 at the very end. But hey, I think it balances things out, right? Geeky throw around, Gen.G throw around, we're back down to ground zero. Speaking of which, the result is just about the same when it comes down to the round counts, where we're heading into the second half. And Travi, now we can calm things down, talk more about strategy, the operators that were banned. We see Ying and Grim out of the equation, and on the defensive, it's going to be the Solus and Pulse, which GK used themselves, but they recognized their strengths, so they said, you know what, we don't want to deal with them.
And I love this look from Gen.G here. They're bringing out the Crash. She was banned in the first half, finally permitted here in the second. Asa's immediately going to seize that opportunity, hop on towards our favourite British defender here with the big shield. Scary. A lot of ground to take here. And I often segment this top floor into kind of 3 places, especially if you're going to do from an admin-sided take. You get control of admin, you get control of checkers, then you can start to get control of the objective itself. You've got those kind of segments to clear through. Look at the operators Gen.G are bringing. All of those funnel points, GK are going to have a very difficult time to improve. They need to keep the attack at a high pace. Genji can get a read into where things are coming from, and GK create us a very one-dimensional attack, it's going to be very difficult for them to clear across this gap because of the amount of utility faced upon them.
Help from outside. Oh, I thought for a second I thought Nako spotted him. It seems he's still going to play aggressive for the moment being, but I mean, right now we can talk also about kind of the elephant in the room. Asa playing the Clash. We haven't seen her yet. Banned out last time. They're also going to be bringing around some other great operators, but I'm looking forward to seeing how that dominating shield is going to shut things down. Same for GK. Speaking of which, one of their players already looking a bit damaged. Krex, who's normally set up late here to establish verticality for the post plant, is now at death's doorstep and not really wanting to contest more. Just going to have the rest of his teammates go on these drones, try and find him a comfortable spot that he can lay until the very end part of the round. As of the moment, though, both teams, similarly as to previously, trying to calm down.
It's a calm mid-round, and this, as you say, something we've seen in both halves of this game now. GK need to look at themselves how they want to get this clear across checkers. Now, you see the TheUnamedGamer trip connectors lining things up for you. Should be relatively easy to take them out nonetheless for GK, but it is going to give Genji the information. This is where the push is going to come from, and as you can see, Asa on the Clash sprung straight into action there with Deadshot to try and hold the line. Utility dump coming on through. Now, no picks to come off of it yet. Genji just politely giving the space over and making it so GK don't have 100% of an easy time sort of creating this gap for themselves, and the only gap created is in the head of Krex there. So he's going to fall. That's the buck. All of that vertical pressure you have, it's null and void now. Genji know this is a horizontal push, and they've got a great read into how this one's going to play out.
Flashers coming out. First signs of Shumika launcher. Now with a minute remaining, the Tachanka can hold that one angle as long as he's alive for the remainder of the 55 seconds we have. Now, a bit of a flank was spotted here by Hungry. He's starting to smell some suspicion around the spiral stairs, which he would be correct about. We see Skies on the Ella holding a lot of ground here just by himself and will be contested, but Raxon not being in the best spot to take that fight will end up losing it as his head is caved in previously like Krex. Now two players and GK are starting to struggle more and more. Skies just goes in for a swing, finds his quad now, and even though the ace won't be there, Maro finds the last shot, crowns himself as the last one within this round to find the kill, and it is going to be the throne for GK. Right now, Genji are now a round above on the defense, and I couldn't say it better, but Genji are looking fantastic.
That was a great defense from Genji. Exactly what I see from this roster when they're at their very finest, when they're at their best and the upper echelon of their play. It's that high aggressive play style. It's that respect of the opponent's space and a very good understanding of space that has always really done a good thing for Genji in my books. And then you combine that with an individual performer. You combine that with someone popping off and going on a 4K. You have a recipe for a great team here, and Genji is starting off their defense in that kind of a fashion. It's great for them. It was not a close round, it was a dominant one, and now we're giving the ball over to GK. What can they answer back with? What can they do? You're going in towards attacking the split side now. Need to find some answers here, because otherwise Genji are going to start trailing up those rounds.
Travi, while we're still in the prep phase, can we get a high five on our cams for the 5 that we've been receiving in chat and in game and Twitch? Yeah, let's do a high five. Hold up. Hold up, I gotta get on the... Yeah, there we go. Okay. No, we gotta do it with our cams. Hold up. You ready?
Hold on. Ready?
3, 2, 1. Go! Oof. Oh god, we are bad. We are bad. Yeah, no, let's just stick to casting. Let's just stick to yeah, there we go. We're returning to the match. Ladies and gentlemen, we terribly apologize for you having to witness that, but no worries. Now your eyes are going to be played with some... Your eyes are going to be playing with some paid gameplay. As for the first time, I believe, in this matchup, we're going to see the powerhouse that is Azami.
We are starting to see her out this half here, and a great extension out towards Visa for Genji here. And this is where this one's going to be coming. This vertical is going to be incredibly important for them. DK recognised that they're doubling down on the vertical capacity here, plus 2 of the other operators as well, bringing secondary shotguns to the fray. So there's a lot of ability to use this soft floor destruction here. DK can work themselves down all the way top to bottom, because that's what this roam clear is going to look like for them. Genji, they're not giving anything up. You've got Marto on the top floor, holding that lurk on the victim. It's going to be an insanely hard find. That's why we're not seeing the Deimos. That's why we're seeing the Jackal instead, because they don't direct counter each other, and that's exactly the kind of find you want there for GK. You've done your first job now. Now, continue down the list and work on.
that battle is a match made in heaven, and Rorik is going to be walking towards those heavenly gates as of now, but still has a couple more steps, right? We have Gen G's 4 players, which are now starting to feel the ant to get aggressive, especially with Geeky already claiming one of their players. There needs to be a bit of balance. Maybe Gen G are starting to crave a possible wish to find themselves once more in not only the score lead, but also the man count lead. As some of the defensive players, we can see them around yellow, but this is where Cracks comes in, right? That logic bomb is going to come in quite mighty handy. It's also supporting the rest of their own clearage will not be too difficult, as most of the Gen G players have backed down onto site.
Everyone from Gen G's just kind of backed away. I think they've recognised that was quite a slap on the wrist style play there from Geeky more than anything. But look at this, Nyko's getting aggressive. Do they have any idea? No, they don't. He's going to spring up, find his first one towards Trex. Luckily there, Exons for the catch, able to find it back. So it's not a total disaster there for the side of Geeky. Sure, they've lost the player, but they've done the important thing. They've maintained their advantage, maintained their ability to be one man up above the opponent team. Final 60 seconds going to come on through now. And for Gen G, while they're still on the back foot here, they've still got 3 toxic babes to burn through, and Geeky have got a little while to go before they can start to look into this objective.
There's definitely ways to go, right? But Geeky, look at him, calm, collected, safe and sound as for now. Still having information around one of these players. The Izami spotted around the castle, or rather the castle and the Keepa barriers as Rexon sneaking on that 6. Sees the footholds as a perfect opportunity. Gonna blast open a wall, and even though an attempt was made by Deadshot, he will be found dead. Shot out by Rexon, left to Asa and Sky's hands. But can they carry all this on their bare shoulders? Sky is good for one, but still needs a couple more to capitalize. And these 2 final defenders are starting to slowly get fatally ticked away by damage. A couple of shots, Rorik being teased. There's one connecting onto him, but the Flasher can have to back away from that as Geeky are starting to slowly close down onto you with numbers 2-on-1, right? The plant is going down. That's extra pressure, and the Smoke Vapor will not be there to deny it. And Rorik finding Asa, but Skies has the opportunity to shut the plant down, although won't find it in time as it has ticked away. A great shot from Packbull to find the last one needed. And now Geeky, again, starting to chase behind Gen G as it's 4-4.
That back and forth, that tag for tag, blow for blow, kind of round I love to see here in Siege, and this is exactly what we want. Close game between these two sides. Geeky finding much of a response inside of that one, and that is what I wanted. I don't want them to go out of this one with a little bit of a whimper, with a little bit of worry. They've responded to how Gen G play their defenses, done it masterfully. So, and now we return yet again to that tied scoreline. Deadshot this time going to be handed the mantle of the visual. Going to be that one on that very deep roam, very deep play upstairs. If you ask me, hold him back a little bit more. Don't get him in early engagements. Wait until the end of the round. Wait until Geeky think they're safe, and then strike from the shadows. That's how I think you should probably be playing it, just a bit more passively, because Geeky, they want to take these early fights. That's how they like to play. So just don't give it to them.
Don't give it to him, because Geeky, to add to that point, right, not only do they like to play aggressive at the early part, but the safer they feel, the more unpredictable they get. They were 1 player above, and you know, the Bucks just decided, how about I push this Izami from the back lines and try and gambit it away for an easy kill. It ended up working. It was close. The Izami almost headshotted the player, but in the end, it worked out because Geeky just ended up being so unpredictable at certain times where they swoop in from a corner you didn't expect them to take you out in that swift moment. As Gen G, even though they have found the lead, now it's back down to even ground. And what will they do to capitalize on it again? Well, they have certainly been testing out with operators. As much as they don't want to, again, bring too much attention to operators alone, the Izami's now switched over. We have ourselves a Legion and a EMEA, which means that Gen G are starting to even look to deny Geeky of their gunfights, right? These are operators that kind of diminish the thought of you getting aggressive.
Yeah, that's it. Geeky are going to be looked to slow down here, and that is what Gen G's goal is in this round here. They don't want Geeky to be able to explode all of a sudden. They want them to try and go for a push, try and go for a bit of ground takeage, and then realise, oh crud, there's a goo mine stuck in my foot. Oh no, there's a visual behind me. We can no longer commit to that aggressive spurt of a push. That's how Geeky like to play, and Gen G working perfectly here to run a beautiful bit of VOD review, likely coming in from behind the scenes on Gen G, and a great call made by the IGL to pull this one in. For now, it's that Montaigne making a move on here. Are we about to just see a 5-stack server walk? Are they just about to go down? Surely that's not what this is about to devolve into. It kind of looks like it. Uh-oh, here we go.
Here we go. Hungry's full extended in the corner, and now Genji might be aware of his presence, but where's the rest of Geek here, right? The attackers are still kind of lurking in the back of their mindset. Hungry taking out a bit of utility, extending himself forward and finding as much ground as possible, while Genji don't really have much of a clue about it. Yes, you have Marto around these Visa, rather server stairs, but there's no information, or rather confirmed information coming through, so he's just going to back off of sound cues alone. There's still some support around yellow, but Geek are nowhere to be spotted. Even from above, Deathside is looking to make himself an extra angle to try and gather information, but there's just nothing being brought to him.
He has no idea what's going on below him right now, and Deadshot can't do anything if he doesn't have information. Popping that impact, making that move, is going to give a sound cue away, and Geek, with the situation they've got and how condensed they are, they're just going to flip right round, deal with it, and then focus back on towards the objective. Horizontal push now for Geek to get in towards the objective. This is fit for Deadshot. He needs to go up massive in this round. If he has no impact, it's going to be a very difficult battle to win here for Genji as that clock just slowly starts to trickle on down. It goes away of itself. Exotherm is going to start making their work, pushing that horizontal. Logic Bomb's going to go, but Deadshot's completely immune to it. Deadshot's hidden away, and he's on the west corridor now, slowly making his way down. But here comes Rorik, challenge on Tomato, able to find the first pick here. Geek going to get themselves an early leg up here, but they've got to be cautious. Player behind. Luckily, they read him like a book, and it sends Genji right down into the depths of hell as players are falling to the wayside. It's just down to Asa now. 1 versus 5 situation. Can't do a single thing. And Geek with the first flawless round of the series will get themselves the lead up here on Consulate.
Not a tear of blood for Geek. They went flawless and they reclaimed glory. Look at the chat. Look at what they're saying to Genji. That is the mental game that Geek absolutely love playing, while the enemies, I imagine, aren't too fond of it. But that was a round of brilliance, right? Players like Rorik able to contest, hold the backlines, play the support and the initiator both at once as we head over to the third and final wave of the bans of this entire matchup, the Chanka and Dokkaebi. We've seen what the Dokkaebi can do. I imagine Genji haven't been too much of a fan of constantly being logic bombed, which gives these players just enough information to find the confidence, go for the swings that they need, and find themselves essentially the entire round, while the Chanka, I don't really blame him. I think it's just an insane operator when it comes down to this site and map in general. As we head into round number 9, and Traviiiii, what stands on the line is match point or Genji attempting to deny it.
That's it. If Geek get this round, they're on map point here. They're able to take themselves not only the first map of the series, their opponent's map pick as well. Genji is a very important round for them to keep this one close, because you can only go back and forth for so long before one team gets that massive advantage of that 6th round lead. So you need to make sure you're not giving that away for them. And lacking that to Chanka, I think Geek are going to want to go for a corner plant here. They're either going to try just go through one of the choke points of the map, and exactly where Chanka would normally be very exceptional. He's not going to be available anymore. It's just those 3 toxic babes to burn through, 1 C4, and you, my friends on Geek, have got yourselves a safe plant position. Utilities lining up. That seems like it's going to be the way it goes. Push across from admin. I've got a feeling in my bones. Now for Genji, let's see how they respond to it.
We're going to need to respond fast as well, because Geek, we have to think about it. They've been on a 2-round win. So, meaning even that they have been consecutive, Geek are extremely good at picking up the pace and keeping it going for as long as they need. Now, it's a difficulty to kind of break it. Now, Genji have done it before. Again, they have found the lead within this match. But again, don't underestimate Geek. Never do. We've seen what happens when you underestimate a single player, let alone 5. As right now, Geek are being a bit more persistent with shields as well. Not necessarily seeing the blitz that Genji have been loving to pull out, but rather sticking to the more safe and sound options, such as the Blackbird, such as the Monty, which is a great counter we see here from Asa, that clash. But right now, Geek are looking to prepare and ruin all the utility the defense have, so they can find themselves an easy escapade. And Traviiiii, we can see the glasses posted up on this office window, meaning Geek might just find themselves a great opening, as it's Marto to fall first. Such a great player, and such a shame he goes down.
That's the one thing really stopping your plant going down beyond the C4 in the back pocket. A dead shot. Geek, they might just go for this now, and I think they've smelled a bit of opportunity here. There's a little bit of blood in the waters here for the side of Genji, and Geek, they're going to be going on the hunt. C4's prepared from dead shot right now, ready to deny any attempts, any mischievous play here, but Geek, they're going to hold the go. They need to wait for Krex. They need to wait for Rorik to get themselves into a more favourable position here to contest, to cause chaos from the back lines. But for Geek, they're halfway there to the finish line already, Puffo. They just need to go, and that's exactly what they do. In goes the Glazzy. In goes the Montaigne, sent straight back out there by a C4. Equalises things out 4 versus 4, but Gen G, they're still going to have to contest this one. Geeky aren't stopping. Luckily, though, they're able to find Krex, giving themselves the advantage here. Skies is going to drop from below. Luckily, they're aware, but no, Rorik's not good for the shots, and he's able to deny the plant from underneath. No, he can't hit the shield. They've got away with robbery there. It's all up to Packball now in a 1 versus 3 situation, but look at the HP, Puffo. He's so low, he's so weak. One bullet goes his direction. That's it.
He's scared, right? He has utility, none of it. He has those smoke short, but that's just about as far as we get. As the defense is coming through, but is anyone holding this bottom line? Yes, guys, was ready for it. The quad in comes, and this man will be the MVP of your round number 10 as Gen G will find themselves an equalization. It's been a match of ping pong between these two teams, and when we said that this was a rivalry to be looked out for going into the first day here today, we were not over-exaggerating. We're seeing it firsthand. Map number 1. Who knows what's about to happen in map 2? Maybe even map 3 if we get to witness it, yet there's still so much action within this first 5-5. Not only have Gen G denied GK of their match point, but now have the opportunity to take it themselves.
Oh my lordy me. I mean, GK there, they spot the opportunity and then they pause. They pause to relocate Rorik and Krex back upstairs so they can have a bit of a backstab, bit of contention from down below because they find the opener, but they're not, the rest of the team's not ready to go. And as much as that Glaz pick was great for them in the moment, I don't think overall it was what they needed because it gave Gen G a breather to realize, hold on a minute, the pressure's stopped elsewhere. We have the anticipation of what's coming for us. We know what's about to swing the corner. And as you saw, Gen G moves into the position to deny that window plan, and it was something GK really just, I don't feel, saw coming in that situation. They thought they had the world in their hands. Unfortunately, all they had was nothing. But now we get to round number 11. Guarantee ourselves all 12 of regulation here. Get to piano. Gen G need to hold down the fort here to get themselves that match point.
Gen G pulling out the strength once more on the mirror. Valkyrie as well in the pocket, something that GK have been very common to use, but it seems Gen G want to use that power against them this round. As on the attacking side, we're going to find ourselves a bit of a difficulty droning, not only because Gen G are bringing out the Mute and the Mozzie, but because I think the information from GK has been a small bit inconsistent at times. Gen G are just really good at shutting that down and kind of taking that information for themselves. As we're heading into round number 11, right, we're taking a look at the outside of the map where GK are a bit spread about. We have the glass around yellow, we have someone close to that admin Visa side, while the rest of the attack is kind of pushing slowly and taking their sweet and precious time. Playing it by the book, that's what GK are good at doing. Not only good, but I think that's what GK excel at. They know their strategy, they play them normally, but it's the fact that they just have such a good mindset around it that, you know, they are that makes them the team they are.
GK are phenomenal. They know what they want to do. They come into these games with a mindset and a clear goal in their heads. And if they're able to realize it into something fathomable, it works wonders for them. But they really have been tested here by Gen G today, and I've got to give the French side the credit where it is due. Gen G have done a great job here at really contesting GK and disrupting their playstyle. This has been GK pushed to the absolute limit here. Gen G same so. And both these teams are having a really hard matchup here and a real hard way to say who's going to be taking this one, because even after this map, I cannot write in this series who is going to take the lead. GK working their way across now, need to start on this vertical control, because look at this, Puffo. Gen G, they're sitting upstairs on the top floor twiddling their thumbs saying, hello, is anyone going to come push me?
Yeah, they don't seem to be really getting active. In the meanwhile, Rorik has snuck himself into server. The plant is going down. It's discombobulation. The man continues to thrive as Rakanson supports him elsewhere, and Geeky just don't stop. They found themselves an easy 3. It's just pick'ems after pick'ems. The C4 goes off, but what does it matter when Rorik is playing off of each one of your players? Gen G are falling down like dominoes, and the only one that stands by himself, a lonely number, Nako, finds the spray onto Rexon, but still has such a long way to go. And in a post plant, it's going to be made that much more difficult. Finds the headshot onto Rorik. Now in a 1v2, does he find the ace as well? It would be monumental if he can, because we have seen upsets like this once more, twice before. Why are you running against Nako? Krex exposes himself for no reason, leaving Hungry in a 1v1 spot. The C4 here doesn't find the perfect mark. He's trying to bait him out, I think, and he just doesn't get it, but he's hidden away. No, not enough. Hungry finds the elbow, finds the shoulder, shoots him out, secures the round for the attackers, but it got way too close there for a moment.
Just sitting there that entire time thinking to myself, not like this, not like this, not like this. Kike almost choked a 1v5. If this isn't what you wanted from an LCQ, I don't know what more I've got to give you. This is a phenomenal matchup here.
What's
Genji
Krex doing?
now. Why are you running, Krex? Oh, so many questions. I have no answers for them. All I know, final round now for Genji. They almost make a recovery there, and I think regardless of the loss, they're going to be going into this round with their heads held high. Look at what we can do when we're backed into a corner in an impossible situation. You're now back at a 5v5. You're now back at an even playing field. Genji, they can take this to overtime.
Top teams can deal with the stress, the fear factor of a match point quite well, but there's one thing that stands true. It's always lurking in the back of the mindset. Now, hopefully, Genji won't be affected by it too much, because again, they haven't been really extremely consistent. Although, like you mentioned, Traviiiii, they have been very qualified for a lot of the matches. They've been playing with extremely strong teams, and now GK is one of those once more. This, I would say, is a true clash of titans, as we start to see that none of these teams have been able to really find a snowball, right? This has not been nowhere near a close matchup, and I'm hoping it continues into overtime. If there's a team that can do it, right now Genji are in that position to bring GK to the long 15, 14, whatever it will be, but they need this round, and any mistake, any flaw in their strategy is going to allow GK to run away with it.
Sticking with this Vigil pick on the back line, this was something that Genji gave a go a couple of rounds ago. The first time they played it, he got read into in the first 30 seconds, and the second time they bought it, it was way too little, too late there. Fatchel needs to try and get the breach open here. Here comes the Thatcher to do his job, but no, it's going to be completely denied out there. I'm not sure why the Thatcher launcher didn't work, but there's an Electro Claw and a Mute Jammer there, and they unfortunately caught the wrong piece of utility. And for GK, they're unfortunately caught themselves on the wrong way of the duel there. Lost the opener inside of this one. That's the Ram gone. That's a lot of your hard vertical ability in this round taken off the board here. Genji, they're close to forcing this.
C4 sent out, finds no damage. Breach will be commencing, but not for now. Deadshot can stall it out with those Zoda canisters, and I like that Asa took a gambit, right? Decided to take up his chances, fight off Krex, and like he said, that verticality no longer going to be at least as present. Breach has been sent. Krex does have those soft breaches he can use in piano side, and I imagine he will do so as GK are still clearing out this top floor. This is why Consulate can be a tad bit icky. It's mostly because of the fact that it's huge. You have a lot of rooms, a lot of corners to clear out, and as we're still doing that, GK do have a minute and 30 remaining, so they're going to have to get a bit faster on their push, as they also have lost a player, and there's going to need to be some sort of equalization or a way for them to set themselves back into this match.
I'm thinking back to the word icky. I think that's a perfect way to describe Consulate's attack in all things considered. It's a little bit icky. I don't like attacking this map. A lot of the teams do struggle with it, and now GK going to reposition themselves. Instead of going for the vertical approach off the loss of the Ram, you're going to have to go through server, through electrical, push horizontally down across the map. Thing is, you've got no pressure from above now, so the players playing inside a spiral staircase, they're going to be able to hold that position and not have to worry about dangling with two angles at once here. They've got themselves very well. For GK, this is unfolding to be a pretty one-dimensional attack at the moment here. They've not got themselves a lot of space. They're just slowly pushing on through, and it's looking a little bit worrisome for them. Rorik needs to come up massive here. This is the backstab I mentioned that they needed in towards Spiral, but is he aware of how close Asa is playing to that top floor door?
I think so. If Asa decides to push up or just hold it, maybe with an SMG-11, or stay true to his roots right now with that shotgun, it could be getting dangerous. But again, you pull out that primary, you have a sneaking suspicion, maybe even one coming from the side of yellow. And this reading capability from Rorik is outstanding. Finds Nako, that's an ICQ. And look at the distraction it's causing. Flashes there, a random shot attempted, a second flash just to bury it in, but the C4 prepped it up perfectly as Asa finds it in return. Now Deadshot to follow along, skies for the third, and it's all over. Genji are going to be bringing us into overtime as it's 6-6. And GK were not able to take regulation for themselves.
All the distance here into an overtime, going all the way through this one. 6-6 now, first one to 8. You all know the rules of how overtime works. It's going to be Genji starting on the defense, but neither one of these sides has had a favorable go of it. Attackers, defenders, both a 50% success rate inside of this map so far. It's going to come down to the individuals. It's going to come down to these hero plays that we have seen be the difference maker in quite a few of these rounds. Now, you're going to need someone to come up massive. This is where you're going to perhaps call upon the players who have been sitting on the top and go, hey, can you pull off another 1 versus 5 like that? Or perhaps you look towards the players that perhaps sitting in more middle of the scoreline and go, this is the time to step up. This is the time to go huge, because if you lose these next 2 rounds, all of this work, it's for nothing.
Travi, I'll be honest, I'm kind of glad this isn't ESA Cup because I think we would have went unlimited overtime. That would have kept us hostage till probably tomorrow or maybe even throughout the weekend. But yeah, 3 more rounds at max, 2 at the very minimum. Now, who's going to find themselves in that match point once more? Well, it's all completely down to this round. Geeky on the attack have been quite solid. I have to give them that for the previous round. As good of a beginning they had towards that execution, which again, the flank on yellow being spotted was a great beginning, but as a C4 completely threw it amiss because that spiral control was necessary, I would even say so, as we head into OT. These two teams have already brought map number 1 to the distance, to the very end. As we head into round 13, it's going to be the upper floor here. We see shields on both sides, but what looks to kind of surprise me is that Gen.G aren't necessarily going for the utility they did on their previous attacks or defenses, but they're rather focusing on guns, bringing out the Yella as well.
Scorpion go burr. That's the name of the game right now for Gen.G. It's a lot of great weapons on their table, and they're going to be using it to really contest this top floor here. You look at how tight this setup is, right, Puffo? They've got a lot of utility focused on the objective itself. Uncharacteristically for them and what we've seen so far, they're not playing the map. They're not playing these faraway angles. They're focusing on what is most important to them. That is going to be the objective, the site itself. And for Geeky, it poses a very difficult fort to penetrate, find your way in towards. You're going to be relying on this flourish. You're going to be relying on this Montaigne to deny utility, deny that space, create yourselves an opening, get yourselves that ground so you can make that insertion in towards the objective. For Geeky, yet again, need to be careful not to funnel, not to create that one-dimensional attack, because we saw it in the previous round, and that's what caused us to be in this overtime situation.
Rare sightings of the floors here. Great for clearing out, again, that so-called utility. We don't really have a lot of shields to get rid of, besides the, again, very large elephant in the room that is going to be Clash, and I imagine quite a thorn in the side of Geeky. But as proactivity is starting to pick up, we see drones being a bit more active, even the Thatcher utility on play as of the moment, and Geeky setting themselves into the building step by step and trying to form a bit of a strategy going towards it, as once more they're repelled around these offices, but Gen.G are a bit more prepared for it. Even last time they were able to kind of come back and find the retake, even though it was a struggle and they didn't necessarily anticipate it, if I am to say so. Right now, they're not only prepared, but they have everything ready. The C4 from Deadshot, the only one they have ready and prepped. But Travi, let's take our time back to APL. The Thatcher, the C4, I think you know where I'm going with this.
Seen it all before. We highlighted it in the pre-show, and it could come in massive clutch here. You look at way Geeky play this. The Thatcher can just sit on the roof, Puffo, and that's what he's doing right now. He's sat on the roof with the EMP launcher in hand, denying any utility going the way of his teammates. Geeky now looking to make that push across. Unfortunately, it's not going to go off to a great start there. First one's going to be dropped down to the board here, and with the Montaigne losing himself there inside of the Chaos, Rexon has no choice but to hop in there.
There it is!
It's caught! It's amazing! It's a miracle! And Geeky are able to capitalise themselves upon the chaos there. Leaves it all down to Skies and Deadshot now in a 2 versus 3 situation. Geeky, they have themselves the ground here to try and force this Montaigne on up, give the ping away, and Rorik's there to collect the kills. Luckily though, Deadshot's able to find the trade now. Geeky, just don't get too aggressive, don't get too far ahead of yourself. The Montaigne's impactful.
Yes.
Where are you for the support? He's not needed, and Hungry will take it. The man, the myth, the legend on the Montaigne will give Geeky another 2 shots at closing this one out here.
Once more, in front of Gen.G stands a mountain that is crashing down on them. An absolute crash from Geeky here as they find themselves not only the chaos, they denied that C4, they were ready for it. They knew that Gen.G were expecting to get away with a simple explosive, and that was enough to clear it. But like we've seen it in APL, we've seen it once more. Geeky use every bit of that utility to its max potential, get themselves match point for the second time, but now the question remains. Will they find it this time? Is the defensive side where they can really secure things out? Last time we saw them, I do believe it was on the bottom floor here where they were on the attacking side, match point, but were not able to prevail. Now they themselves can defend it. They themselves can find themselves that type of position that Gen.G were under to successfully bring it into overtime. But I'm thinking that Geeky, again, are going to be not only relying on what they have been, of course, your usual chemistry, your ... I don't know why, Travi, but I'm feeling like Geeky are going to get an extra tad bit spicy this round.
Geeky are going to try something cheeky this round. I mean, that's what won them the last round, arguably, right, Puffo? You saw Gen.G, they made that heavy commit to try and get that glass out of that position because the C4 went by the window, and hold on a minute, guys, my C4's not working, my phone's not going, what the hell's happening? And then, exactly what we saw in APAC a few weeks ago, chaos, panic ensued. Geeky, if they can pull another strat out of their pockets just like that, they're going to be smooth sailing through this one. For Gen G, it's a moment of learning, a moment of realization. Take themselves back, reset themselves. 2 rounds in a row is what they need to do this one. Keep in mind, if folks at home, this is Gen G's map pick. This was their chosen battleground, and they do not want to be losing it.
Yep, there it is. Crack's going for a small peek. I felt something a bit too aggressive about him, but I don't think it's going to stop there, right? Packbill already holding the C4 preemptively because earlier they missed out on it. We saw a round where they were a bit late with that explosive. Now they're going to do it a bit too early. Sadly so, not capitalizing off of anything. They still have one more C4 in the hand of Rorik, which I imagine is going to be used for verticality as the Mute has played aggressive around this yellow side. The Zoto canister is keeping the breach closed just for now. Although GK, as comfortable as they are, their first player will fall. That's Rorik of the count. The Mute now gone, and yellow has been open for Gen G to claim.
Star player as well. Rorik has had a massive map here on
16.
Consulate. 16 kills. That is an impressive number over time or not. And for GK to lose him this early on, sure, the Mute's going to have his utility placed around the map. That's both their C4's gone and burnt now. One from Packball's been thrown. Rorik's going to be taking his towards the grave of him. Gen G can now just look to use this man advantage they've got themselves. They can be a little bit more comfortable. They're going to be sending in the Rotero drones, try to deal with this utility, force Hungary to go back into this map and actually play for his life here, try and contest here. You've got a lot on the top floor here for GK right now, and Krex might just be teasing us with a run out. Has the information, but they're so far away from sight. Puffo.
Traviiiii, I hate to cut you off for a moment, but I think Gen G might just be ignoring the roam.
They don't
Look at
care.
their lineup. 3 players towards main breach. I think they're going to use the smokes of Asa and fully send it in. There's already damage, 1 player on yellow. I think this is where it might just end. Gen G find themselves 1 shot. This is what they need. The wake-up call for them to push on forward. They're already claiming utility. They've cleared out a lot. They still have Krex above that. Might be quite a dangerous aspect, and Hungary ready to use those evil eyes to deny the plan to going down. But again, GK are 2 players down. Nope, they're 1 player down. Krex is able to start patching things up. The wound isn't as heavily bleeding as before, but with 1 minute, the defense needs to hold out just a bit longer as one is going to be entering. Deadshot, an extremely fatal player here.
Oh, no.
Rex somehow team killing Rexon. How does that occur? We don't know, but for now, it's not good for GK. 2 players that have the utmost of information, but not the players to back it up. The Maestro with that Alda looking to approach the situation with max intensity, but is out-angled, outnumbered, and Krex, the last one standing, retreating back to yellow. Plant going down, all odds against him, attempting to find the headshot, but not even one will be found for him as that shot takes him out clean, and it will be another round for Gen G to keep themselves surviving.
Ooh, the distance all the way to
No way.
15 inside of this one. What more would you want? I mean, Puffo, that round there is my concern there. GK have made that mistake once or twice before already this series. They've already, in their earlier defensive rounds, were punished because they were too focused on the roam. Gen G inserted themselves in the middle and were able to capitulate from there. We've seen it twice, and now a 3rd time. GK aren't seeming to learn from their lessons. There's a little bit of concern creeping in as we head towards Bank, but we'll put that to the side for the minute because GK are on the attack, and as you've said it, it's overtime match point. We're going no further than this. All of the last hours down to this next 3 minutes. Who wins this will be the breadwinner. Will take everything for themselves going in towards map 2. It's top floor defense for Gen G, a very similar lineup to what we've seen from them before. Now, we just have to hope repetition is the key to success for them.
And it's something you really want in a best of 3. That map number 1 serves beautifully. Imagine you're going into the 2nd map. You don't even need to exhaust yourself. You can completely give it up and hope that map 3 is yours. Or you can find yourselves a 2-0 flawless to make up an even stronger reputation going forward. However, I could just take a look back, right? Me and you both, Travi, we've seen GK, we've casted GK in those T2 leagues, seeing the dominant force that they are, but they finally met their match. It's going to be Gen G right now, who have the opportunity not only to snoop a map away from them, but hold series point against them. That is the true pressure of going into a best of 3, but not any best of 3. Travi, these are the last chance qualifiers for SI.
This is it. This is the biggest competition of your year. Everything these players in T1 work towards, even for T2, they want to be here. If there's one place you want to go, it's going to be here for Gen G, especially. They're primarily French roster. And where is the Invitational this year? Well, it's in Paris. It's in France. It's your home soil. No one wants to be there more than Gen G. GK as well. And we're only just getting started. You've still got 4 BO3s to win if you want to qualify for SI. And it's going to be an intense weekend. Stamina might start to come into the minds and a bit of a question here, because if all the games go this distance, well, you're going to be showing a lot before you even get to the invitation.
GK have been drilled, Gen.G same times. Different stories, similar mindset, and most of the now want the exact same result. GK now on the Nomad hasn't been seen commonly. Their flank watch has been upgraded to 2 operators, which has been very uncommon, but seeing as Gen.G have picked up the aggression, they do want to secure themselves a safer spot within this possible, not only possible, this is the last round. Some still preparations coming in, the air jab to send him back, but Skies fights back. He finds Krex, and that's your buck on. Sayonara to verticality. One of the players can go back safe and sound, even though while being death marked, hunted down, Rexon just shoots away at the barbed fire while the bullets coming his way, as he knows he's stepped a bit too far ahead of himself into the territory of Gen.G, as they're making it known that GK you just can't step into here without a warrant.
Gen.G, ball's in your court right now. All you need to do is hold on to it for the next 80 seconds, and your map pick is yours. You're 1-0 up inside of this series. Death mark from Rexon's going to come on through, fall into the wayside, but no Marto's on site. You call off the hunt because there's nothing to gain from it. Time is quickly running out for GK. I think you can start to see the panic, start to see the desperation inside of themselves. They need to find something to get themselves level back in this one, and perhaps blinding yourself isn't the way to do so. Third and final death mark to come on through right now. Try and face the player if it's not the one you want to hunt, and this is just not going well for GK. They're not finding themselves anything. Gen.G miraculously, meticulously holding on to everything they've got. They find themselves another one. Rexon's going to go down. Rourke's inserted himself in towards the objective here, but faced up with a clash, it's a difficult situation to push on.
Smokes are down, utility starting to diminish, but again, we have 40 more seconds. We can calm the tempo. GK play it safe. 3 players here, but you have 5 to work against. Maybe you're outnumbers, but you've seen yourself victorious out of even worse standards in the prior rounds, but it's starting to diminish. Each thought, the struggle is really starting to come against you as Gen.G are starting to push you back. The clash being a menace as you just can't mow her down. She's too much to handle. You cornered the Nomad air jab. It's just set up in desperation. We find ourselves 2 kills though, and this might just be possible here for Gen.G, or rather for Gen.G to lose. GK have themselves a 3v3, but look at the timer. The firebolt there is going to deny the clash of playing aggressive. She goes down. This is your last opportunity, but if they deny Packbull, it's gone. It's done. It's dusted. Rorik with another, and that's all that stands. That shot will lose, and it will be GK, like the Phoenix, who have risen from the ashes to burn none other than Gen.G into their flame. A hard-fought victory, but they prevail in the very last few 5 seconds.
Oh my lord, Puffo, we've seen a lot of bottles that map, but that one might just be the biggest fumble of all time there for Gen.G. Unfortunate, very much so for them, and it's going to cost them their own map pick. It's going to cause them to fall down, and that is going to be such a big issue for them, because now they're going into their opponent's map pick. And what was it we said to you? I said to you, Puffo, before this game started, GK have so much control over this veto, because they forced Gen.G to ban Lair, forced Gen.G to ban Fortress. Bank is the one battleground they wanted to go to, and now they're going to it and map up. They could knock Gen.G out of this upper bracket before they even get a say back in the other direction.
Oh my god, I mean, I'm sweating. I'm sweating profusely.
Oh.
I'm not kidding. I have been, whew, I might need a shower after this, guys. I don't want to be sweating, but this was a great match. I do want to get into the depths of it, but I just have to comment on how good of a match this was. This was the first map we have of the entirety of the Last Chance Qualifiers over this weekend, and we went overtime with probably one of the most insane ways for GK to clutch things out and win a map over Gen.G, but Absolute Cinema, it's not over just yet. It's not over just yet. Map number 2. We still have a couple more to go, right, Travi? That doesn't mean Gen.G's out just yet.
That we do. Gen.G aren't out for the counter shit. That was just map number 1. It's a best of 3. As we said, Bank's going to be coming your way in just a moment, folks. So go grab yourselves a drink. Go grab yourselves some snack, because if map 1 was any indication, map 2 is going to be equally as a banger for us in the cast desk. We're going to throw things to a quick break, but do not go anywhere, because the action is just getting started.
And I have my engine thundering. Dream machine, racing queen, I'll take you wherever you wanna go. Let's pull us down, break the speed of sound. Tonight we all know racing. Dream machine, racing queen, you make my heart beat, you make my heart beat. action. Drop the clutch, pedal to the floor. Turn that giddy button to a lion's roar. Dream machine, racing queen. I'll take you wherever you wanna go. Let's blow this town, break the speed of sound. Tonight we own the road. Dream machine, racing queen. listen up, says my teacher. In front of the class, he says if you're not a believer, all my views, that's on you. Better shape up and pay your dues. Of my views, that's on you. I'll be on a flight soon to the end. I sing you. Gotta know all this propaganda. How do you do? Better get it in my own medicine for you. Never gonna make them think I'll stand there. For all the things that I've said, pushing me closer to the edge. Hand like John, all I lose. Don't mind if I do. For all the things that I've said, pushing me closer to the edge. Hand like John, all I lose. Don't mind if I do. Free as the wind and as strong as a piece of amber. Give me a breath like the fire you'll soon remember. Ooh. I'll be on a fleet soon to the end. I'm singing. Ooh. Gotta know all this propaganda. How do you do? For all the things that I've said, pushing me closer to the edge. Hand like John, all I lose. Don't mind if I do. For all the things that I've said, pushing me closer to the edge. Hand like John, all I lose. Don't mind if I do.
Ladies and gentlemen, after what we just thought would be impossible, 5 seconds on the line, Kike against all odds, they still managed to win out map number 1, as it will be Consulate they claim, but it's a best of 3, and that's why we love today here, because Genji will have themselves a way of striking back within map number 2. It's only Puffobob, and we're kind of on Traviiii's channel, so it's a reason he's still also here. And Traviii, I mean, we can talk about the fact that we were still insanely, and I mean insanely hyped going into the green room. After we went to break, we were still flabbergasted, and I'm still carrying on the hopefulness that this is going to be a similar map number 2, because it was an insane matchup.
It has to be an insane map too, right, Puffer? There is no way this one all of a sudden devolves into a 7-0 for Geeky. If it does, I want a refund. I want my money back. I don't know where. I'm going to go when I'm in Paris. I'm going to go up to Ubisoft and go, right, I need my money back for this one, 'cause just ain't on. This one needs to be a banger. Speaking of Paris as well, if you folks haven't, go get your tickets to the Invitational. Both me and Puffo can attest to it. There's nothing like a Siege event, so if you haven't already, go get yourself some tickets. I believe there's a couple still lurking around for Paris, because it's the 10th anniversary Invitational. It's going to be a special one, to say the least. And we are getting things ready for map number 2. As you said, it was Consulate for number 1. We're now looking to load in towards Bank. And it's an equally as large map, but it does have some different challenges, doesn't it, Puffo?
It does. You know, Consulate is a bit more corridor-based. It has a lot of rooms stuck together. Bank is open. That's what it is. It's probably one of the most open maps, similarly to Cafe, but doesn't play the same, because I would say the Bank is a good child of Cafe Dostoevsky and Consulate. Does still have that strategy aspect, but doesn't have the close tightness of Consulate. It's a lot more open. We see your open areas. It's literally named open area, which tells you how open the map is. You have your square side, you have your server. Everything is just vast on out, so you have to be extremely careful when clearing out these rooms, and you have to make sure that if you take out square, you have to then also check out janitor hallway. You have to check out bottom square, archives, open area, blue stairs. All of that needs to be checked, because if you don't check one of those, a lurking player could catch you and many more of your team off guard. But again, going into Bank, this is a completely different playstyles, and that means that Gen G also have a completely different chance of finding themselves over to map 3.
They do indeed, a completely different opportunity, right? It's, as you say, different battleground, there's new challenges that face upon them, and it's also a different battleground in regard of there's more games going on, as you were teased to inside of the break screen there. Just an update on things, as we've got 5 minutes before the game start. We just had a couple tech pauses getting in, so we're not going to start things until we're ready to go. We do indeed have, this is a slightly older version of the graphics, so listen to my voices, not what's on screen for yourselves. Urigen is cover, Urigen, Tom J. Sherlock, and that is a really old version of the graphic. You know, I'm just going to get rid of that one, go back 12 faces. Urigen, Tom J. Sherlock, and the Virtus Pro channel are all covering the Wolves game. VP are 1-0 up, I believe it is on Lair for the second map. On the E6 France channel, Shifters and Twisted Minds are going up against each other. Twisted Minds is 1-0 up so far in that series. And then over on the Panahone Project Zero game, I believe PGO Nino is streaming that one. And it is Project Zero actually getting the first map on up, but it was an overtime one, similarly to our own. So it's hopefully going to be another banger one over there. So don't worry, there's plenty more action going on. If Gen G or Geek aren't your favourite teams, go and find your favourite teams. We won't be too offended. I mean, we'll be a little upset, can't lie.
Yes.
But because we've got a banger here, right, Puffo? It's going to be
we do. You
great
can't
game.
miss out on it.
No, you're not
can't
allowed.
miss out on it. I mean, whoever saw just map number 1 could attest to it, right? Everyone in chat. I mean, there's been so much back and forth in chat as well. I've been loving the fans from both sides just going at it and supporting their teams in their own very ways, and that's what we love about it. That's why we're here, you know, community stream. We love you guys, but still, before we get over towards those officials, we have not only this best of 3, but another one right on after. So again, even if your teams don't make it here, you can still watch them continue into the following brackets, whoever wins, and I do believe there's also loser brackets, so that's going to be quite exciting. Overall, though, this is why SI's Last Chance Qualifiers are probably the most exciting beginning of 2026. We're barely into the New Year's, Travi, and we're already being treated with such a silver platter.
It's really weird, the Siege ecosystem, because we end our competitive year in the start of the new calendar year, right? You know, our competitive year ends in February. It culminates with the Six Invitational, what these teams are fighting here and now to qualify for. This is the end of the year for these teams. For Geek, it's been a phenomenal year for them, and their 2026 is only looking brighter. For Gen G, they can still compete with themselves. I think they've still got a ways to go, but overall positive for them. They've confirmed their email spot for next year, so no doubt they're going to be continuing to improve, going to be continuing to go. And I want to speak on Gen G a little bit, because the end of that map 1, I'm just going to say it, was a little bit throwy for my liking.
No. I'm sorry, Travi, but it wasn't a little throwy. Okay. They had a 5v3, 20 seconds. They had smoke babes. They had a clash, and then Gen G still won with 3 players. It wasn't a little bit throwy. Sadly, it was just a throw.
Yeah, it was an NBA basketball match there for the final round, unfortunately, for these guys. And that is the kind of issue that I think has faced Gen G a lot throughout this competitive year, right? They've really struggled to tighten these bolts, really seal the deal. And when it comes to a 7-7 like that, they essentially lost what was around that was theirs over numerous silly mistakes back to back to back. They cannot be doing that if they want to qualify through to the Invitational. Luckily, it was only a map 1. It's been a while since they've played an official, so I'm happy to write it off, happy to give them a pause and a reset, because now we're going to start loading in towards Bank, and this is where I want to see some improvement from these two sides. Gen G really showed us what they can do to keep up with Geek, but Geek, got to give it to them, Puffo, they thoroughly impressed in map 1.
Oh yeah, both these teams did. I mean, the results were insane. I can't express how long it's been since I've been this excited for a matchup. I'll be completely honest. Again, not saying that there's any disrespect to the teams I've casted before, but these two truly are a match made in heaven. As Gen G GK Esports going into map number 2, it will be back. Different playstyles, different setups, different operators. You can expect everything to be different. The results, will it be the same? And GK, will they continue in these brackets flawlessly, or will Gen G halt them in their moment and get themselves that last opportunity in map number 3? This is where it comes comes down to a stressful spot. But like you said, Traviiiii, these are professional teams. They know how to handle stress. And although we have seen a bit of icky moments from them both in map number 1, I imagine they've got themselves warmed up just enough that those are going to start getting reduced as we go.
That's it. We're warmed up now. We've shaken off those pre-game jitters. It's the first official in ages, and now we're ready to get our teeth stuck into things here. Map 2, it's already heating up here. A 7 to 8 to start things off for the first one. Dai, you missed probably one of the best maps of Siege in a good while. Like, genuinely, that was probably one of the best matches. We had clutches, we had hero plays, we had great team fundamentals. There was everything on that consulate, and like we said, if Bank doesn't deliver that, gonna be sorely disappointing, gonna be writing some angrily worded emails. Operator ban phase coming on through, nothing out of the ordinary for Bank, fairly standard affairs. The defender's gonna be going down towards the basement here. Geeky sticking with what's tried, true and tested, bringing out the Echo, bringing out Tachanka, nothing we ain't seen before on Consulate.
Nothing we ain't seen before on Consulate, but going into round number 1, we can at least somewhat explain it, right? You put your usual smoke on either elevator or on your blue stairs to kind of hold up close with that shotgun and to make sure no one can really approach it without being very presumptively set up. As for the attackers, I am looking forward if they're going to maybe get tempted by a shield. Normally going into server, it's very difficult to enter. Again, like you mentioned, it's Tachankas, your Goyos, and smokes. This is kind of what denies you from planting, and of course, Geeky still will have a lot of setup upstairs because this is a large map. Gen.G will not only waste a bunch of time going through to the upper floors, they're going to have an even rougher rustle on towards this last and final escapade that is server, that is the site itself. But for now, they seem to be preparing well, and while things are kind of getting set in motion, once more, we have to set the narrative. GK have a map, and they can continue going into the brackets while Gen.G are sent down to the lower sets if this will be GK's map. But of course, we're hoping that Gen.G deliver us to that third because, like you said, Traviiiii, this has been a matchup of a lifetime.
This has been one of those games that's going to be going down in the history books, and with these two, they played a best of 3 earlier in the year, like we've mentioned already. That was a very close one of 3 mapper. I can just feel a rivalry coming between these two sides if the GK make the miracle run in towards Tier 1 and EML next year, but as far and beyond ahead of us right now, focus what's in front. Gen.G going to be making their way through the map now, start to assess how they want to push this one, what they want to do. GK, they're fairly spread out amongst themselves, and Skies is going to be the first to take the opportunity of that from the rappel outside. Catches Krex just asleep at the wheel there, perhaps a little too far outplayed, and it's going to cost them. Goya's going to go down. The man advantage flips the way of Gen.G.
A small caveat, but honestly, I think it's the best player to get rid of for Geeky here on the side of the defensive, of course, because the canisters will still sit down while the rest of the team from the defensive does have a bit of utility lurking around, like the Yokais, like the Aruni. Speaking of which, that's going to be Rexon to follow in similar tradition, and Krex is already going to be joined 6 foot under with his fellow comrade. With 2 now less, Gen.G have made a very fast and lethal approach towards this upper floor, but they've made it very velocity-filled and packed with action, which matters most because, again, this is a large map. You need to clear it fast. But while though doing so, not only did they not waste time, but they found themselves 2 amazing tertiary objectives, which are the heads of Krex and Rexon.
And now Gen.G have got themselves a foothold very early on in towards this round. That's the biggest thing for them. They've got a minute and a half to play with here in a 3 versus 5 situation. And sure, the end of Consulate might have been a different story, but I really struggle to see a scenario where they bottle it. They've spotted out the player on towards the Echo here, and if Packball wants to continue to play these Yokai drones, that's all well and good, but he's leaving his 2 mates in an effectively 2v5. The rush comes on down, and Packball's able to find 2 with a shotgun. No to turn around. How does he get away with it? And ties us back 3 versus 3, just as we were saying, Gen.G can't bottle it. It's now an even game, Puffo.
This is deja vu to the last round of the previous map. This is how Geeky did it once more, and it's on the back of Packball that they find themselves triumphing once more. The defenders have not only bounced into the action once again, but now Gen.G stand in a bit of a predicament. They have to reset their positions, have 1 player, maybe 2 go towards server, but they need more ground. They can't just have a one-dimensional push against a Tachanka, a Smoke, and Yokais from the Packball, especially aside from the shootery that we've been seeing. So we're going to send one of these players towards hatches, right? Push down elevator, maybe not just 1, maybe the entire of this Gen.G roster, the majority of the remains at least, right? We have the Fana, we have the Fuse, they're nicely on these main stairs, drop it's coming about, but Geeky seem to be expecting it, although they're holding the wrong hatch. It's not going to be Vault Packable, it's going to be right on your 6, and that's why Hungry comes into play most importantly, but there's an extra set of assets by Gen.G being set up towards these main stairs. The Fuse around it, Flash is going to go both ways, doesn't seem to find its best positioning. Now the backup here, Asif finding Packbull. That's one off the board. A second Genji are turning it around, and Rorik just not sufficing, doesn't find the distance needed for the shotgun. And even though Geeky had themselves an amazing return of shots, they will not be able to prevail in the end stage.
Back and forth from start to finish there, exactly what we've grown used to seeing from these two sides, but ultimately Gen.G prevailed there. They secured an early lead, and it'd be disappointing in themselves to see them fumble it yet again there. So even though they lost a couple, we'll just dust it off and let them go. They won the round. That's all that matters. 1-0 up now. First attacking round on the board there. And Geeky, they were forced. They were cornered inside of that position there. Unable to really use that utility that those operators were bringing because of those initial losses to themselves. All three players that were meant to be on drones, meant to have a Shamika launcher in hand, instead had to have guns up and just can't attest to that of Gen.G. When you've got a ram with an R4C charging down the staircase, not a lot you can do inside of that situation. For the defense, cut your losses in the basement, make your way up towards the top floor now, and see what you can get going up towards the offices.
See what you can get going up towards the opposite. Right, the opposite side of the map as well. And this is where your stock, your janitor, your outside of the side matters a bit more. Specifically being literal, because Gen.G can use these repels to their utmost advantage. And normally teams tend to opt out for an Azami, maybe a castle, because you can block these windows, right? But being very realistic, those two operators don't really provide a lot. The castles are going to get punched out either way. It wastes a couple of seconds, or there's just utility sent on towards those castles. So in the end, that doesn't really make much of a change. However, there is an operator that does. Krax is rocking the Aruni, right? You can put those Azami barriers on the windows, and it can't necessarily be forcefully taken out unless you force utility to be thrown into it, which wastes utility by the end stage. Or for the grand scheme of things, you have to force yourself into vaulting through them, taking damage.
And to compound on towards that as well, the Aruni, as well as the Cade, they bring in ACOG, they bring longer range weapons that are great for contesting the long angles on this top floor. Because you can have a player all the way sitting up on towards the repels on both the windows and towards main lobby side. These very long angles that for defender weapons, SMGs, typically very hard to hold. Those ACOG scopes, those DMRs put you right back in contention for them, and mean that Gen.G can't just sit comfortably on those long angles and hope to pick up kills. They're going to be more contested for it, and it's right on brand for Geeky. I always expect to see them contest in these kind of angles. I don't expect them to give up much to Gen.G early on here, and the first 60 seconds, nothing's been true, but that really, their Green Hives coming on in are going to spot out the player, but no one's really moving off the back of it. They're just using the fire extinguishers to shuffle your players around a little bit here. Geeky, Gen.G trying to apply some pressure onto the site, but not really getting much off of it.
Packbull seeking information on the Yokai, finding not much while Krex taking heavy damage and being constantly actively located by the Grimbees is going to make his life a bit of a living hell as of the moment. We can see 3 attacking players on the rappel, one going up to the roof, which might end up towards that square side push. As we can see, that's what kind of Gen.G are pushing towards themselves, right? We do have those footholds set up by the defenders to deny an easy breach being made on the main wall, but as of the moment, Gen.G are making this look like a very plain and simple textbook push, and honestly, I don't blame them for it. It tends to work out quite nicely. This fire is going to push Krex back, have him rethink his position, but still sitting comfortably as of the moment, and now just waiting for Gen.G to push into his loving and open hands.
Something I've seen both these teams do quite a bit this series so far, especially on Consulate, was overcomplicate things. It's a simple situation. Don't overthink yourself. Just move in, get the pitch. You know where the players are, and that's exactly what we want to see here. Gen.G swifting across smooth map now, going to be able to find Krex on the first one there as they start to make the push. Player inside a janitor, flashed out, no choice but to fall back away, but no one from Gen.G committing towards the push, instead rotating around towards stock side now as they want to make the push on go through. But you've got to keep an eye on the clock here, top of the screen, 30 seconds to go. Gen.G really need to get a move on here. Breaches aren't open, so you can only commit through going inside the building or hop in through the windows themselves. But no, you're going to hop straight into a Syria gate here. There's not a lot of options for the attackers, and increasingly less amounts of time to do so as you commit towards this push. Utility's going to come on through now. 15 seconds left to go. It's do or die for the side of Gen.G and Geeky. As you said, Puffo, they're just going to hold tight in their positions. They're just going to play corners. They're just going to play it safe. Trades happening back and forth here, but a deep play from Asa. They're able to work out in their favour. It's all up to Packbull to deny the plant, but no, Yokai's been shot out, but there's a second one. Can he get there in time? Yes, he can. It doesn't matter that the drone was traded out. Geeky, they will take the second round.
They will take the second round. In the very end stage, the attackers forgot about the most vital part of that side. It is the main objective, the bomb side. Get your plan down and do it within time, or wipe out the entire team of the enemy roster, right? But they were unsuccessful in doing the latter, so they had to go for the former, but it's that yokai you're pitted up against. Probably the worst case scenario they could have found themselves in, but that's why that last player from Geeky was set up all the way in an elevator, safe and sound, away from all this action, so he can play the drone game and deny the very last few seconds of being Gen G's to claim. Now, 1-1, the defense is starting to strike on back, and again, this is a similar narrative as we saw in map number 1, where Geeky do want to claim as many rounds as they can on their defensive, as while for Gen G, they're looking to steal those away. But we have to keep in mind, these both teams have warmed up to each other and have set themselves in towards this matchup. So there isn't much of an excuse of, oh, we aren't ready for them just yet. No, these are top-tier teams, and we need to be expecting absolutely everything as Geeky once more returned down to his bottom floor to Chanka Goyo Smoke. Similar lineup, I would even say the same.
Newfound form of confidence as well for Geeky in this bottom floor, and it's what I like to see. They've gotten themselves that top floor site, able to close it out successfully, so with a little bit more confidence, a little bit of wind beneath them, they return down to this basement to try and turn things around. Issue is, Gen G are bringing in an entirely new attack from the look of things here, relying on the fuse for that utility clearance, and they're going to be using the Grim and Sense to provide a very quick and aggressive execute along with the Glaz as well. Gen G have a very clear game plan right now. They want to go fast, they want to try and catch Geeky off guard, because this map, it's been a little bit slower, been a bit more clock reliant than perhaps back on Consulate. So Gen G looking to turn the tables and catch their opponent completely off guard here.
So you saw a switch up. There's going to be a bit more utility focused, as we do see Deadshot currently on that Sense, which hasn't been spotted out through either of the maps just yet. But again, as we have been seeing how rough both these executions have been up until now, Gen G do want to ease it in for themselves. But again, you have to keep that player alive towards the long run of the round, especially when Geeky get, or tend to get, quite aggressive in these early parts, as now they've pushed themselves up towards the top floor. We see Deadshot currently taking care of the entirety of stock. He's gotten covered over towards these main stairs. Geeky do seem to be backing off for now. They have wasted a bit of time, but what's most important is that these players are setting themselves up for a horizontal battle, not a vertical one. That's why we also see one of the players in Garage.
That's it, they're going to be hiding away in Garage, just biding their time on through, away from the chaos, away from the action, and just really letting things go and ensue around them. Gen G have been able to get a good amount of comfortable control here at this first floor, in pretty decent time for themselves. 1:15 in towards the round, they can start to look to get hatches, they can start to look to apply these pressure with the cluster charges here. It's going all to plan right now for the attack inside, but Geeky, I don't think they'll be too disheartened how this one's go. I like this from Packball, the aggressive yokai drones. We saw him throw one upstairs, and now a second one.
Where does it go? Oh, he's actually found it.
Oh, it's a master flank hit
What?
to server. I love. Wow, that is
Packball. I'm stealing that from my ranked matches. Yoink, mine.
Yeah, take that. That's ours now. What? It just brings me back to Berlin. Deepek on the Echo.
Oh, don't mention it.
Good old days.
There's been so much deja vu today, and I imagine there's going to be more. Is that nade going to find the yokai? I think it did, but there's a fuse right next to Asa's. That's heavy damage taken on the Maverick, left down to a single bullet of HP, right? And it does seem like the transfer of the defuser is going to be set onto the shield player, which is an extremely good call, so they can cover themselves more on the backside, go for that turtle plan. But again, all the goes have been set down. The fire is starting to very brightly burn. We see the smoke canisters even layered upon it, and the yokai is just lurking around, although the hatches have been contested by the final few Gen G players, as now they've summed themselves nicely. And look at Deadshot, right? We also have him around this vault side, just holding anyone down, but the first one to fall, very late into the round, it will be Krex. He's looking to challenge another, but he's caught overzealous. Plans going down, but the Shimikas are going to have to reinforce that position. He's seemingly sticking it down, and does he get it? No! He does not find it! It was down to a millisecond, a nano time, and Hungry just finds the perfect moment to shut it all down. This should be the game going in the favor of number one Geeky. Currently Rexon with another one onto Asa. Packball to follow along, and Nako, just a lamb for the Slaughterers. Rorik finds the last, and a round back for Geeky as they claim themselves once more the lead.
2 rounds in a row now, gone down to time management for Gen G. You get to the end and Geeky throw a bit of a mix in your planting shenanigans, and they're just unable to formulate a response from the back of it there. Gen G die, and Geeky are able to take the round in and amongst the chaos in the final dying seconds. Using that 6th defender masterfully here, it secured them the lead, brought themselves up with the advantage inside of this one, and now for Gen G, what do you get rid of here? It's likely to be the Echo. Yeah, I think that's a fair ban to make there. He's been prominent in almost every single round, bought in all three. Get rid of him because Genji, the one big enemy they've got right now, it's that clock, it's that factor. Geeke gonna ban the Grim, that's just standard, nothing out of the ordinary.
Yeah, I mean, the Grim doesn't really surprise us again. The Echo has literally won a round for Geeke, so not too much of a wonder there as we're going to be heading over towards floor number 1, open area, right? Geeke have now won 2 rounds in a row, meaning they get the full 3-star rotation, and they can set themselves towards this middle ground we have yet to see, which also comes over towards the topic of a clash being brought again. Geeke have been loving their shields, be it on the attack, being on the defense. It's always Packbull as well. I do believe he was also on that Monty who found a round all the way back in Consulate, so this is a player confident on either gun or shield, and that's what we love to see. Extremely adaptable. That's what Geeke are, and we have to agree, both me and you, Travi, right? Even though Genji, solid team, again, I still hope they bring it to map number 3. They can still win it out. Nothing against it, but Geeke are a jack of all trades. They can play all maps, they can play all operators, they can switch roles. They are everywhere and anywhere you need them.
This is the difference maker between the T1 circuit and the T2. Sure, T2, you're not quite playing the same quality of opponents, but at the start of the day, we said, is it quality or quantity? Sure, Genji have played fewer games officially, but they've played better opponents. Geeke, on the flip side, they've been playing a game almost every night for like 2 months straight, coming to the end of 2025, and it's given them, like you said, Puffo, that versatility, that ability to play anything however they want, and now, with this top floor clear, Rorik's already looking to contest it. He's having absolutely none of it here. As Genji, at the first hurdle, they're going to pause out and seemingly just divert.
Rorik working on the back end, being a scouter, just checking out if he can find himself a 1 piece, maybe 2. Again, but look at the support, look at what's backing him up. We have a Warden on main stairs, Clash right around the corner, still setup being made while Genji are planning their attack, by the way. There's hatches open right now in the very second, and again, the attackers aren't making the progress they always haven't been, or they always have been. It's not that steady, fast-paced push that we've seen of them entering the building very quickly. They're still on their drones trying to scout out some of these defenders, but they have no clue where they land. And an attempted wallbang here, it's going to bring Rorik down to dangerously low amounts of HP. Raxon as well, this could have been a very easy collect, and now we see Packbull pull up with a shield, tries to riot it out, but the damage has been dealt.
You've got to play careful now. You've got to play scared, especially if you're Rexon. You're going to need those Warden goggles in the end of the round. When Ying starts to come on through, smoke's covering the plant, that's where Warden's going to shine. That's the whole reason you're bringing him. He can't go down in these early engagements here. Stock catch, going to be attempted, but K Electro Claw there, going to be denying it. Necro just going to think better of it, go around elsewhere. Instead, start to play for other things. For Geeke, they can just hold, they can just play patiently at this point onwards. What reason is there to move you? Sure, you've lost a HP on a couple of your players, but you're 5 versus 5. Genji, I feel a little bit in their own heads right now. They're a bit slower than usual. That sharp edge they had on Consulate, it's gone. It feels a bit dull at the tip of the spear, and right now, Geeke, not pressure in the world.
Not a pressure in the world, but both these teams have kind of calmed down. We've had some blood spilled around that main side from Rexon and Rorik's side, but even then I don't think Genji have the full realization of the damage they've dealt, so they still don't want to play over aggressive. They don't know they can take space by 2 easy pick'ems, and again, you are playing against Geeke. Respect the fact that this is the team that has already won a map against you, even though in struggling standards, it's a round, or a map rather, nonetheless, and they're also a round above you, so a lot up against Genji right now. Skies has an amazing opportunity to catch anyone trying to rotate around side, as Geeke have also found themselves very close into sight. Smokes are going out. Thankfully, we have Rexon on that Warden to kind of keep things open and close for himself when it comes down to vision, as Genji are setting themselves up towards a kitchen push, but we have one major issue. It's going to be Packbull on the Clash. It's going to be the Yings coming out from the attacking side, however, that seems to shut things down, kind of slow the momentum, but now Hungry finding Marto. That's the opening. A second one here for Cracks, and Geeke are picking up the pace, but now without a return of shots as Neko equalizes things out, maybe goes down, but not fully out. This is too much pressure for the attackers to handle, and they just can't find the space to get the plant, and it was a bit too late for them to go for such an aggressive push, as Geeke will keep not only the momentum, but now 2 rounds ahead of Genji.
I've worked out what the 5s are for, Puffo.
Isn't it high 5?
5 seconds. That's when Genji start to move.
Oh my god, I can't.
Why are we pushing so slowly? That is my biggest question for this Gen G right now. Things go well in the first chunk of the round. The early round is good, the mid round it slows down, and then the end of the round, we're shaping up and execute with 5 seconds on the clock, boys. This is not how to play the game. This is where you are going to struggle, and it is what we have seen 3 rounds back to back to back of GK just going, we can play the clock. Gen G are slightly in their own heads right now. Take a rightfully needed tactical timeout, because in this situation, I feel it's starting to slip away. That closeness we've seen all series long, where's it gone? It's just disappeared into the void, as the last 3 rounds have for GK. They're a great position right now. Guaranteed even split for Gen G. They need to make a recovery, and they need to do it now.
They need to do it now, but this is what makes the difference between map number 1 and map number 2, right? On map number 1, it was a constant back and forth. There wasn't much of a lead established between these two teams. They were constantly at each other's necks. This time, GK is starting to run away with it for not only 1, but 2 rounds as well. So Gen G are going to reset the tempo. They're going to get themselves calmed and nice. Already, I imagine it's starting to set in that also GK's mental game might be a bit annoying to deal with, right? You lose a round, it's high fives all around the board, or rather 5 seconds if that's Gen G. All they can spare seemingly. However, GK now 2 rounds ahead. They have themselves a great opportunity to find an extremely dominant half. Yes, while they're on the defensive, it still would be quite desperate for Gen G to go into their second with a 4-2, or hell, even a 5-1 against them.
Oh, it'd be disastrous. And speaking of disaster, if you don't want spoilers for the other games of the LCQ, cover your ears right now, because I'm going to spoil the results of 2 of our games tonight. Cover your ears for about 10 seconds. Project Zero win map number 2, take the series 2-0 over Panuhone, latter of which being knocked down into the lower bracket, and then over on the VP Wolves game. VP won that one out 2-0. So a couple of results there for you folks. The Twisted Mind Shifters game is on map 3 at the moment over on the E6 France channel, and this is our other round 1 game still going.
Wait, seriously, Twisted Minds brought it to map number 3? I'm not saying they're a bad team, but I honestly expected a 2-0 from Shifters, considering they are BDS, or rather the previous BDS. Again, there's just a bit of inconsistency there. Honestly, well played by Twisted Minds. Extremely well. I didn't expect that, I'll be honest, but hey, keep on rocking the world, ladies and gentlemen, as we're going to head back into our own match, as this has been quite exciting, and we're hoping we get a map 3 like the other sides of the community cast are as well, because right now, Gen G are setting up for a nice little just dive on in plant. We have some distractions being set, the smoke's there to maybe cause a bit of stress for GK side, right? The Selma sent out, now get yourself those extra breaches to find a nice line of sight over towards Janitor, which has been of vital importance plenty of times up until now, I think that's fair to say. Although GK and Gen G, in the past couple of rounds, there's been a lot of dead silence in the early parts.
I mean, it'd be a thrilling way to turn the tables, wouldn't it, for Gen G? They've been so late on the executes in the previous round, so why not just full send it at the soonest possible opportunity presented upon themselves? They're throwing in the utility. My concern is right now, Puffo, is they've not gained a lot for it. Both those smoke bolts have gone on through, and we've still got players outside on the rappel. No one is actually in the building bar. Skies, who has just gone in through the front door. All of that utility spent for Gen G, what's the benefit of it? Site is vacant, but angles are being held. You're not going to be able to get a defuse down in this situation. All of that utility, all of that resource, and for what? Not a gust in the wind here for GK, who just hold firm as ever here, completely unconcerned, completely unbothered, and right now, really just feel comfortable.
Such an intricate setup here by Gen G for not really much of value to be found here, as GK aren't budging a bit. They're standing still to their current positions, not moving an inch, as right now sticking true to their utility, playing off of comms, as the first one to come will be Rorik, as he's falling down to the hands of Nako. That's one down for 45 here again. Gen G seemingly repeating a tale as old as time, going down in the very last few, but now they're picking it up as time goes on. Skies with another onto Hungry, 3 more remaining for GK, and their heads might just be doved in, although we have one contesting. Skies is waiting for Rex, and he's going to be the perfect bait, and all that set and left will be Crex, a final victim for Nako to claim, and around back here for Gen G. It seems like that tactical timeout served them quite well, as now they're only 1 round behind.
In and amongst the comfortabilities for it here, finally for Gen G, working things through now on their map pick, and this is what you want to see or on their opponent's map pick, rather. This is what you wanted to see from them. That was clinical. They've suffered the last few rounds, have now made a response back in towards it, and it's now looking a little bit better from them. They're still trailing behind a round. It was only 1. GK have been really, really good at doing responses so far this series on. So I'm not Gen G rather aren't out of the water just yet. God, these teams both start with G. It's really confusing.
Yeah, it really is. But hey, Travi, we have one more round going into the last one of this first half, right? 2-3. Gen G can even things out, get themselves a safer attacking side towards that defense swap. But GK have themselves one more site, and it's going to be the bottom floor they find themselves most comfortable on, because the last time we saw it, well, though it was a bit troublesome at a certain point, they still found it out with quite a strong performance. As now we return to what we've been constantly seeing, right? Your Tachanka, your Smoke, your Goyo, a Rooney, and of course the Celis, which is going to be a bit more of a recent introduction into map number 2 here. Oh, Gen G, they're going to be sending it forward, right? We see ourselves the Blitz, and I'm looking to see how Mardo's going to be utilizing it.
That's it. We saw Blitz teased a little bit back in the previous map, and hopefully here we'll get to see him realise more to his fullest. So I don't think we got to see the maximum out of Blitz in the previous round. He was bought quite a few times across some of the rounds, but never really made a massive impact in any of them. So hoping to see tides change a little bit here, and certainly for Gen G, they've got the Ossa on the secondary shield as well. A bit aggressive with the sewer entrance there, but nothing to be found from it. So, cool calm in the server for the first 30 seconds of this one. Gen G just going to be moving through the top floor now, looking to clear things out. No contention here from Geek. You've only really got the one player inside of open, but other than that, it's all hands on deck in the objective. Gen G should be a fairly quick and easy roam clear.
Oh, what's happening, Skies? Seems like a bit of damage has been taken. He's looking to confront 2 players here over towards Garage, but again, you are working against numbers that don't really fit your opposition here, as one is going to be pushing forward. The guy is looking for a pedicure here. A second shield will be set up, and the impact towards that first one set up by the Osa miss, but look at the damage. Skies has to back off here. A single bullet, and he's going to be down and good and out, I imagine. PK, this is what you talked about at the very start of the map, right, Travi? Where GK set themselves towards a battle fight. They kind of hunt down a single standalone player from Gen G if spotted out, and set more of a value towards him so he can't really fight back or find a winning situation. As in the meanwhile, though, Gen G have been plotting in the background. We see the Blitz above, droning outside, spots that it's open. Hatch is being kind of destroyed as of the moment, and people just wondering where it's all going to come in from.
Where does the push come from? This is the question for Geek right now, like you say, because it's fairly diverse from Gen G, and this is a breath of fresh air for them. They're keeping their options open, not committing to anything too early on. I just need to ensure from them that they don't undercommit to this push, and they actually decide on something before the last couple of seconds mark it, and actually make the execute with enough time in the back pocket to be able to counter any problems, because you know Geek are going to throw something their way, especially with those toxic babes, especially with those Shumikas. There's a lot of plant denial here, so when Gen G go to throw and try and stick this one on down, they're going to know exactly where it is because of that Solace, and they're going to be able to deny it perfectly here with all of this utility.
Smokes are out. Dead silence, calm before the storm. But Geeky know what's about to hit them, and they're getting ready for it as best as they can, while Gen G have themselves quite a challenge. Nako taking heavy damage off those canisters. Skies as well low, so HP-wise, Gen G are not looking the brightest, but again, they still have a couple of players to rely off of. There's still some utility blocking your entry. The nade is going to clear out that Azami barrier, but now the smoke's going out. It initiates action from both sides. Nako and Packball are going to exchange each for going away, but the plant is going down, and all of a sudden, we're in a 3v3 spot. A shot towards the Blitz, he goes down. That's Crack's finding now Geeky in a one-man advantage, but Sky's low on HP, just has to back off, play off of Hatches. Deadshot's still above and trying to hold the verticality, although Geeky with 3 players right now, even though in a large advantage, it's time ticking against him, and it's that pressure starting to fold them down, right? 7 seconds needed to be reserved for the defuse, while you still have absolutely no recollection of where the final 2 players stand. Now Deadshot has revealed himself, but he can just play the time game, mind game. Skies is going to find Cracks, just nicely cross him out, using your Sledge teammate as a distraction, and Geeky are doing nothing about it. Rorik will now have to commit. Packball has been taking the long route upstairs, but now it's all down to baiting him out, and there's simply no time remaining. This is a round that Gen G should find comfortably. Rorik exposed just enough for Deadshot to finish him off, and a 3-3 spot, as right now Gen G have just proved to us that Giants can fall.
3-3 half, and we are 3-4-3 on even half so far. Consulate, both sides of it were even and exactly the same here. And it's what I like to see from these sides, because it's proving to us that it's not one team can't attack, it's not one team can't defend. Both teams are equally as competent as each other on those sides, and it's coming down to those small little intricacies, those small little changes that you can make that are being the separating factor inside of this one. I've got to give it to Gen G. Mental was something they struggled with extensively back in this competitive year in EML. And despite Despite being 3-1 down, they've brought themselves back masterfully back into this one. Even scoreboard, and now they get to move on towards defense, which is a very strong side for them.
Extremely strong, right? They proved it over towards Consulate. Maybe they were a bit uncomfortable at certain beginnings of the map, but now they've been going toe-to-toe with Geeky. Even when 2 rounds down, they take a tactical timeout, they nicely calm the mood, and they get themselves back running where they began, right? Square one, we are at an even point. We see the bans come through, and it seems like they're a bit ironic, right? You have both the execution operators, the strongest one on this map, being the Ying and Tachanka taken out, but the Tachanka, or rather not the Tachanka, the Glaz and Warden, which are meant to kind of be counters for each other, also get both bad. So now we're at a standstill of what operator do we replace for them. Now the attackers have themselves quite an easy option. It's going to be Shields, it's going to be our Grim, it's going to be our Capital. The defense have a bit more options, but they tend to go for the utility heavy ones, such as the Fenrir and Azami.
That they do. They like this heavier utility. They like this really big focus on these sort of impressive plays, this strategic mind to the game, right? It's beyond just the initial gun skill here. It's that extra depth behind both of these sides that really makes this one so entertaining to watch, all things considered. Genji down to the basement, as you say, plenty of utility in Stove. Geeky will be going on the hunt, will be bringing a fairly standard lineup here. They know that someone from Genji is likely to want to play this top floor. That's where Kreps comes in on the Deimos. They're going to be hunting them down, trying to get an early pick here, because the name of the game for this bank drone clear, when you're working on this basement site, is you need to try and catch someone before they make the drop. You know that drop's inevitable. You know it's going to come down likely open hatch. Question is, can you claim someone before they're able to do so? For Geeky, that's going to be the goal, and to do so, a bit of early aggression giving you.
Might be. Again, this is something that's been quite traditional with Geeky. They've been displaying it, and right now, not much of a run out there, but we do see barbed wire set up towards that tunnel side, as Asa is setting himself up towards the blue stairs, which again, the smoke traditionally does cover either that or elevator, as previously mentioned, but now Geeky need to hunt some of these players down. Again, it's a large map. Both these walls have been vice versa, meaning Geeky now, with a first step into this attacking side, will need a bit of impression to set themselves in, but again, I imagine they've scrimmed this map more than plenty to have a good feeling of what they need to do. As the Deimos Deathmark is coming out, spotted out Nako, now you have information one's around that open area, but it seems that shot is taking advantage of it with a great spot towards these square stairs. Now, will the bullets be shot? Yep, he reveals his position as he's taken a shot at the wrong player, Rexon with the shields to cover from those bullets.
Perfect place of the shield there, and you're lucky it was the Blackbeard up at the front there. Any other operator and would have been dead early. Never mind, Blackbeard's dead anyway. Going to succumb to the toxic babe there, confirmed by Asa, and that puts Genji firmly in the advantage. That spearhead you've got, where are you looking, Grex? Oh no, they're just lost right now. Feels a little bit here for Geeky as Genji extend themselves a 2-man advantage. Rorik now coming in through basement up towards the loaded docks here, trying to get something going for himself. Not going to be able to do so. Backball in a 1v5, catches the player on the towards the revive, looks to try and play some aggression through server while Genji are going away, but all that stallage now has given him is Genji an opportunity to relocate, bring themselves back towards the objective. We've seen some pretty bad throws this game, right, Puffo? But surely this isn't going to be one of them. This is going to be a smooth sailing round out on here for Genji. Packball's cornered. He has one way in towards the objective. He doesn't have any utility that can do any damage. Genji, just hold a crossfire, count down this final 60 seconds, and they will take the lead for the first time in a while on Bank. It's a simple task, but we've said it before, overcomplication, it's been a big problem for them. Let's just hope this round they don't succumb to that exact same fate.
Look, they're not throwing bodies. We saw too many of those situations going towards Consulate, and now they're going to play it safe and sound. You have the position of 2 players. That's going to be good for Packful here, but one of them is carrying not only a DMR, while the other a C4, so you either walk away with that exploded or with a bullet between your eyes. Takes the latter, and now we have ourselves the lead like you mentioned. It will be Genji 1 up above Geeky, but keep in mind, Travi, I think this is the exact same scoreline we saw on Consulate with a very similar setup. I think... yeah, that's exactly what we saw. I think it was 3-3. Then Genji took over. Oh, God, this is really coming back to me all now.
It's coming back a little bit, isn't it? We're reverting back to what we saw on Consulate, which is that back and forth, that exciting gameplay. I mean, deja vu. It's been the one thing of the evening. It's been the theme, hasn't it? Things we've seen before, crazy Thatcher plays, innovations with the new rework, etc., etc. So many new things being brought to the table, and I've got to say, for a Six Invitational, it's what you want to see, right? You know, the Invitational, as much as it's a tournament, it's a celebration of the game and everything that's come before, everything that's going to come afterwards. So let's enjoy these memories of what we've seen before, and hopefully for Genji, things are going to go a bit differently for them than what they remember from Map 1.
Although a bit nail-biting for Geeky here, even though they have map number 1 under their belt, which is completely nice, right? They're still feeling confident, I imagine, considering the chats are going wild every time they get a kill, or even a round is won out for them. But being around below, again, they've tasted that sour feeling before. Now, they're going to once more use it to kind of add fuel to the fire and find themselves a possible comeback. As we're heading over to the attack, Geeky are already pulling out things we have not seen from Gen G, and it's something I heavily respect. It's the Kali from Rexon here, an outstanding operator you don't really get to see on any other map, if I'm being quite honest. And the reason for her right now is to clear those keep up areas, get yourself early openings, play the long angle, and I think this is probably the best perfect map for the Kali. As for the other operators, Packbull being such a dominant force in the previous rounds will not be able to keep that performance going into this one, as he's not only the first to fall, but he's also the reason Geeky do not have hard breaches.
That is a big problem to lose early on there. There is a lot on that firm right, because he has those free breaching charges. Now, we start to see him play this more individualistic role where he's not always going to be on that kind of a roll. Dead shot. Almost loses his life there. Oh my god, you can see the toes, Rexon. Narrowly escaping there with his life. That's just teasing us properly. A little bit of a tease there from Gen G, but it doesn't matter. They're going to maintain their advantage, Puffo. That's the biggest thing for them right now, because Geeky, they're left struggling. No way in towards the objective. Where do you honestly go from this point?
Well, honestly, you just have to kind of hope and find yourself a kill, right? Something to keep you going, because right now Geeky are very honestly spread apart. They're playing a one-man game between each other and hoping to find frags, which again, individually, these players are extremely not only mechanically, but also game and visionally talented. Every single one of Geeky's teammates is, but in a match like this, especially at this standard of competitive, the highest tier, you need to play between each other. Now, I'm wondering where Rexon has set himself up. I do see 2 players on Repel, 1 down below. The Doe could be having to take verticality with the DMR, it's very possible. But again, you have those logic bombs, maybe try and put them to use. We are trying to also take out the mirror window as of the moment, as Rexon just shooting his shots, taking out that Kali utility, and setting up the team for a push through these repels. But they do have the smokes, although that hard breach would have made their job so much easier.
It would have made their job easier, and that's what you can think about right now for Geeky. It should be straightforward, this should be simple, but instead they're left feeding with scraps. Going to start throwing all of this utility here. Question is, does a commit come from it? Yes, player's going to hop on, and here comes Hungry, trying to get the diffuser down. Going to pop the Talon shield there and start to stick the plant down behind it. Skies is going to fall elsewhere side. C4 is going to get thrown, but no, it's taken out midair. Luckily, Marto's there to take down the plant, deny the diffuse going down. Rorik with an equalizer inside of this one. 3 versus 3 now as Geeky. They've committed a lot to it, had a lot to gain, but also quite a lot lost. 30 seconds left to go. Push needs to come to shove now. Going to look to clear out Janitor. They're aware of the player playing inside of it. Second flashbang is going to go, but a beautiful cross here from Krex to find another one. Leaves it all down to Naquo here. Cornered and completely outnumbered there. Geeky will close it out, and they will get themselves another round on the board.
And I do want to highlight, someone in chat just asked, who is the better team? We do not know. That is the thing. Both these teams are phenomenal. They are the best rivals we have yet to see, at least for today, being quite frank, unless there's going to be an insane overtime between Shifters and Twisted Minds, Geeky and Gen G might just be the best of 1-3 to kick things off. And I mean, right now, you're seeing it, right? Map number 1 went 8-7. We are currently 4-4 going between these two teams on a map like Bank, which just makes it so much more unpredictable as who's going to walk out with a crown over their head, or who's going to continue into map number 3. But for now, we're going to leave that to time and let him tell us the story, as currently we're heading towards this middle ground once more. We have seen it from Geeky, but now it's Gen G's turn to try and play these cards that they're handed.
Gen G now put in this position of where do you go, what do you do? We're returning back to that stalemate that really emerged on Consulate there. And when you're in that kind of a stalemate, that back and forth position, if you like, it's all about who makes a mistake first. It's all about who's going to be the one to make that little slip, and then capitalize. The other side is going to capitalize upon it. Gen G, they fell victim to this one quite a few times on Consulate. That's my concern for this team right now. As much as I love them, they do, their biggest enemy sometimes is themselves. When they get themselves up, they can suffer from it, and Geeky, they will take advantage of that, and if it continues going the way it does, I feel the scale just ever so slightly edges the way of Geeky.
Ever so slightly, but in hopes of not, because again, Traviiiii, I'll be honest, I want to see map 3. I really do want to see map 3. This has been probably one of the most exciting matchups of a lifetime for me, and, well, certainly showing the true worth of these SI Last Chance Qualifiers and proving that these really are the teams that stand up to the name that they've been given. Although Geeke, a bit more of a stronger title again. The T2 Gatekeepers, now on the attacking side, not carrying as much utility as previously, more of a hunt down essential that they seem to carry now to the table, right? You have your Dokumi, your Demos, looking to kind of catch some of these Gen G players off guard, and fairly so because we have two players above, such as Deadshot and again Reno, who have been absolutely dominating in the past couple of rounds. Now you have to be scared of some of these angles as a defender. You really do need to consider your positioning when you're going up against Geeke, because they're going to take every single corner that they can. Now the Vendetta has stepped into the building, but Deadshot is going to have Rexon leave it. An intruder was spotted, but he's instantly going to be left dusted. Cracks the follow, and that's your Demos gone quickly as it's all seemingly starting to fall apart for Geeke. There's 3 players remaining to make up for it, and again, they have found themselves out of these rough angles, but will they be able to do it this time around? Because Gen G, I think they've been learning from their mistakes.
Insert themselves straight into the building, and for poor old Geeke sent immediately back out, left packing it with all to do. Final Logic Bomb's going to charge on in, and Rourke's going to use it immediately. Try and hunt, try and get his head above water here, assess what's going on inside of this one, because it's panic stations for Geeke right now. Gen G have a lockhold, a choke on this map. There is nothing shaking them from it right now, and for Geeke for this round, they need a miracle to bring themselves back in towards this one. With only 70 seconds left to do, they're still chasing ghosts on the top floor here. They can't go anywhere because of these castle barricades. Got nothing to get them open with. Luckily though, Deadshot's going to give an opener the other way. Geeke will be able to find one back the other direction. Brings the man dysregulation between the two sides to only just one. It's only a single person of difference here, but a single person is enough to be the hero, enough to be the big playmaker here inside of this one. For Geeke though, they're going to struggle without this utility, without this sledge. You can see, resorting to things like the bailiff to get these floors open, it's anything but ideal.
Geeke have been redeeming themselves, one player at a time, but they're still ways ahead of claiming this round number 9 right. Grimbees are going to be sent on out. Rorik will fall in return, but Marto as well will follow there, but not completely outright. The 4v2 still stands. Maybe unofficially, it is a 3v2. Gen G are going to keep on persisting with this man advantage as Geeke are forced down to their most 2 awkward entries that the map has to offer, specifically this side. It's the vault towards wall. It's going to be this hatch, which is just a death sentence on its own. Skies will be able to take out Hungry as he does his best. Smoke bait into your face. Packwell dealing damage, able to find the down, but with 6 seconds, absolutely none to left standing. And Nako with his final shots, Gen G will find the round back, and now with a stronger lead above Geeke.
That they will, and great job here for Gen G to find themselves that little bit round up. They now need to try and solidify a match point, which is the inverse of the position we saw back on Consulate, right, Puffo? It was Geeke with the 5-4 advantage. They would have won slightly up. It did end up going to overtime. There's no reason why it can't. Here, looking at the scoreboard here, it's a very different story to Consulate. Consulate, everyone was pulling their weight, everyone was getting involved, everyone was really sticking their teeth into the match. Here on Bank, quick flash up of the scoreboard, it's very top-sided. You've got some star players doing incredible numbers, and then everyone else kind of trailing behind a little bit.
Yeah, having to shadow before your teammates isn't always good, but we have to consider one fact. There's a reason we have those top shot players, right? It's because the rest of the team allows them to do so. You have your supports, you have your flexes droning them in and allowing to get them these frags, these entry kills, right? That's the reason they have so many kills. It's not like there's one player who's just above his team and stronger than the rest. No, it's the fact that he's supported well, and this is that chemistry that we need, especially that these teams need if they want to step into the T1 scenario. But for now, Geeke and Gen G are now at an even standpoint as they were on Consulate, with Gen G being the ones closer to match point this time around, and maybe even looking to close things out within regulation.
Day for regulation. I mean, this is the hope for Gen G. They can steal their opponent's map pick from them in regulation. It will be comfortability, which is something that's lacked immense throughout this entire series, really. There has not been an ounce of real comfortability outside of the initial opening rounds of Bank for Geeke. There's been nothing but tension and congestion throughout this entire series, and it's going to weigh on the players as we trail on through. We're going to see a couple more mistakes slip on through, and there are going to be some issues, so we'll wait to see how things unfold. But Gen G in the driving seat for the first time really in a while. I just don't want to see them fumble it before they're really able to do much with it.
No, it would really suck. And again, Geeke, as much as I've been supporting them, again, they are my team to win out this entire event. Even though, again, chances are against them, I'm still hopeful. I do want this to be map number 3. Again, I've been kind of very open about my excitement of this matchup, and I think everyone on stream can agree, as the chat has been quite wild at certain times as well. These teams are once more back, though, towards a back and forth. We've seen Geeke at the very early part of the map on towards round number 1 with a 2-round lead, but that hasn't been very persistent, as again, Gen G and Geeke have been constantly slowly catching up to themselves. As now, into double digits, we step into a danger zone. Now the teams are once more kind of calm, situated. This is a sort of zone we spotted into map number 1 where there was a lot of aggression at the early point of the match, but then things started to slowly cool down as these teams realized they can't really risk much anymore.
It's the risk taking, isn't it? I mean, you're damned if you do sometimes, but also damned if you don't. You need to take these risks. You need to take these chances and be the one to drive the difference here. You can clear through this top floor now, start to make their way on towards that, and they will hear the phones ringing. Their players are going to drop away. The one you don't hear, though, is Skies. He's playing inside of Elevator. You see a drone cut through the wall there, and he's therefore just going to drop on away, leave the position to the attackers. And for Gen G, it's relegation back towards the bottom site now. GK have their control. Not able to mop up a defender inside of the process, not able to claim anyone on the drop down, but it's not the end of the world for them now, right? They can start to look towards how they want to push, how they want to formulate this push. Asa towards blue is going to face a mountain of pressure, a literal mountain in the form of Montaigne.
Love the French wordplay. Again, no.
That in.
Oh, no problem. Yeah, of course.
I'm going to France. You've got to know the language.
Yeah.
Mountain, croissant. Bonjour.
Yeah, you gotta go to your bartender. Hey, can I have one Monty and a side of Dock and Rook, please? Thank you very much. And on to the match, because this, Travi, is about to get heated. We haven't had a single piece of damage drop, not a player gone, and I think that's about to change very suddenly. Flash is going out, Logic Bomb is sent, a drop from Packball, so you know it's about to be heated. Rex taking damage, but it's exchanges back and forth. More for Genji, though, as they're able to claim 1 man of a lead, although one stuck in this vault side has the TCSG death shot just in the corner, but will be forced by that nade. Has to take the initiation. No, it wasn't even the Cade. It was rather the Echo, so that's your Yokai gone. He was revealed, and that leaves it a bit more difficult for you to hold the post flanks. A bit awkward. You're spotted out 1-to-1, toe-to-toe with a Monty, who's now holding you down, but the pistol will not suffice, and Neko Asa are able to close things out as Genji now holding match point over Kike, who needs 2 rounds flawlessly to catch up.
Oh boy, this is it. This is the difference maker. This is the one that we wanted to start to see here. Gen G have now found themselves up. They found themselves at a point where they've got a considerable amount of distance from Geeke. The first time they've been able to find it all series long. And what a time to do so. They've got 2 rounds to play with now. Like you say, Puffo, it's going to need to be 2 back-to-back here for Geeke on towards their attacks. And this is the issue. Geeke's attacks have been troublesome. They've been really struggling with the time. They've been really struggling with trying to push into the objective because Gen G haven't been wanting to take these fights on the extensions, especially down towards that basement. Gen G have been happy to let the space go. They waste a bit of time up there, don't die trying for nothing. They just leave it. And Geeke have been really, really struggling with that because they're pushing in towards a full house, and unfortunately, they're left at the door a bit knocking.
Yeah, and we have to keep in mind the legacy between these two teams, right? Gen G coming in from ends, they were dropped, and a team that wants to return into the scene stronger than ever, but Geeke on the grind throughout months and months, struggling, and not even struggling. The thing is, they've been constantly posed against T2 teams that they've been able to dominate in majority, so both these teams want to prove something, that they're worthy of it, but there's only one that can walk out today, although it's not an elimination, which is the good part of it all, but again, going into these upper brackets, it's comfortability at its finest, and it also keeps that confidence running in your blood flow as you continue going down in these last chance qualifiers. With DK now down match point, even though it's not the ending yet, I'm assuring they really, really do want this map to be theirs as well, because going to a third one becomes a bit of a risk. It becomes a tad bit stressful, to say the least.
You go to that third map, you lose that third map, or you lose this series. You're in a lower bracket game tonight. You are playing for elimination tonight. You could be knocked out of the Invitational in the next 3-4 hours. It's a precarious situation for the team that ends up to lose this matchup. But right now, for Geeke, it's only a map loss on the horizon for them, and they've still got a chance to bite their way back into it. 2-round lead, they're bringing out this Kali Osa strategy we saw from them a couple of rounds ago. It worked out fairly well for them, but Gen G were just able to assert themselves in and amongst the chaos here, so I'd like to see a bit of a change. First and foremost, Thermite not dying right off the bat.
Yeah, I was going to say.
A tenfold improvement. This is immediately what we want to see, because already Geeke are up a bit of a foot in this one compared to the last iteration.
Yeah, okay, when we said Thermite don't die, that doesn't mean Rorik, you're free to leave the battlefield, okay?
No.
Please keep yourself alive. We want to see all 5 players in the execution. In the meanwhile, though, Gen.G, even though still comfortable, right, they're looking to take as many challenges as they can. A couple of wall bangs being attempted. They're swinging out a lot of corners because Geeky just aren't revealing themselves, right? A lot of these players have so much utility that just can't be risked to falling. We saw what turned out, what happened in the previous time that Pac-Bull was taken out so early on, but now Geeky, 4 attackers on this rappel, ready to send it all or nothing, as again, they can't be inadequate to keep themselves within this match. They have to make this one count, as it is match point they're faced up against, and Gen.G are kind of holding them at a bit of a tip of the edge, where one single slip-up will have you running right back to map number 3.
It's a big gamble here for Geeky to put all of your eggs in this single basket, but at least initially it's working out for them. First one's going to be found there, dead shot dropped straight to the floor, and I think Geeky realised perhaps full sending it in right immediately isn't the best way to play this one out. Play it slow. Gen.G are getting a bit uncomfortable in the quiet before the storm, and they're giving themselves away just a little bit there, at least on with the first. Still got these mirror windows to clear through though, but immediately it's going to be up to Hungry. Try and get himself in towards this objective, try and get this Talon shield down so the rest of the team can facilitate a plant. Here comes the utility dump, here comes all of the pressure. Do Geeky have what it takes to get this one over the line? They're pushing in on through now. Skies is going to drop to the floor. Rorik finds another one for himself, but no, Hungry's going to go down. That's a critical loss there, because look at the top of the screen, there is the clock. Luckily though, Geeky though, they're winning all the picks when they need to. Marto and Asa with it all to do, but like you say, there's a C4 in the back pocket of Marto here. All he needs to do is play this moment perfectly. Perfect timing makes perfect moments. C4's going to go up and overhead. Can Asa protect his teammate long enough? The C4's going to get it, and with it, Gen.G, they need to deny the plant. They'll find it. Triple for Marto. They'll take the map. They'll force us the distance. We are going all the way to Cafe.
Map number 3 is going to be there for both these teams to bring it the full way. But my goodness, Gen.G, you just can't play with our hearts such as that. In the very last few seconds, we saw the final 2 players playing off of each other. The defense on the mirror so she doesn't get shot out. The C4 to find the diffuser, and then also the spray as a desperate Thermite is just attempting to find the very last few inches of that diffuser, but there's no angle to be covered in that moment. And Gen.G are taking it to map number 3 within this best of 3. Traviiii, we have seen in overtime. We have seen this go even the length over into map number 2. There has not been much dominance. And now, one map stands between these 2 teams. Who continues in the upper brackets and who will then be sent to the risk of elimination?
Heart is beating, everything is going. This is going to be one of those games to go down inside of the history books, to really cement themselves on what is going to be going through in towards these LCQs. And what a phenomenal series that has been thus far, and it's not over yet. One more map, Cafe Dostoevsky, a more neutral battleground, a sort of a high preference map for both these teams. Certainly one that maybe leans a bit towards Geeky, but Bank was Geeky's pick. It was the one that they really wanted to force out inside of this match, and it just didn't work out for them. So everything is still on the table, all cards are out to play for, and this is going to be one of those games that's going to be a history maker. For now though, we're going to throw things towards a very quick break. We will be back in a moment with our third and final map of our first series of the night. Don't go anywhere. We're back in a few.
I need a scarecrow after what you did, 'cause all of the birds know that I'm almost dead. I'm barely breathing, I'm barely awake. You left me in pieces, there's no more to break. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. I need an angel after what you did. 'Cause you were the devil, you messed with my head. You lied to my mother, you lied to my friends. You said that you'd be there, but this never ends. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a You're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. You're just a ghost inside my head. Oh, you're just a ghost inside my head.
A series that has become worthy of a Six Invitational itself, but we're only here in the first day of the Last Chance Qualifiers. Gen G versus Geeky, we're going all the way, we're going to map 3 after a map 1 that could not be separated. And map 2, Gen G stormed over 7-4. We now find ourselves on Cafe Dostoevsky to round out this series. Who will be going on in the upper bracket? Who will be falling down towards the lower bracket to face Wolves? Well, that all lies ahead of us. I'm still Traviiiii, this is still Puffobob, and we are on the verge of an all-timer.
One team isn't on the verge of extinction, but at risk of being sent down to the loser's bracket, which will be by matches for the entirety of the continuation, unless you're able to win every and each one of them. Now, that's a difficult process, but in general, I mean, we've had ourselves such a fantastic 2 maps. I'll be completely honest, the action, I don't think it will be matched, or at least not for today, let alone for the rest of the days.
This is one of those LCQ matches, those qualifier games where we go, oh my goodness, what an all-timer. This is one of those games you're going to look back on. This is just one of those. It's going to go down in the history books. You're going to look back on it and we're going to go, that was awesome. So for all of you at home, thank you for being here. Thank you for watching. The amount of you in chat, all of the support, loved a lot of you. It is immense. It is incredibly appreciated. And glad you're all choosing to stick with us as we go through the final round here. Or a final match, rather, of round number 1. A couple of round 2 games have started. Twisted Minds Project Zero has started, as well as Shifters Panahone. The other 2 games in the bracket will be going underway after this one. The winner of this matchup will be going up against Virtus Pro. The loser will be facing Wolves in an elimination game. And that is all right after this tonight. We're only just getting started.
We're only just getting started, and both these teams then having the respect, not only that, but the glory to face a team that's been, we're talking about Virtus Pro, the same team that used to be Empire, probably one of the most scary teams in history, I would dare say. And again, to have that kind of respect, that glory to be up against them while you're trying to climb into SI and T1, I think it is probably the best way to showcase what you've been able to do. And of course, not only that, but both these teams have been showcasing what they have to offer in these 2 maps. There's one more, Travi, though. We are going onto Cafe Dostoevsky, the Russian Death Box. We are heading into map number 3 of our best of 3 Geeky Esports, and Gen G have been the rivals we want. And now these rivalries are going to be set down to one final standpoint. Map number 3 about to begin very soon.
You speak of a Russian death box, and I think of a Russian death machine. Gone are the days of joystick, gone are the days of the old Empire roster. Let's bring in the new, Rorik. He's had a phenomenal series, a phenomenal year, really, all things considered along. And, well, this series, he's not been quiet at all, having a great game, great performances across both maps that we have seen. And unlikely to stop as we head in towards our 3rd and final map for all of the prize, for everything here. It's down to this last one, Puffo, and I could not be more excited to see who wins it.
You're certainly right on that. I couldn't be more excited either, but again, I'm not rooting for anyone. Even though, again, I just predict Geeky to come out on top of these Last Chance Qualifiers, since I've been seeing them grow and I have been supporting them. I would not take it away from Gen G to have that spot themselves. So ladies and gentlemen, give it one more in chat. Geeky or Gen G predictions are up. Put your last credits in. Support these teams as they need your energy going into the last map, but not the last best of 3. Oh no, there's still more action later on. So let's focus on the last one we have of this series going into Cafe Dostoevsky. First bans are out, the Aruni is gone, Ying, and I think this is lurking over towards the previous map because, Travi, we saw quite a lot of Aruni, didn't we?
We did indeed. That DMR, combined it with the long angles of Bank, did massive utility gain by the Syria Gates. She's a phenomenal operator, incredibly versatile, well-rounded as well. No reason to keep her in the game if you don't want to be dealing with those. Geeky allows them to use Candelas, allows them to use smokes more easily, and especially here with that Jaeger ban as well, really cementing that. Geeky are going to be focusing on their throne utility inside of this. That is going to be something they're really looking to play around here. And sure, while the Grim and the Ying bans have come on through from the defense, they're likely expecting that one. They're likely anticipating it to come on through. And Geeky, they might just have something cooking up their sleeves.
They might have something cooking up their sleeves. And the reason I also think they banned out the Jaeger and Aruni, Travi, similarly like to Bank, there's one main thing this map has: windows. Repel.
Windows.
You have so many sidelines, piano, cocktail, all of these. Even when you go to the bottom floor, which normally should be bunkered down on this basement-like scenario, you have small bakery, you have the main side of Christmas, you have so many goddamn windows on this map that it becomes very difficult to keep track of, and having your position set in a safe spot away from all sorts of lines of directions on a map like Cafe Dostoevsky can be quite a difficulty. So now into round number 1. DK on the attack, Gen.G on the defense. Bottom floor is going to be their playground. They are once more going with a mixture of util denial, plan denial on Mara's smoke, but mostly intel gathering. Something that Gen.G haven't been too prominent in the previous map. That was more of a geeky thing that we also saw on map number 2 and 1, but it seems Gen.G want to take a piece of that cake as well.
That they do. They're going to want to be taking a little slice of the same cake. Whether GK are going to let them have it or not, it's an entirely different question. Looking at the lineup here for GK, it's much more of what we've seen from them this evening. A good mix of utility and roam clearance combined with that fast-paced nature there of a good execute blitz and a capital, supported by the Ram as well for that vertical clearance. It's textbook Cafe, textbook GK. Nothing too flashy here in round number 1, and this is what we're used to seeing. Get to these third maps, things are going to calm down here. We're not at the high stakes moment yet. We're not at these points where it's going to be round ending qualifier breaking. It's bit by bit by bit, build your score up till we start to head towards the treacherous depths of later on in this game. For now, air of caution in the air as GK just make their way through the map, but not really much facing their way in terms of contention.
Hungry on the blitz, doing due diligence, clearing out the entirety of this top floor, as it has been set as a safe point for GK to scoutage. But Gen.G have set some of these players with dangerous positions, right? Deadshot mating verticals around this bottom red area to look onto top red stairs, so anyone going down from the attacking side might want to be careful of what lies below them. But there's going to be an extra acid. We take a look at the secondary utility of Gen.G, and they're loving their explosives as well. 3 C4s on a map that tends to rely, or at least this site specifically tends to rely on verticality. You're gonna have to take a very careful look at where you step. So while both these teams, compared to the previous maps, are playing a very extremely, I would dare even say, cautiously at the beginning, I'm imagining it's going to start picking up.
It is. This is where the pace is going to start to really pick up now and really start to become a problem here for Gen.G if they're on the receiving end of it. GK, they've got themselves what they need to do now to start to look down and push towards the objective itself, at least the floor of it. So for Gen.G, they're likely going to have to start to formulate something to stop this immovable, unstoppable object that we know as GK. They're going to make their way down. Vertical booty drones have done their work, and the clock ticks away here, and it's surprised to see all 10 players still standing in the lobby here, as power position is still being held on towards this first floor here. Marto's over towards VIP by the Christmas tree. Deadshot's playing behind the bar. Skies is in bakery. Rexon's made his way down the staircase, and he has no idea where this first defender is. Shuts him on down. Advantage flips the way of Gen.G. GK still looking to push up, try and capitalise on this pacing, on this tempo. They've just got to be careful here, because Rorik, tucked in a small corner, a small bakery, face to watch so many angles, has to fall away, knows he's not going to make anything happen from that position. Instead, Deadshot gets a bit greedy. Will fail, victim fall it. Final 25 seconds now. This attack needs to get a move on.
And the plans will need to be taken, right? GK are taking a note out of the book of Gen.G on how long it takes them to get to that execute, but it's not a pro. It's a con, rather, the opposite way around. And the Capital is nowhere near sight, I might even add, and he still needs the utility, needs to be backed into sight. Look at the position of the smoke. There's kills going each way. There's an exchange, but in the end, GK are the ones coming out on top of the gunfights. Blitz around the corner. There's only one more to stand for it, but they don't have the diffuser. It's the true bane of that strategy. Gen.G have isolated the one player who holds the case, and they brought it down to coldness below 0. And like it will be the first round for the defense at Gen.G with a successful first round.
Playing a game of operation. Just put your little tweezers in, pull out the one piece you need, and let the rest of the pieces fall into place around you. Beautiful round there from Gen.G. Beautiful level of discipline to realise, hey, we got what we need. We don't need anything more than that. We'll let them make their own demise, and that's exactly what GK do. Become the victim of the clock, the latest one in this series, as have so many players fallen beside it already in this one. A great start there for Gen.G, who started themselves off quite comfortably with this one. Good early round, but it was a very tight one there. A 1v2, not a favourable position for them still. But around Puffo and a lead, it's theirs.
Now I'm just crossing my fingers that GK don't persist with these late round pushes in the very last 25 seconds while the Capital isn't even near the doorstep of the site with the diffuser, right? It's a very difficult spot to be stuck in. This is where G&G were a bit prominent on in the previous map, and it's a mistake they realized and adapted upon very quickly. Now we're just hoping that GK can do the same, because if not, they might be quickly down a round or two, maybe even three, up until they adapt. As for now, we're going to be going towards the top floor. We do see G&G playing again, more towards that back-end passive gameplay. A lot of utility to shut down the enemy utility, mostly for Wise instead of the Jaeger. Since the Jaeger's bad, right, you might as well go for the second best.
Yeah, you may as well go for your second best option here. Wham! I mean, he's got a secondary shotgun now, and I'm surprised that really hasn't brought him into more of a commonplace here. We don't see a massive amount of him on certain maps. There are some sites where you do see a lot of Wham! But there are other ones where he's just a bit vacant, and surprised me, he's quite versatile. Secondary shotgun, great primary weapons, good amount of utility as well. And we look towards the flip side of GK here, they're concerned about Gen.G being maneuverable. They don't want anyone escaping their grasp. Once they lock eyes on someone, they want that kill. You've got a Nomad, you've got a Gridlock with 9, he flanks the 9, he escapes, and then you've got the Deimos there to corner and go for the hunt.
Drone set up nicely. Packbull here, just going to clear out this piano side. We do see the castles being used, and sadly not on windows because, again, they can easily be taken out, but rather used on doors. So, of course, Gen.G can kind of shape and form this upper floor to their will without the need of an Azami. Even that could have been utilized, but for now, we rather focus on denying the entry from GK here, especially of them capturing a lot of this utility. There is tracks set up on red stairs. There is some destruction being sent on this top floor, and even though Gen.G players are being spotted in the moment, we only saw one, and there's just more than that one signal alone.
There's a lot to clear through right now if you're GK. I mean, look at that. You've got 4 identified defenders. You need to push your way across this top floor. Not going to be able to use the death mark there because of the mute jump. And look at this. There's 3 players looking on this doorway here. If this Deimos pushes up, if Krex makes the wrong footstep, he's a goner in this situation. He has to know the precariousness of what he's found himself in here towards Cigar's side. Going to opt clearing out mute jammers rather than the heads, and I think that's a fair go at it at this point. Why would you give yourself away? Why would you give yourself up when you can let your teammates do the work for you? Rorik finds out Naquo, but a run out from Skies trades it right back. 4 versus 4 inside of this one. Assad taking a lot of damage now. No choice here but to fall back away.
Fall back away off to white stairs, and there wasn't much of a reaction from Rorik. The counter there for a run out was plenty of seconds in, but Rorik just didn't seem to find the angle. Maybe he wasn't aware that it was to his left. Whatever the case, that's going to be the Nomad now falling, and the execution from GK now taking an extra second, right? They're seeking out a hopeful kill, but Gen.G have learned their mistakes. They can't play aggressive against a team that knows how to bring fire to the table, and you can't fight fire with a fire that brights very, very, very much more. As 30 seconds remain here, we do have another fall here. Rexon is going to be able to find GK in an opposition that looks better for them. The Gridlock keeps on pushing forward, wants to open up the side so the plan can go down, and Crash is going to be allowing that so much easier, but look at Asa's position. The Wamai down below. Maybe the sound call from that powered wire might be a bit of a thorn in the side, but Rexon's so low that the Wamai just hoping to catch some of these players on guard. He's able to down one. He's on their 6. Now a second down exchange, and all left down to the Wamai. Has 2 players to clear off, but there's no diffuser again being planted. A similar situation we've seen before, but this time around, GK are looking to take it into their own hands. Is hungry from above, heavenly distribution, and a round back for GK.
Got to give it to the work of that Hibana there, creeping on out, giving away the information there, allowing the one to drop from above, confirm the kill, and GK will get that one. Almost another round of disaster. Almost another round of, uh-oh, what are we doing? But not this time, not meant to be. And we will continue to trend. Back and forth. Tied rounds all the way through. This is what we love to see. This is how we want this third map to go. We didn't quite get the overtime in map number 2. I can only hope for a slightly different story here as way through this one. Third round now, final round of this first rotation of bomb sites here, and I've really got to wonder what this one's going to be cooking up here. We're going to be heading towards mining and dining, I love to say that one, and it's a fun site to play as well. A lot of opportunities to play. You're going to have a high emphasis on the above positions. You're going to want to hold that top floor as long as you can do, because DK, they're going to want to try and clear through it in record time to start to apply that vertical pressure on downwards. For Gen.G, it's all about burning that clock and then getting as many as you can before that push comes.
What I absolutely love is that you take a look at the site, and 2-3 years ago, in ranked or competitive or pro league, this was a site that was despised, very heavily hated, and honestly never picked. It was like the bar of Clubhouse, but just on Cafe Dostoevsky, right? A curse, one of the 7 deadly sins that these maps can offer. But right now, it's being very viable, and these teams are looking to bring the utmost potential out of sites such as, we're seeing that again in information, in C4's explosiveness, but a mix of intel gathering that allows you to play around these stairs and extend above, so Geeky don't have the full easy ground given to them in these early parts of the round. Thankfully though, they do have a bit of their own utility to help them clear it out, such as the Dokkaebi and Demos, which by the way, Krex and Rorik have been very persistent on them, and they've been finding the right value that these two operators offer.
They've been getting perfect value out of these operators here, and it's part of the reason for their success. When you bring these characters, you need these resources, you need this utility. It's all very important to be able to maximize its effectiveness here, because resources are not unlimited in the game of Siege, unfortunately. You have to make do with what you are given, whether it's the case of 3 death mark trackers here, only 3 defenders identified here, but look at this. They're finding out these black eye cameras, trying to take him out early on here, using that secondary yellow ping that was acquired to the game, what feels like a lifetime ago now, really, that one. I remember when that one first came out and we're all like, this is going to break the game, this is going to break everything, and, well, jury's still out on that.
Yeah, still, it's definitely not as strong as it was hyped up to be, but definitely holds a sort of respect for itself. The Vendetta here from Krex can definitely deal a lot of damage, also break a lot of that surface. While in the meanwhile, the Deathmark will be unsuccessful, as the Mew Jammers are a perfect counter for the moment being. In the meanwhile, though, Geeky have not fully found succession of this upper floor. There's still someone lurking, and it's going to be Datshot right around that white stairs, or rather white hallway corridor, and looking to swing into Piano. Can find himself an easy one, and it's Krex caught in mid of reload. Just easy for the pickings, right? And Genji will find themselves an opening one, while Hungry doing just about the same. Drop from Skylight here, opposing Deadshot, but you can't win. It's inevitable. There's a second one for the WMI player already, and he keeps to stay his ground. He will not remove himself until his corpse is down 6 foot under. Rorik will find Martyr in return, though, but it's still an exchange of 2 players for 1. Geeky are paying the price each second they're given up to the defensive, and Deadshot is still above. A C4 to support him. Rorik falls from below, and Geeky are currently starting to crumble with each moment passing by. Finally, the WMI steps from his own ground, but even then, he's looking to reclaim challenge around Packbull and these white stairs. Roper now play it passively, but it matters not. He's holding his position. He has found himself 3 already, and it's all left in the hands of Hungry, who can't be craving for so much action at this point, as only 30 seconds remain. And look at that shot. He's pushing up again. He wants more of it. Pings on him actively. The Boogie's there to try and isolate the sound away from the dropping player, as he's stuck in a corner, finds it down, but there's still plenty of steps to go around. The verticality, you've been spotted, shot out low HP. It's all against you, and you're trying to find a resort, but at this point, all the shots you can bring, I don't think there's the time to support it. 3 players to go up against, even a revive there, and 5 on the clock. You're just either going to have to go with the defuse and hope they don't find you, or pull out this pistol in desperation and be a victim to Asa.
Oh dear, poor old Geeky in that one. It just felt like beat down after beat down after beat down in that one. There was nothing they could really do from that situation. Gen.G just in their stride during that round, just constantly, oh look, we get a first one because Krex is looking the wrong way. Oh look, we get a second one because we catch him sprinting through bar. Or we get a third one from the C4 down underneath. Everything for Gen.G went right there, and for Geeky, it all went wrong for them. So they're going to find themselves with that advantage inside of the series so far. And as the final ban phase of the half comes on through, Dokkaebi and the Valkyrie, I think that's a fair set of bans to make, right? It's been very intel heavy so far. Both attack and defense have benefited massively from what information you're able to gain on the other. So limiting that somewhat is going to give the players, especially playing solo, a bit more flexibility, a bit more comfortability to do things their own way and lay way to those massive individual plays we've seen really characterize this series so far.
Now, I do wonder, there's been a bit of a pattern between these two teams, right? Even if someone finds a round ahead or 2, maybe at max, it's quite surprising that we haven't seen more than a 2-round lead, which was then quickly caught up to. And I think this is something that will persist between them. Again, it's just the even matchup we currently have. But PK right now do need to find Gen.G, as they are on the attacking side. They do want to claim as many rounds on their attack as they possibly can, because that second half, I imagine will benefit them and their playstyle a bit more, especially because, again, you can use the aggression of the map to your will and form the advantage off of swinging, off of information. As of the current, though, that's what kind of Gen.G have been doing, especially pointing my finger towards Deadshot, of course. But in that prior round, you know, a one-man play was what ended up having Geeky fall to their knees. I doubt they're gonna let it slip by again.
It is indeed. Whoever they let it slip on through, it's gonna be I don't know. We'll wait to see. Round number 4 now coming on through. Gen.G returning back to the site we've seen from them plenty of times. A couple times before from them. It was that heartbreak diffuse drop round all the way back in round number 1, and that was an entertaining one. Hopefully we see similar things here. I love this pre-throw. I love this pre-place C4. It's going to go out the window here, and as soon as he hears it, it's going to go. Not going to make its boom though. Krex has moved away from the small bakery window for the time being. Instead, just going to start feeding information to the rest of the team. IQ here is a big pick. You've got the Echo on the card. You've got the Kaid as well. You need to be careful not to lose that utility early on if you're Gen.G. Losing it would be a massive blunder to you, and that's exactly why PK brought that IQ along.
Not too long ago when the IQ was under some heavy fire, when the Thatcher had his rework, everyone was thinking he was going to replace IQ, but look at how wrong they were. Look at how useful the IQ can still be because of the range, because of the tracking it has, right? The Thatcher is nice, but you get a big gun that's supposed to shoot something, while the IQ just has a nice little sidearm.
You know, Puffo, it's almost like we shouldn't judge things before we actually get a chance to play them and see. Right? We shouldn't overreact. It's a crazy concept, I know, but we should have just pointed our fingers at screen and go, ooh, overpowered, overpowered. They know what they're doing.
There's a reasoning, there's the saying, don't judge a book by its cover. Ladies and gentlemen, please abide by it, because currently we are seeing the prime example of where the IQ still can be used, and in the meanwhile, Gen.G have, although, been kind of lacking a bit of this tension, right? You can have constantly have them feeling under pressure, which is now set in motion as the boogie is set on down, verticality being established by Rexon, who's keeping himself safe, nice, and sound for the moment being, going to reposition that drone so he can find a better angle to continue on from kitchen prep onto the side as well. While a C4 from below, it seems there was a small bit of an explosion, doesn't do too much damage, but speaking of damage, Packbull is going to do his fair share. Asmardo will be his first victim to be claimed. A second one here by Rorik, and it doesn't seem Geeka have had enough. Now they're going to send that blitz forward to try and take initiation of Freezer, but right now, Gen.G already 2 players down. Vital ones at that as well. The smoke, those canisters being out of the composition might be a bit difficult to deny any plan besides those C4s, which you're just going to hope don't get shot out of midair, because right now, Geeky seem to be locked the hell in.
Extending slightly too far there, unfortunately for Gen.G. They're going to pay the price for it. 2 of their backbone operators will pay the price early on. Thing is, though, you've got to keep an eye on at the top of the screen. They've got the clock on their side. 25 seconds left to go. GK need to brute force this objective here now. They need to get a move on. But Gen.G, they're facing up a strong defense. They've got a strong line ahead of them, and Skies is taking off heads. Unfortunately for them, though, Krex is able to find one back, leaving us in a 2v4 situation. However, in the midst, the chaos set up cross has been found between Asa and Skies. Unfortunately, the former of which is the last one standing, but he finds a way in the middle, able to get one, can't get any more with the revolver. Unfortunately, another cross held by GK, and with it, he'll be able to take the round. Sailing just there, right next to Gen.G.
It seems we have some Christian players. There's been so many crosses established through both of these sites. At one point, it was Gen.G holding a cross on that blitz, and then it was vice versa. Well, Geeky were able to close things out with a cross of their own, but in the end, a crucifixion here for Gen.G. Second round for Geeky. On the other hand, they find themselves successful and an equalization like predicted, which wasn't difficult to predict. Traviiii, I think, I think we've seen all 3 maps go a lot of back and forth, which is something I love because at the same time, it also does make us wonder, are these teams gonna opt out for a tactical timeout at any point? And when will it be? When are they really gonna feel under all the heat from their enemies?
We've seen one, haven't we, from the side of Gen.G. That was all the way back on bank, and worked wonders it did. They were able to claw themselves right back into the victory position on that one, and it is exactly what you want to see from these sides. You don't want to see them getting beat down in the coach. I believe it's Akdar on the coach for Gen.G. They're really giving the players a good talking to there, and hopefully we can start to see a bit of a similar thing emerge through here for the side of Gen.G. Just keep that mental, keep that resilience going for them, and it will take them far. For GK to get to take a time out this series, but they've not really ever been in a position where they've needed to play.
No, I don't think so. I mean, right now, again, we're still into the early part of map number 3, but when I say map number 3, we're quite deep into the entirety of the matchup, right? And that's something that really does start to set on in how quickly these rounds have been passing us on by, and we're at a certain point where these teams can't really afford to lose any rounds, or where a single round loss could end up being the benefactor of their matchup being won or being a defeat. So, however this is going to continue to go, GK right now have found themselves one round. It's an opportunity to reclaim and dethrone Gen.G of their lead, meaning right now GK, again, on their attacking side, have a great opportunity of kicking off this map in strong fashion.
That's it. It's still early days. We're still in the first half of this one. Sure, we're 2-2, and this could be the opportunity, for, as you say, for some team to really kick things off in a good way, get themselves that 4-2 half that they're going to be looking to secure here. Really, for Gen.G, I feel it's their half to lose at this point. Onwards here. They're on the defense. They need to get themselves on starting strong, and that's exactly what they seek to do there. Pack ball down for the count. All hard breach for GK. That's gone and done and dusted, and they need to spend a couple of seconds to pick up that diffuser as well.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame as well. Packbull, who has been such an unrelenting player in the past, now not being able to perform at his best, at least not going into map number 2, or rather map number 3, and to the current standpoint where we're at, as he will be the first to fall. Again, just being a bit too deep into that window allows Deadshot, who has been performing absolutely phenomenally, to get himself an easy pick. And in the meanwhile, though, GK, that's not going to be halting them just yet, but it certainly will be halting that clock, as they only have a minute and a half to make something of it. Currently, a bit of damage cracks his way. It seems there's the attackers making a couple bits of sound towards that upper floor, and red mainly, as they have stepped into the building finally, but they need the next step. A couple of verticality bits being opened up, but GK, as of the moment, not really in that spot to find themselves a comfortable execute.
No, there's nothing really going for GK right now. What they're trying to do at this point in the round is why you're seeing them poke and prod a lot, is they want to find something that's going to equalize us. Back to a 4 versus 4 situation, because from that point, GK can work with it. Gen.G's got the right scenario, and they were playing safe, bar one man. That man is Skies. 7-2 so far this map. Oh, Deadshot, do not team me like that. Rexon's able to find one on towards Naquo, but I think that's about all it's going to be. 2 versus 3 situation now, final 40 seconds. GK, despite the bloodbath on the top floor, there's still a man down, there's still one behind. Gen.G have 2 C4s to play with as well, and while GK make work on the vertical, as much as it could work out for them, it could be just as dangerous.
Drones may be a bit too late. I'm sorry to say so, Rexon, but you currently don't need information. You need a couple of kills. You need Cracks to make something of himself, and he has done so, entering into sight. But where's the case, right? It's somewhere completely else. Rexon, with one of his kills, is going to find that brute force entry, but look at Asa just serving them both on a silver platter. The magnum opus that would need it in the final few seconds shut them both down. They ended up taking close range encounters with a man you should find last, as it will be around for Gen.G 3-2 now. They do find themselves an equal spot in the first half, and maybe even a victory if this following one is theirs. But it goes without saying that Geeky there, those poor window players just could not find an opening.
That came out of nowhere from Asa. That just appeared. It just materialized, and suddenly he just pops off like that. And I think Marto put it in chat. Asa is the GOAT. Game recognizing game. Phenomenal. This is what we want to see. Beautiful plays like that. Get Gen.G around over the line when maybe possibly could have gone the flip side back in towards Geeke's side. But either way, Gen.G will take the lead in this one. Guaranteed even split. Now they need to look to work on whether they can get themselves this advantageous half for Geeke if they can tie it up.
They can tie it up, but yeah, DK, I think this is going to be a similar spot. Honestly, if I'm to put in my prediction, actually, I'm not going to do that. I don't think I want to cast a cursor. But we've seen the first 2 maps, right? I'm just going to take us back to the first 2 maps where the endings were 3-3, and then one of the teams ended up taking the lead. Normally, the one coming off of a losing 3-2. So I'm saying I'm going to keep that pattern in mind. But for now, we can't really say anything because Gen.G right now, with players such as Deadshot and players such as Skies, who have been absolutely outstanding, may I even say kind of the spearhead of their charges, as you compare them to players like Marto and Keiko, right? Who don't even have a kill for themselves, and it doesn't look good, but it's a topic I want to touch on again, right? I think Marto and Mako are kind of the reasons that those kills are allowed, although, be it quite frankly, the second we go and spectate Deadshot or Skies, they're always hitting those shots, so it's more of a mechanical difference.
they're playing well. They're playing their backline role decently for the most part, and even then, it speaks volumes to the quality of each player on the Gen G team, where two of your players can be sitting on a donut, and you're not only competing against this level of GK, but you're also in the advantage in terms of overall round count at the moment. Imagine what would be happening right now if Marto or Nako start to rack up some kills. It would suddenly possibly turn into a one-sided affair if anyone from GK can't begin to match that, because it's been an ultimately fairly quiet game from most of the players on that side. Krex has had a good start, he's 5-2, but there's nothing crazily standout. Everyone's just doing all right. In Gen G, it's the opposite. It's a mix of hot and colds. And speaking of hot, Skies is warm. Double kill with the C4. Unfortunately for him, one of those kills, it's himself.
Dead man switch set up. You gotta respect Skies for going all out. If he's going down, you're going down with him. Hungry, no longer standing. That's the shield gone. Now breaking down barricades. Gen G are starting to get aggressive. It's been a bit of a barren wasteland when it comes down to action between the two teams. Crack's looking to hunt one down and maybe start the pacing of this match to be a bit more faster. But again, the velocity is slowly getting picked up. We've seen a calm moment before the storm for this entire matchup. Now the smokes, the environmental ones, are out. There's still a player on red that's being held, and Deadshot has revealed himself. Will be forced on back, but look at the Vendetta from Crack's perfect positioning, finds the wallbang and the spot for Nako to be taken out. In the meanwhile, though, Gen G slowly starting to crumble, but still only one player below, so it's not completely out just yet, although they will have to hold this site with praying hands that the GK side will not just crumble them down. Breach is coming about. The Cape Claw is set back in motion, so that hatch will stay closed for the moment being, but as it stands, Gen G currently are sitting very comfortably and still with two C4s in their pockets.
This is it. Gen G, sure, they're a man down at the moment, but it's not the end of days for them. GK, they've got 35 seconds, and still quite a bit of ground to really clear for themselves. Vertical's being opened on up, and I can't just feel, but what we're doing right now doesn't match where we are inside of the round. So Packball, no choice but to throw himself outside the window here, eyes up towards mine, and try and get a plant on him, but the angle's being covered. Beautiful long shot there, being held. I believe that's Asa, the one to hold it, and Krex taking the opportunity while attention's elsewhere to insert himself in. During's down, dead shot. The fuse is going down, is the denial going to be there or not? Asa forced to run away. Marto puts himself onto the board, but is it going to be too little too late? The fuse has gone down now for GK. They've got a one-man advantage. All they need to do is hold the next 45 seconds. A trade for a trade, but unfortunately it's Krex coming out on top for GK as they come out of this one with an even split 3-3, and still all the way on map 3, nothing separating these two sides.
Well, I don't want to say I called it, but I called it. So
Puffo
it is
was
3-3.
Puffo was right.
Saying,
Everyone else was wrong.
I'm just saying. Everybody else was doubting me, but GK are back into this, and there's still some GK doubters and believers both in chat. So keep up the energy, everyone, right now, because it's about to get even more heated. Again, we're back to an even split, right? As of both these teams are heading into the second half with 0 rounds, GK on the defensive, Gen G on the attacking side. New bans do initiate. Grim is not much of a surprise. Mira not either. And of course, we do see the Dokkaebi and Echo, which I think we both explained it countless amount of times. And you yourselves, Siege players, do understand why these operators are strong. So instead of focusing on that, let's focus on how these rounds have been going in general, right? GK and Gen G, I don't want to say it's been traditional, but most of the times, the ones who find the opening kill are also the ones who claim the round, I believe.
That has probably actually been quite a good bit of a trend. It's very momentum heavy, the rounds here on Cafe. We're seeing a lot less of the back and forth that I think we saw on Bank. Bank and Consulate led themselves to a lot of rounds where a team would get an advantage and then it would be flipped around the other way by hero play on the other. We're not really seeing that quite as much here. Sure, Skies has had some really, really good moments. Asa and Deadshot as well, Krex. But ultimately, whoever seems to start the round with the best foot in tends to be the one coming out on top of it. And it's a definite buckling of the trend we've seen in this matchup, and it's disrupting things in the rounds individually, but overall it's not lending itself to either team, right? Puffo, we're still 3-3, we're still even, and nothing separating them.
Nothing separating them. These have been two teams like a bond I've never seen before. Again, I don't think I've seen a closer matchup. And we've stated it before, we'll state it many more times because of how monumental this one is. And it's the last chance qualifiers again. Maybe not elimination, but still you want to keep yourself in that upper bracket so a lifeline can be remained within this grasp. As now, NG going over towards the attack. They're not going to be wasting a moment to bring the shield into their roster. The Monty now showing himself again, the largest of the three, the most safe and sound operator in the game, arguably. While though Geeky on the defense already showing a slight bit of aggression, right? We see Rexon here. I'm seeing a weird shape. I don't know if it's just me. Traviiii,
no, you're not the only one seeing that.
Okay, so I'm not the only one seeing the holy trinity of a stick of truth and two balls of knowledge.
Exactly. Yeah, you're not the only one seeing that. We're just gonna gloss our eyes away from that. I think just pretend it's not. Yeah, no, that's definitely what it looks like, isn't it? From the other side, thanks Quo. I don't know. I don't think they've done that intentionally. Like I know in Copper, it's a bit of a strategy sometimes to use a roomie to put messages and holes and certain signs on the wall for people, but not here. Not at this kind of level of play. It's not one we see often. It's a mental thing. EK up in that mental warfare game from the 5s all the way to sticks of truths in the wall. Either way, Naquo, he's going to be right up touching it now, nice and close with the Montaigne.
Oh, God. Yeah. That's a good way to put it, but yeah, oh, look at Rexon getting dangerously close to death's doorway. That skylight might be something you want to be careful of, and again, it's all these angles. At some point, you kind of lose track of where you're all being held from, and that did cost Rexon the majority of his life, but he's still standing, and that's what matters most. In the meanwhile, though, GMG have slowly started to push themselves further. Thankfully, Packball's there for the support. We do see without the Jaegerband, the ADSs are doing damage, but Hungry, with a good kill on Disguise, the Monty pushing himself in an extra step in, but he's exposed from the back just to prioritize Rexon in a corner. Deadshot gonna take that moment. Asa for the support. Rexon finally finds the refrag, but again, now you're up against Monty, and you're just trying to gambit it out. He shoves you in a corner. He's able to find that finishing shot. Packball has not been supporting his teammate, meaning now Geeke are one man down. Yes, the Monty's low on HP, but what does it matter when he's got a plated shield in front of him? Footsies are exposed. Pedicure for the man. Let him drop the Monty's out of the competition, and Packball's going for a full run around the map. The largest rotation we've seen, and it seems Motto's looking to cut him in pieces there, but that leaves no time remaining, and Hungry to support his fellow teammate as the hunt is still initiated, but the prey has been set. Marto wants to finish what he started. He's looking for an angle to find the Jaeger, who's just teasing him, luring him in, but this is only one player who's been set nicely into action that just, he can't do much about it, right? There's time clicking, and even then he still gets exchanged by the end stage. A very fun engagement at the very end, but you know, it's a round back for Geeke.
What a round have we just witnessed? I mean, I've got to give the credit to Nacro there. Just taking the initiative, realise standing in that corridor by White is suicide. Just go into Freezer and see what happens. Like, I've got to give Nacro credit, stroke of genius, and if the rest of the players around him would have been able to capitalise upon that, that would have been a play for the Sentry, I feel. But for the side of Geeke, that was just from both sides, that was just a scrappy, messy round, I think. I'm going to say it, Puffo. I know it's only the first BO3 of the night, but I think the length of this game is starting to weigh on them a little bit. This is only the start. I mean, both teams were probably looking to do this 2-0 in clean fashion, and currently I think we were nearing the end of map 1 in some of our round 2 games, while we're still here in our first match of the night.
I'm still taking a look back at the ending of the previous rounds. Just how chaotic things went to be, and yeah, you're right. There's best of 3s weighing on them. I just imagine, or try to imagine how it's going to look into the second ones. Maybe they're going to be able to lock back in. Whatever the case, we are going to round number 8. Now, Geeke have reclaimed territory. They're around both. This is normally something Genji have been holding in map number 3, but is no longer theirs or within their grasp. So, going on to the next one, will Geeke find themselves that 2-round lead that's been only spotted once or twice in this entire matchup. Cracks here with a run out and almost catches Deadshot, even though the sense has been capped, or actually Barry of the run out. He's still able to respond a couple of shots towards the Valkyrie, but only a minor amount of damage towards the sense.
Easy peasy, lemon squeezy now. There's a bit of a shaky start for the round there, bit of a sudden wake-up call for the side of Genji, but regardless of that, Geeke can just play a bit more comfortably now, as will Genji, as they just look to slow things down right as they push back towards this Freezer side. Interestingly enough, not really looking towards the top floor for this one. They're just all focused on the first floor site. I mean, there's nothing really to clear above for the moment. All players of Geeke are holding the first floor, so why even waste your time doing it? You don't want to play the vertical, that much is evident. Genji, they want to go for a horizontal take, and that's exactly what they're doing as they push towards VIP.
C4 sent out to try and confirm yourself a kill, but the Blitz is going to be sent forward nonetheless. And even then, Bardokin with 1 kill of his own. Rexon will be the first to fall. Deadshot following along as he just can't withstand those canisters from the smoke. Hungry keeps them going, but in the end is taken out. As for the greater results, Gen G have exchanged 1 player for the count of 2. HP-wise, they're not looking the healthiest, but right now this push has commended in succession as all things have calmed down slowly. Both teams have taken a moment of space and a breather there just to calm down and reevaluate what their next plan might be.
Oh, this is it. You've got a moment to breathe, a moment to regather yourselves and put your thoughts together. Where do you want to go? How do you want to play this one out? The big issue is Gen G ignored the top floor, and Trex has taken that opportunity like a golden ticket to insert themselves up on above. Looks to play the vertical through. If the rest of the team can hold the fort and the objective, this should be a fairly standard closeout here for Geeky. Issue being for them is they don't have the man advantage right now, but what they do have is a health advantage. The shield, Naqo as well, both low HP. 1 bullet's all it's going to need. Rorik can see through the smoke, but he can't do anything from it. Instead, it's going to be elsewhere. Asa finds 1 pick back. 2 versus 4 situation now. Rorik, no choice but aggressive, able to find his first courtesy of Skies and looks to continue dialing things up to 11 here. Here's the one coming through VIP, not able to find it. Naqo and Asa, what a piece, will get it for Gen G. But this one, Puffo, it's just spiraling out of control. It's chaos, it's calamity in the server. What on earth is going on in front of our eyes?
The words right out of my mouth. Calamity is the best way to describe it. I mean, we just saw Rexon with the Warden see 2 players around bar, decided to swing the Blitz, does find the kill eventually, but in the end is crossed out, and I do have to respect the commendable effort, right? He wants to find aggression for the enemy team to be a bit discombobulated so he can pick off a couple and leave his teammate in a possible 1v1, so that could be clutched out, but in the end, Geeky, just a very rough beginning, right? That rush from Gen G wasn't necessarily expected, and the response was not the best either, which resulted in the round being won. We are now 4-4, back to even once more, and KK now in the defensive. We are going to be seeing mining and dining, as Traviiiii loves to say.
Mining and dining. Oh, I just love saying it. Mining and dining.
Such a good, yeah, it's just
it
rolls on the tongue.
rhymes. Can we rework all the maps so all of the objectives are like?
Please, you know how in Fortnite everything has like the same letter? I don't know how to explain it.
Loot Lake, Tilted Towers.
Yeah, it's kind of something like that. That would be good. Just don't
we should
begin
also add,
adding all the Fortnite.
What do you mean? I want to hit the gritty when I kill someone. When I
God, Traviiiii, please, Traviiiii, we're gonna need to take a moment of silence for all the fallen soldiers who have just heard that.
And suddenly viewership for stream just hits 0.
It just plummets. We're banned from the stream. No more casting for us. Traviiiii and Puffobob were never to be seen again. And Moro neither. Backbone just mows them down. You mess with a bull, you get the horns. That's a spawn peak, and your nomad is gone, Gen G.
Oh dear, that's not how you want to start off this round.
Oh,
Unnamed,
no.
wonderful for Observer tonight. There's the pick, there's the focus. Oh dear, poor old Barto. Oh, that's just unfortunate. That's just not what you need. And well, that's the start to this one. This game's just becoming unhinged. This is just becoming one of those games. Anything can happen in the best and worst way possible. 40 seconds in now, Gen G, man disadvantage. They're going to continue through the notions as normal, shrug it off their shoulders like nothing ever happened, but you can only do that for so long before your lack of player is going to come back to bite you in the butt.
Gonna come back to bite you, right? Packball on that bald man with a microwave, now scouting out players and trying to gather where we're gonna push in from. A bit of an awkward drop here. We do see Naqo getting a bit of damage from those fires, but in the end stage, we still have most of the players from Geek 8 and Gen G alive. A C4 sent below. Rorik is just going to exchange himself and the position he held right back on towards those white stairs. Packball throwing the C4 with little to no succession, not even damage to be dealt. Still has active information of where some of these attackers currently lie, as that shot is hoping someone swings that white window, but that will sadly not occur as of the moment because Geek 8 realize they have the man advantage, and the time they've wasted is great, so now they can play the save game.
Clock's going down, and this is it for Geeky. They've got everything going their way right now. They've got the 1-man advantage, got the clock to play in their favour. They can just chill. Gen G, it's all on them to try and find something to go through here, and you know, you're worsened by the fact that sure you've got that Montaigne, but you're effectively a gun down. This is Genius. They see the player on towards the yellow ping, open up the floor, tear his head right off. Beautiful bit of team play there from Asa, and dead shot, and that is going to be the level 1 out that is needed there. Trying the same trick twice, but unfortunately for Gen G, Geeky are not going to fall privy to it. Instead, just wander away from these vertical hotspots and play it safe now. As final 50 seconds, we are equalised. We are tied, but all the utility for Geeky has been burned.
All the utilities gone, Rorik. No, you can't be doing this. He's playing with his food. Skies walks into his line of sight, unwary of where the Goyo currently lies. That's a playback here for DK. They're able to claim another head as Genji no longer in an EQ spot. Now trying to scrap things together right 30 seconds once more. We've seen this as a Genji classic, it seems like, throughout all 3 maps where they just wait out until the very last few seconds, but they're working against not much utility, although a lot of guns and even more players on the opposition. DK, one of them is going to fall hungry, but Rax an instant to exchange. Again, the retaliation from the defensive players has been outstanding and wants to keep them within this matchup. You try to cross, but there's someone on the opposite side of the street. It's Rexon, it's Rorik, and it's DK with a round back for themselves.
I love to see it. Things we want to see in this one. Look at that. 2 tracers coming in from a 90-degree angle either side. Crossfires being held. Team play to the max. Got a good bit of it from both sides there inside of that previous round. But ultimately, it was Geeky to come out with the victory there. Yet again, time management issues just creeping in a little bit for Gen G. But still only around trailing. The back and forth could continue onwards. For now, we bound one more operator for the final time this map, for the final time this series. It's going to be the Valkyrie, going to be the IQ, effectively cancelling each other out.
Currently channeling my inner cast to make this go overtime. Please. Pretty please for me and Traviiiii.
We'd love it.
IQ and Valkyrie exchange out. I think it's a nice little counterfeit ban, as we're going to see information from both sides being limited. However, now, the defenders can play off of other operators, such as the Solus, a bit more comfortably. Even the Poles that was recently spotted to deal with some decent damage, but they are going to be heading over towards Library and Fireplace, the name of the game on the site. You all know it. Verticality has been since the beginning. I do wonder if Gen G are going to be getting away with such a... How do I put this? Interesting Monty play as they did the last time we saw him push on the upstairs. Remember that, Traviiiii, when he was just walking through battlefields, through the trenches? Not a care in the world, but he still managed to make it work.
He's a little tourist. He's a sightseer, Puffo. He wants to go and see all of these lovely locations, just wandering around. Oh, this is a lovely looking freezer. Is it up to code? Is it up to standard? What kind of food have we got in there? Because we're cooking up something special inside of this one. If you Gen G, that's what you hope at least. Instead, going to be divoting away from the shields, heading onto a lineup that is going to focus around containing GK's spurts of aggression, denying their flanks, denying their movement. You've got the Lion, Gridlock, Nomad trifecta there. So for GK, movement's going to be limited, but Wolf, they're most dangerous when they're cornered.
Oh yeah, they definitely are. And right now, both these teams have been in that receiving angle. As for now, though, Genji on the attack. We don't see that Monty no longer. Shield seems to have been swapped off, and a bit of a change. They're going to be looking to kind of isolate the movements map wide with that line. Cracks here with a run out, and he finds the down. Does he want to risk that C4? No, he's dealt damage. He doesn't want to risk anything else. Knows he's outnumbered in that spot and doesn't have that extra bit of information to fight another battle he would be most likely willing to lose. As now Rorik, maybe, just maybe, will be going for another. Hungry taking heavy damage. No, Rorik seems to be barricading off, so Stibbs' setup being prepped up in the late part of the round, but this is a huge opportunity for a run out once more, although no one taking it just for now.
No one's going to be taking it. We're just going to be seeing a little bit of a pause. Opportunity not capitalised upon. I mean, you say that. Look at the health on Hungry. He's low. A sliver is enough. And Oraxen with a beautiful shot there on towards Deadshot. That one's gnarly, but we've said it a few times how great these DMRs are at those long angles, and that's why you don't peek them, because one beautiful, well-placed shot like that with a headshot, the job's done and dusted. Geeky with a man advantage in this one.
Keep in mind though, Traviiiii, Geeky, they win this round, is going to be match point, and it might be the second time we get to see a regulation victory. I'm still channeling in my caster senses, but one's going to be going for a run out, and it's the largest mistake you've made in this entire round, Hungry. You go right into the hands of Skies, who has caught you hook, line, and sinker. That's one exchange for the other, but in the meanwhile, Gen G have been wasting a lot of time, so they know they need to pick up the pace. That's going to be Axa with a kill onto Rexon. Now the Aruni out of the competition. Man count has been given back to Gen G's side. The attackers are still wary that there might be a bit of danger upstairs. There's still someone lurking, and it's an instant headshot as Rorik's dome is caved in deep. 2 players remaining of Geeky. Even though they don't have a lot of utility to work with, they have that buddy system to between each other to try and go hand in hand and against the last 4 that are starting to slowly close the distance, and 1v1s might just be your best friend. Cracks with an SMG-11, looking to hold that verticality, finds no one, so we'll just for now back up.
That's it, hide away, back off, just let them come down to you. Crex is going to be taking a little bit of damage elsewhere. Packball holding up the long angle, catches the first one on towards the drop there, runs back towards the objective inside of safety, tightening that man advantage, just one apiece, but at the cost of all of his health there. Brought down to low. Packball now going to watch the laundry hatch, just has to be ever so careful of the floor above him because it's crumbling around him. Vulcan canister dive is going to stall out there, and that could be a massive issue. Gen G no longer have a way in through there. That's 15 seconds, meaning Gen G are going to have to push in at the 5-second mark. If there's one thing we know about the number 5, other than being insanely prevalent in this match, it has been disastrous for Gen G so far. A charge down the stairs, drop down laundry. It becomes a 1 versus 1. Marto versus Krax, the former of which can't stand up to the count, and this new player for Geeky is going to outcome the newcomer to Gen G, as the Geeky will take themselves up all the way to map point now, on the verge of sending a tier 1 team to the lower bracket.
To quote Rorik, you are so bad in chat. That is the mental that Geeky play around. The second they found a round, a 4v2 that was passed down onto them. And what the hell are we thinking, Gen G? They've been performing so phenomenally up until now, and they seem to have just let a mistake slip on by, one that has haunted them through the very beginning of map number 1. It is allowing Geeky to play isolated 1v1s. It is disrespecting the fact that their players, even if on low HP, have the perfect positions to execute you on the spot. Gridlock going alone to initiate a White Stairs gunfight against an SMG-11, the best secondary in the game. One falls, second one drops. That's instantly, oh, I just smashed my desk. Instantly down to a 2v2, and all of a sudden, Geeky are now on match point. Gen G, mistakes like that cannot be afforded. Thankfully, again, this is not an elimination match, and you are not yet eliminated from this one either. But you have 2 rounds, and you cannot allow these mistakes to prevail any longer.
No, you cannot. That is the big issue here. It's do or die from this point onwards for Gen G. Failure here would result in knockdown to the lower bracket, and what a match that's going to be, Puffo, if that's what ends up happening. Gen G, Wolves. The T1 teams have been struggling all LCQ long. It really feels like we're in a world of T2 at the moment, and one of the T1 teams will be going home tonight if Gen G lose one of the next 2 rounds. But not to get ahead of ourselves too far, Geeky still need to seal the deal, which for both these teams has proven quite a challenge this series, so don't count your chickens just as of yet. No spawn peaks this round. Things are going to be playing a little bit safely, as I think Geeky might just calm things down a little bit. They've got match point, return to your basics, rely on what's made you get to this point, your foundations, and just let them do the talking.
And even if it gets bad, even if it gets to worse, even then Geeky can still rely on their last few assets, as we've seen in the prior round. But let's not focus and dwell on the past too much, right? Because Gen G made a mistake. It's fine. Yeah. But now they need to make up for it, and that is with blood. 2 rounds in instant. Geeky right now are holding them at a bit of a chokehold. 4 players of the attacking side currently posted up on this roof, while the rest are just droning, going on repels, gathering intel. Both these teams are playing a very safe game, because we've seen what aggression can do if you don't play it accordingly.
See, you have to be careful, ever so careful now. Dial that aggression in. You know there's a Maestro there tucked inside of the corner. You're going to see him run away. Perfect cross, perfect pre-fire. Clinical from Gen G will secure them the early advantage inside of this one. Not only that, by losing Hungry as well, you now have that issue of you cannot use those evil eyes for anything other than information. Plant denial, no more.
No more. That's the Maestro gone. They have a couple of C4s. Rorik to rely on. That C4 limit down to 1. You no longer hold 2, neither do you hold those 4 players you were so fond of. Now it's that mute gone as well. Crex will be following his teammate in gray. A C4 sent up, but it tracks him to find 1. Instantly exchanged by Skies, however, who has found himself 2 in this round already. Absolutely swooping the floor with the enemy team. Rexon low HP, Pac will take in more, however, and it's down to these shots as Rexon has given his 1. We don't allow the same things to happen now, do we, Gen G? You're down to the last count. Maybe he has low HP, but he can still shoot his shots. Don't let it happen again. You have the monty to work around with, but the time is not going to be in your favor. Sooner or later, each second ticking on down. He shoves him back. It's back to the corner where you belong, and Nako finds the shot. Now 1 more round between overtime or regulation victory. These 2 teams are at an all-time struggle.
This is it. This is the real trench match. This is the real grudge that we've started to see emerge between these 2 sides. All chat's been heated all game long. Twitch chat's been heated all game long. And we are now at the final point of regulation. Do we see a second overtime in this series? Please. Or do we see Geeky close it out here? And now I can certainly hope it's the first of those 2. I want this to go the distance. I want to see these 2 teams fight it all the way to the very bitter end. A return down towards Kitchen, a reliance upon the clash yet again for Geeky and for Gen G. It's options of how do they attack this one. We've seen some horizontal clears, we've seen some vertical pushdowns for them. Everything is still on the cards for them, so Geeky will need to adapt and be ready for both, which is the lineup they've bought. The question now lies of how does it play out?
Picture painted in red. GK one more round away from match point. This is something they held in map number 1. Keep that in mind. Kajila was their match point, but they were able to reclaim that sort of opportunity going into overtime. I don't think Gen G are going to allow them that once more if we do reach that OT. So GK, make sure you use it while you still can, but this is the last round, and you know Gen G are going to be locked the hell in, going for the final opportunity they have to keep themselves alive. The setups here from both these teams show a lot of pass in this again. Verticality from the sledge and round on Gen G, meaning they're going to take 2 approaches at it, while though GK have a lot of utility to keep themselves informed. I imagine there's a player from Clash posted around Christmas to deny that rush we saw earlier, while Rorik doing great God's work on this bakery side with the F-Mats alone.
Rorik has been masterful so far this series. Bit of a quieter cafe, not to deny. 6-9 so far. Not the nicest of scorelines in the world, but not the worst, certainly either. And really, you've got to just wait and see what happens with this one. With 30 seconds in, you can feel the pressure starting to mount for Gen G, and this is where they've historically had issues. Closing it out in these high stakes, these high importance rounds, they've given themselves an opportunity here. Just a 1 foot in the door of an overtime and possibility of staying in the upper bracket in the LCQ. It's going to be a tough ask to keep themselves there right now. They make a slow push on towards through the second floor now. Got it all cleared out with the EK relegated down. Now they just need to converge on this final little bit of ground.
No caveat yet spotted. One full play here to the side of Gen G as they're very fast-paced on their push forward. Verticality is already theirs to claim. DK, although don't need to contest it, their major game plan heavily relies and solely does so on this bottom floor as they're just waiting for Gen G to walk into their lines of sight.
This is it. You wait down now for Gen G to just wander in, make their move. How do they play? They're erring with a side of caution here, not wanting to overcommit to anything through fear of making a mistake, but fear of doing something could lead to you doing nothing at all, and that would be the worst possible way to go inside of this one. For Geeky, they are the defenders. They have the 6th man. They have the clock on their side. They can just wait. They can just hold. And that's what they're going to do. For now, Gen G will poke and prod, try to decide how they want to move, but ultimately, just indecisiveness, Puffo, and not committing to a single thing.
Not committing to a single thing. Look, nothing has been cleared. Utility still stands on this bottom floor. And Gen G, even though they're starting to make it down, look at Rorik, even going for a run out, finding Azabah Skies is instantly there to reevaluate that 4v4. Mardo to cut Rorik in half, as now Gen G are looking to take this the long way. GK might not be their final pit stop, but they surely are a difficulty and a burden at the very least. That timer mostly so. 35 seconds on the clock. Rexon is making sure this freezer will be unoccupied as long as he stands. Vertical fight from Hungry, able to deal the blow, able to finish the shot. Dead is now gone, and we have ourselves a 3v3, 25 on clock. Sands of times are ticking. Hungry sending those smoke babes out to secure himself. Bakery, it is his and his alone, while the rest of Gen G want to push themselves in sight, but find themselves unable to do so. Too much utility around them. Shots whizzing past each other's heads. 2 for 2, 1 for 2. It is all left down in a 1v1, and between Echo and Hungry, time remains. No diffuser in the hands of any of these players, and all that remains is the final few shots as Geeky will be your winners of the first round best of 3 last chance qualifier. The gatekeeper of C2 will persist as they are the final boss and come out on top within regulation.
Bookends there for the side of Geeky, and this matchup there ending with a clock all the way down on the bottom floor site, exactly how things did in round number 1 of that one. 7-5, unfortunately not going quite the way of the distance, but certainly a phenomenal one. And the T2 hopefuls, Puffo, they've done it. They have taken down an EML team. They have taken down one of the favourites of the LCQ. They have shut them out and will move themselves up to face Virtus Pro in the upper bracket. Elsewhere, in the lower bracket for Gen G and Wolves, one of our T1 teams will be knocked out tonight.
My heart's still beating, Travi. Heart is still beating.
Gotta check my
Map number
watch.
1 went 15 rounds.
It did.
Map number 2, regulation for Gen G, and we were maybe thinking, okay, Gen G have picked up the pace, right? Map number 3 shouldn't be too difficult. 7-5 for Geeky. Going up against Virtus Pro is the best way for them to prove themselves as T1 material. I think beating G1 or Gen G is already proof enough. But with this performance, I mean, continuing on the bracket into the next best of 3, I imagine greatness from them. I'm still going to support them because, I mean, we just saw what they can do once fully warmed up. And they were still messing about in map number 3. They were literally just, they were just having fun.
You could put Geeky on a main stage, like a major or an invitational grand final, and Fives would be in chat. They'd be getting up, emoting in between rounds. It's part of their brand, isn't it, really, Puffo? The nonchalance from Geeky. You never really see them all too bothered, and that definitely gets into the head of their opponents, especially in these longer games where things are starting to get tense. You're starting to get frustrated at your own mistakes. Geeky are just sitting there like it's another day at the office, lift legs up on the beach, chilling, cocktail in hand, like it's just another day. And for them, it is certainly so. They now get to go up against VP, which is certainly a step up in terms of status of an opponent, right? VP as an org, as a team. This Russian roster, they've been around in the game for years. And for Rorik, it's an opportunity to prove himself against themselves and elsewhere in the lower bracket. It's going to be a spicy one, and cannot wait to see how this one concludes tonight, because that was just match 1, wasn't it?
It was, and it was an exciting one at that. I mean, it was honestly great. I think this has peaked a Rainbow Rumble.
Oh yeah,
moment. I think this was probably one of the best matches.
This is up there.
Everyone in chat, let's be honest, everyone has been great. The support in chat for both these teams have been outstanding. And me and Travi, even before going into the cast, between map number 2 and 3, we're just laughing at how energetic the chat actually is.
All of you guys at home have absolutely bloody killed it tonight. There's 450 of you watching right now, which is absolutely absurd numbers compared to anything else I've had the pleasure of casting before. So to all of you who have chosen to watch with us tonight, I thank you greatly for it. Hope you've had a wonderful time. And, well, we're going to throw things to a very quick break. We're going to decide which of the next games we're going to be covering through. As we said, it's only the first best of 3 of the evening. We're just getting things started. So make sure to stay tuned, because things in the LCQ, they're only getting hotter from here.
Trying not to follow suit. Don't like the color, I'll change the shade of it. I'm not afraid of it. I know I'm holding on to this. Holding on. I know I'm holding on to this. Holding on. Don't let me repeat it. Don't let me repeat it. Fast forward a year or two, friends have changed, but so can you. So can you. For too long about the mistakes, while I resent, I learned to hate. Forgot your names. Fear the struggle to follow on. Need to focus to prove you're wrong. I'm not wrong. I know holding on. I know I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. Don't let me repeat it. Don't let me repeat it. I know I'm holding on to this, holding on, holding on, holding on, holding on, holding on.
Blame it on me. You're just too scared to be lonely. No one's safe from the Reaper. Not a saint nor a sinner. Rage under my skin, slowly descending to madness. Let it spread like a virus. Be a friend with the violence. Help, there's blood on my hands. Somebody save me from myself. I'm off of the meds and it might get hideous. Why so serious? Run for your life, cause it might get hideous. Why so serious? Change, can you swear some? Never mind, I forgot where I came from. Like wolves in the darkness, we've adapted to blindness. Fall asleep with the sirens. Help, there's blood on my hands. Somebody save me from myself. I'm off of the meds and it might get hideous. Why so serious? Run for your life, cause it might get hideous. Why so serious? Run for your life, cause it might get hideous. Why so serious?
I wanna know your dark side. I wanna know your secrets. I wanna be your lifeline. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Tell me you're more than just a highlight. Pretty pictures on the outside. I hate to stare at you through these lights. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Oh, oh, this ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial. This ain't love,
said that you've been lonely, makes you cold as ice. Hard to get to know me, but better than the lies. No way I'd let you slip by. No way I'd let you say bye. You said there ain't no reason, but I'll sit here every day, waiting for the moment I won't feel like I should stay. No way I'd let you slip by. No way I'd let you say bye. Can we watch it fade, fade away? Can we let it fade, fade away? We'll take it day by day. Can we watch it fade, fade away? You said that you've been searching, silencing my mind, trying to be patient, but running out of time. No way I'd let you slip by. No way I'd let you say bye. You said there ain't no meaning, I just wanna understand everything that led us here, the teardrops when I hold your hand. No way I'd let you slip by. No way I'd let you say bye. Can we watch it fade, fade away? Can we let it fade, fade away? We'll take it day by day.
Three, two, one.
Ladies and gentlemen, now that our hearts have settled, now that we have had a moment of a breather, a break, a lap, something to munch on, something to drink, I hope you have everything ready, because we are going into the second best of three here today, the lower bracket, and, well, it's still me. It's obviously Travi, since we're on his channel. And Travi, can you just announce to these beautiful people who are going to be watching?
We are going to be watching. I need to update the text at the bottom. I mean, it says it in the title, so spoilers beware, but Genji versus Wolves. That's going to be our game coming up this evening. Why this one, you ask? When it's a very spicy upper bracket game. Well, this is an elimination game. This is do or die for one of these two teams. this year ends here for themselves. Now, Wolves, let's start off with the team we've not seen yet today. They were unable to qualify back into EML for next year. They're going to need to play Challenger Series to earn their spot back up in Tier 1. They've made a couple of roster changes, had some small shift arounds. And for Gen G, while they are in a better spot, they will be staying in T1. Both these teams, their LCQ's not been off to a great start.
Yeah, and Wolves are kind of built up from many different players. They've had a real long while of roster changes. We're talking like a lot, okay? But right now they have their set. They have Leader, Noodle, Tyrant, Creeds, and Azar. Some of these players like Azar and Tyrant being from Fnatic. Then you have Leader and Noodle coming in from Team Joel, and Creeds being the more late addition from Gaming Gladiator. So this is a whole mix that is coming together. And honestly, they haven't been doing insanely well. I can't lie and say that they've been the top T1 team, but certainly within these Last Chance Qualifiers, again, I think like with most of these teams, it's a good way to find themselves a highlight. But Travi, keyword elimination. Second keyword match.
Match. Yeah, elimination match. I think that's a pretty blunt way of saying it. Like we said, one of these two teams, this is the end of their LCQ run. This is the final match they will play of this competitive year. For Wolves, it's a break till March when Challenger Series starts. For Gen G, it'll be a break until April time come start of EML yet again for 2026 season. So it's going to be a little while for these guys, whoever loses this one tonight. The winner will play again tomorrow. They will play one of the losers from the other upper bracket games that are going on underway. So just to remind all you folks at home, there are plenty of community streamers up in about the action. So don't just come sit here. So Shadowfighter Wolves are out of T1 because they didn't qualify enough points. The bottom two team spots, basically. So you've got your 10 teams in EML. Your bottom two, their spots are relegation spots, essentially. Now, I will admit, Wolves did slightly get cheated by the system in the fact that it should have been Fnatic. But Fnatic are a partnered org, so they are therefore immune to relegation. So it went to the next team, which was then Wolves. So I believe it's Wolves and Wild who will be playing in Challenger Series this year. They can re-earn their spot. Don't get me wrong. This is not it's not over for them. They can get their spot back. They just have to beat everyone else fighting for it, which is a tall ask.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of looking forward to Wild. I think Wild are also one of those teams that were able to break through into T1. I still remember 2 years ago, again, we were casting them a lot inside of T2, and they were very active. They were kind of like the previous Geeky, I would dare say, and now they've had results where they've beaten Falcons and even somehow lost to Wild Multi-Gaming in the Last Chance Qualifiers. So things happen all around the board with some of these teams, but honestly, it's been a fantastic time here, and we're going on to Gen G Wolves. Now, Gen G right now had a bit of a break, right? But they are warmed up. Wolves similarly so, but we haven't seen these two teams go head-to-head. Now, with Gen G, both of us, Travi, we have a bit more personal experience since we literally just casted
literally just went through the longest game of all time with them.
Wolves don't have as good of a reputation as, let's say, Geeky, although Gen G were just going toe-to-toe with Geeky, and I do wonder if that's going to be affecting this matchup. We are mentioning statistics, but I'm not going to be a nerd. I'm just going to say let it rip.
Let her rip indeed. Yeah, there's not too many statistics to really go off of here. I think for Gen G, what I need to see more from them as an overall number is going to be closability. They get themselves into so many winnable positions, so many great spots, and then that's it. They just kind of fail to go through there and really, really struggle beyond that point, really, all things considered. And Wolves, it's much of the same, but I feel the fundamental level of Wolves sometimes can struggle. They can really struggle with some basics at points, being that newer roster, being that sort of built together from pieces of other teams. The cohesion, I think they've yet to find it.
Yeah, and we have to mention, you know, Wolves are stacked, you know, even though, again, they are not that insane T1 team that has always been dominant, they do have a very good roster. And besides that, they also have some good background staff, such as the coach. You know, you have Kendrew, who helped Navi win out, I do believe it was, let me check, actually, I'm going to fact check. Yeah, Pro League Season 10, all the way back in 2019. So Kendrew has an amazing stat track. So Wolves are right now in good hands. And, you know, as for the side of Gen G, maybe not as much affordability per se, but I think Gen G have given more results. As for Wolves, they definitely carry the legacy. Yeah,
Wolves have had that legacy behind them, right? They have been here for the longest time as an organisation. They came into the scene when Vitality, back in the day, I believe it was around the Berlin Major time, 2022 era, dropped their roster and picked it up from there. That was the French-speaking roster, coached by Lee Loon, Bibu, P4, Shinka, that lot of players. And since then, obviously, have gone through Wolves for a few years, then got picked up by BDS, now Shifters, and now Wolves have gone back home because obviously Wolves are Wolverhampton Wanderers. They are a football club at the end of the day, and they have returned home. They have brought a British team. Are they better off for it? Maybe not, some could argue, but it's okay because Wolves are finally back home, and hopefully for them, they can get their LCQ going here. This is a really good proving point for them. They've just gotten knocked out by VP, and that game was pretty one-sided. 2 games of 7-3. It was not great from Wolves, to be honest.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm going to sugarcoat it just a bit. I think these two teams, as they've been all around the place, that might just be a moment of struggle such as it. Wolves, again, and Virtus Pro, both these teams have been known to kind of be on and off, win against extremely solid teams, and then lose dominantly against worse teams. And I think it was just a moment like that, which again, I don't know how they can shake off that consistency. However, going into these lower brackets, it's another chance for Wolves. This is what keeps them, it's kind of a safety net right for now, but you have no longer any remaining, and you will need to make sure that your run here in this best of 3 with Gen G is going to be good enough to keep you continuing in these lower brackets until you find yourselves all the way back in grand finals.
Yep, and what do you do when you get to grand finals? You get yourselves into Paris. You get yourselves in with the top dogs. Just to look at the bigger picture here, everyone else who has actually qualified so far for the Six Invitational in Paris. Look at all of these teams, Puffo. Look at all of these stories behind them. It's a pretty stacked up list.
And only one team to go into EMEA here from these last chance qualifiers. There is no more of that 2-team continue from the last chance qualifiers number 1 and 2 that we saw. These are the last chance qualifiers, meaning only one team walks out alive, and the rest are just gonna have to say sayonara and off to next tournaments. But as in the meanwhile though, Travi, we're taking a look at extremely solid teams. You have your Furior, your G2, even though I don't think they're gonna win it, I am extremely hyped to see how Wildcard are gonna do.
Oh yeah, I mean, Wildcard, we were talking about it in Munich, everyone sleeps on them. Like, Wildcard have played 2 international events, they made quarterfinals in Reload, quarterfinals again in Munich, knocking out none other than G2, and everyone still goes, they're not all that, and it's like, well, they kind of might be all that, to be fair. They're a very, very strong, very, very convincing looking side, so I've got my fingers crossed for them and to see what they can really get themselves to cook in. And all I'm going to say is a bit of regional bias here. M80 made it to the slot invitational because they won the major. Fair game. Falcons are the only team who did well at the major and then did really well and have then won their regionally. FaZe, you could argue as well, but SSG, where were they at Munich? God, there they were. Weibo,
God knows.
I don't know. It was APAC. It's a fluke. It's fine. Yeah. As much as I'm an APAC apologist, they ain't winning. I don't know. I jest. I want APAC to win something so bad. Like, I will sob if we hit the end of the year and APAC have not won a single event. We're getting to that point, but equally, I still think we're a little ways off. EU, though, our best teams won the EML quals, won in the finals for the regional league, and hopefully Shaiko finally lifts the trophy and the Falcons.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm kind of a fan of Falcons, mostly because I've been a fan of, Shaiko, the BDS roster going over to Falcons in general, so I was hoping that they might be able to win out the Munich Major, but sadly not so. Now they're going to have an opportunity in their own home region. The French are going to be going absolutely wild, and that's something I'm looking forward to, but if they bottle another grand final, I just don't know anymore.
Yeah, I mean, this is the eternal, this is the Falcons paradox, isn't it, really? What do they do? What, like, you choke your, 5th grand final in a row? To any other team, 5 grand finals is a phenomenal result. You're going to be happy with that, but surely after 5, you're a bit like, come on, guys, it's a bit silly now. Stop doing that. We should make a change. We should do something. It's an interesting predicament. It's the Falcons conundrum, the Falcons paradox, and hopefully for SI, they win. That wonderful little hammer we've got up there. They lift the big one. They lift the big one.
Yes, that looks sick. By the way, that honestly looks really nice. Do you still have the sign? Hold up.
Which one?
This one.
Oh, no, I do not. I replaced it with one of these bad boys. It doesn't really come through on camera all too well, granted. But basically, I can't really get the camera to show it, but I've got a giant wall of like printout pictures over there. And because we've been having so much fun this year at Siege events, I've run out of wall. I've got no more wall to put pictures on. So I got one of these, which is basically a digital photo frame. So I load photos onto it, and then it just cycles through them kind of like a PowerPoint. Yeah. It's kind of cute. Although it doesn't go too well on camera.
Yeah, but honestly, it looks sick. And like you said, this year has been 2025 and even continuing on to 2026, which has been an absolute blast. Siege has been served a lot of esports goods, especially the EU scene. Let's not even talk about how well the T2 scene inside the EU has been served. As Traviiiii, I think it's time we head into the second match today, the second best of 3. We're going to continue following Gen G as now they face off the very blood-hungry Wolves.
That they are, a lot of people say Wolves most dangerous when they're backed in towards a corner. Does that reign true here in the Last Chance Qualifier? We will have to wait and see. The operator bans have already been done for us behind the scenes. And as you may have noticed, a little swapping overlay. We've had a little swapping observer as well. Unnamed has left us here to go and join his North American brethren. Sailed across the Atlantic. And then over here, we've got Nanos now leading the fray, giving us this wonderful bit of camera work that we know he will provide as we head in towards our second and final BO3 of the evening.
Attackers need to locate and defuse
Yeah, I
the
mean,
bomb.
right now, we're taking a look at the next matchup, and I think we can just take a moment again. After so much hype has been given over towards this previous map, we can take a moment to cool things down. But again, this is elimination, so we might want to amp things up as we continue going. And as of the moment, you know, I hope that the EU scene keeps on getting fed so many tournaments.
Please. Please, can we have more tourneys in the EU? They're always the best ones. This is like common knowledge here. EU tournaments are by far the best tournaments in the world. This is just common sense. Up the EU, etc., etc., etc.
100% of the EU, and now we head into the first round. Map number 1, which is going to be shared to the previous comp map pool we had in the first best of 3 here, starting off with Consulate and then switched over to Chalet and Clubhouse, 2 maps that are kind of the grandfathers of the comp map pool as of the moment. But we take a look at these lineups and we're seeing, well, quite a lot of similarities, but Wolves pulling out a bit of nuance, if I am to say so myself, with Tyrant picking up the Capcan, which, as much as I don't want Gen G to die, again, this is not coming from a place of hate, but only from a place of me wanting to see booby trap kills.
This is it. I'd be down for a cat. I mean, you know what? We're here for the clips. We're here for the bits. And Naquo's here for the first pick of the series. Shuts down Creeds. That's the Solace God. I don't even know where he managed to get that one from. Asa taking a little bit of damage up towards the top floor office, but nothing going to come of that in terms of a kill for Wolves. And as such, they will be heading into this one with a man down. But Asa here's the player on the hop in. Grismont Mine pops off. Does he swing into action? Does he spring through? He knows the player's tucked in there in corner, but I think Naquo knows to stay the number as well. There's a duo come up to support, but a duo for the Wolves as well. Leader springs into action. Poor old Naquo, he's cornered. He's got nothing he can do. Double for Leader, and the Wolves, they'll run away with what they've taken.
They'll run away, Fang still open and waiting for an opportunity to strike, but Leader walks into the line of sight, and also it's open a bait look. Azure finds Skies, and that's another one to bite the dust. There's only 2 more players from Gen G now being taken off piece by piece. Tyrant with another one for the count. Deadshot falls, and it's left down in the hands of Habana, trying to approach this site right around the corner as well, but has plenty of players approaching you as Tyrant with a final shot. This man can't be shut down, as he's been able to wipe from the beginning till the very end. And the opening round here from Wolves.
Yeah, that's it. It's going to be a first one for the Wolves. 1 round up from them, and a good start to their consulate defense for Gen G. Despite their initial round start there, it evidently was not enough for them to really get it over the line and do it. So we'll just wait and see what happens. As we say, early days just as of yet. It's still 1 round in towards this one here. Clock's going to tick on through. We're going to get our pick phase here. We're going up towards the top floor, and Gen G are teasing my favourite strategy in the world, Puffo. It's my favourite one. It's the good old glass window plan.
Honestly, we've been seeing so much goods off of it today. Not only the C4 denial, which I think has become probably one of our most favorite moments. I think the C4 denial from the Thatcher is always fun. We're not going to be seeing that right now, at least until that Thatcher is picked up. But Gen G are still considering and weighing out their options of operators, so maybe there's an opportunity to slip that operator on in. considering although Wolves only have one C4, might not be worth the entire operator change. But yeah, you're definitely right. This is definitely 100% looking like a push towards that office window to get yourself an easy find.
It is certainly going to be a nice, easy way in, possibly for Gen G. And just as we say that, they completely change plans and go with something different. Now, I'm just teasing the possibility of it here, Puffo. This is something that Geeky did back to Gen G an hour or two ago. They had the Thatcher on the roof, trying to deny any plant denial. C4's Toxic Babes catching it with the EMP gun from the roof. And are they already learning, already adapting and bringing something of their own? I wonder.
It only took a map or two for Gen G to completely switch up their strategy here and adapt it for the better of themselves. Now again, this Thatcher, certainly going to be an interesting one. I'm looking forward to seeing if it actually capitalized on its meaning as of the moment, but as of currently, it is seeking out any information. We see the Nomad air jabs being nicely set up by Deadshot, although you have to be wary of these players, right? Wolves can still set up a bit of verticality, which they don't seem to be using as of the moment, and Gen G are going to take that into account as the push is on in, but Tyrant's position here doesn't go checked. Vacant, Deadshot falls, now just beating out the players. He's playing Ring Around the Rosie, but eventually Asa is going to be able to support the buck from below, find that second pick, as well as are quickly to fall. Leader looking to do his best against Skies, but it's just too low on HP. But only those smoke babes in desperation, the last one to throw it, but Asa's going to be simply locking it down and getting away with just by the bare skin of his teeth. Two players here for Wolves, and in quite the struggle as these final moments tick away.
That's it, final few seconds now with the diffuser gone down. Creeds and Noodle left to hold up the fort here for Wolves. Try and get a retake on towards this one, but Asa's out on the window here. Callahan launcher in hand. Final B's going to go, not even needed as the Nomad air jab gets the job done here. They can try and bait it out all they want here, but for Wolves, it's just a losing battle, I feel, at this point. Spray on through the window, no choice but to fall on back. Player contesting down below. Quad kill for Naqo. Marto closes it down, and Gen G will respond back with a round of their own. Tying yet again, Puffo one apiece. Is this one going to go to distance, just like the last?
I was just about to say, is this going to be another overtime? Are we going to be treated once more? Such an honorable matchup between the two teams that are fighting to keep themselves alive within these last chance qualifiers. Hopefully so. I think it would be very deserved. Again, all these matchups today do deserve to go the full way, as this is a lot on the line. Keep in mind, these aren't just your usual matches. This isn't your T2 league that you just get to see every month. No. This is qualification for one of the, if not the largest event in Rainbow Six Siege.
It is. It's the largest event. This is the big one that you've got to go for. And it's a massive importance for this sides here. Both of them really need to get themselves together. I mean, this is the sadness of it, and I can't help but sort of explain it enough. It's one of these teams, they're T1 sides, and they should not be going out in the qual this early on. This should not be it, and I think I can spoil what's going on over in the other streams, Puffo. T1 teams, they're not having a good night tonight.
Oh.
Panahone are one round away from knocking out Shifters. Or one map.
No.
Rather. Yeah, Panahone. Panahone are currently 1-0 up against Shifters. Like BDS / Shifters, they're yeah.
Panahone, my goats, what? That is the BDS getting knocked out by one of the stronger T2 teams. I think it's time for T2 teams to finally step up and take over the act of T1. They have been working hard. You got to give it to them, right? Panahone, Project Zero, all these teams, Geeky especially as well. They've been working really hard, and honestly, they deserve it.
I had the luxury of being able to actually have a chat with Panahone back in the Malta ENL finals. Lucky enough to be there and got a really good chance to sit down and have a chat with both Project Zero and Panahone. And mentality on both those sides, while Project Zero were obviously a bit upset over the loss on that day, both teams were incredibly happy with their year and very confident in their ability to compete with these tier 1 teams, even though all the way up to the mid of the table here. Geeky have already taken down one of them tonight. Twisted Minds have taken down Shifters, and it looks like a similar result might happen again. It's a T2 world, Puffo, and we're living in it.
It's a T2 world, and we're being introduced to it with a lot of glory, especially coming in from risers such as Panahone, like mentioned. But now we focus on this match, right? Wolves and Gen G going toe-to-toe, and as the first to fall, take the blame, opening contact, but return right back where it came from. Creeds with a good kill back onto Nago's side, and finding that Fenrir in the exchange of an IQ might be of equal value. But again, it's some of these operators that still stand strong as the Pulse, as the Solus, you might have to be wary of. And Wolves has set themselves down quite low. Yellow stairs shotgun up close could find an easy, victorious gunfight, but Genji don't seem to be taking too much mind of it, right? They're just playing it safe. Upstairs is theirs, and for now, they look to keep it.
Genji just happily cruising their way through this map, and I think that's the best way to play this one. Don't get too ahead of yourself. Don't get too overthinking. That was a big problem in the previous matchup. They would overthink these simple situations. You've got vertical control. You've got a minute left to play with here. Drop yourself down into the objective. When you're ready to do so, get that diffuser down. Doesn't need to be too necessarily more complicated than that. Issue biggest one right now I see for Genji is they don't have anything really to cover the plant. Don't have any smokes. It's stun grenades, a couple of shields. It's going to be difficult to force this one through.
Ooh, C4, perfect. Nice half-court shot here by Noodle to find Skies, and that's another one now gone off the table. Look at the Warden just cheeking behind the Monty, looking to see what's around the shield, but finding not much succession, just being baited in the moment. The shield is off and looks to bash him down. Unsuccessful, the Warden just taking that distance, and now finally some support coming in from the land as the Monty pushes forward a bit too deep, just barely getting out of that fight alive, and even now still being contested. Inside, however, Tyrant will be going down elsewhere. Another one more, but the bloodshed truly staying around this yellow side as a 2v2 initiates, but time is slowly starting to run low. Monty in a bit of a desperate spot and left as the last one, unfortunately, just taken out from verticality, exposed. The head tap doesn't come through, and he will be looking to save his KD, but it seems like there's someone that caught up to him.
It is. He's been found out, and unfortunately, they're not able to get the job done, and it's a second round for the Wolves now. They start to build a lead. It is a consulate defense, so not the end of the world just yet for a 2-1 first quarter of the game. Fairly par for the course. Really, all things considered, coming down to this operator ban here, what do we really see banned out? I mean, I'm looking at it and I'm thinking about it. There's nothing really that's jumped out to me massively over the first 2 rounds here, so we'll just wait to see what comes on through, and it is indeed going to be Wallace and the Grim. Okay.
All right. I'll be honest, I'm not lying. In my head, I was thinking Melusi and Monty for a moment. The Melusi has been quite annoying here for Genji to deal with, but I can see why the Solus would be more effective, especially with the amount of utility they've been working with. They've been constantly on drones, they've been gathering a lot, and the Solus has been active on the defensive side. As for the Grim, I mean, Traviiii, it's Grim.
Yeah.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused.
This
by
is it.
attackers.
It's the Grim. It's what I remember when Grim first came out and he was useless. Like no one used him. Like Grim was rubbish when he first came out. I think he was Berlin when he was announced, and everyone was just like, nah. Like, cool. Like, he was slow, he was cumbersome, had the bail-in, had the hard reach charge to make the launch quicker, and he's turned into one of the better operators in the game for gaining ground and clearing out space, right? He's really improved himself in the, what, 4 years he's been in the game now almost?
Already? No way.
What, Berlin was August 22, so yeah,
You're
coming up
making
in
me
4 years
sound
now.
old. Please stop.
I mean, you're in the 20+ club now. You are old.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Damn it,
Happy,
Traviiii.
happy birthday, Puffobob in chat.
Thank you. Thank you, Traviiii. I got told so many times I'm an unk in school. All my classmates were just calling me old.
You are
It's
right.
all that. It's horrible. I'm in my 20s now. You know how bad that? No, I don't like it.
I know how bad it feels. I'm 22. I'm an old man.
Don't worry, Traviiii. We'll get through it together. Everyone in chat, anyone who's above 20, welcome to the club.
Welcome to the club. This is where someone just comes and says like, "Oh, I'm 40." Ah, that makes a lot of sense. I feel bad for you. That's old. 40's old.
He's 40 years old, but honestly, respect to the English chat. Anyone who's about 30 here is just respect to you. Keep grinding, senior. But in the meanwhile, Mardo King is going to grind those bullets into Hazard's skull. The Ella now falls.
Attackers
Utility
recovered the
is
bomb
kept, but a
diffuser.
gun less always tends to be a bit of an unfortunate beginning.
It was indeed some fortunate start there for Wolves, but nothing they can't recover themselves from. Genji making a bit of a pivot round towards electrical server side. Now Hibana going to be wanting to make the entry through, and Nako just deciding how he's going to want to make his entry through. He's having a great game so far, 6-2. Mind you, in the first 3 rounds, it's a pretty impressive stat line. And perfect position to sort of carry Genji through the rest of this one, approaching the halfway point, and really just to slow out a bit of a stall out between these two sides. Nothing too unusual being played, but Noodle above is someone certainly to keep an eye on.
Noodle is definitely someone to keep an eye on, especially also you have to be wary of some of this utility. Again, we have a lot of traps. Please get a kill. Genji now opening up these mirrors with the Rex Kairos, pushing forward towards the server, now finding a groundbreaking step into the actual site itself, where the blitz is going to be possible, and that's the LP Kurzma making it really difficult for the blitz to find himself in a closed off spot with that shield in front of him, as he will be taken out. Now another kill back for the side of Wolves. They were able to reclaim a nice 4-to-4 ratio as Creech just drops on down. The Mardo King will find Noodle above. Leader somewhere else with one gets exchanged, and it seems to be a bloodbath around the side of servers. Calamity now set back to peace as Tyrant has to back off alongside Creech so they can play around the time in sight.
Clock's going down now. Tyrant's able to find an equaliser back towards us here. They have the yellow pings onto the player playing far away, but the issue is defenders have control of the kit. Sure, the attackers have the sight, but what use is it if you don't have the piece of kit you need to be able to get that diffuser down? Creed's going to recover his Vulcan canister, provide himself a bit of rotation here. Skies makes the way in towards server. Going to be able to find his first, makes it a second as well, and Genji will to be able to take the round there off of the back of it and get themselves nice and tied up in this one. And I just can't help but feel a bit of deja vu. We've been here tonight, Puffo. 2-2 consulate back and forth game going all the distance. We've seen this before.
It's showtime. 2-2, 3-3. We can expect it. I'm not going to say anything, but I'm definitely going to brag about it that I was right when it comes around, as Wolves right now on their defensive. Even though they gave it their best, it was mostly around after that blitz kill that it started to slowly give away. They did get a bit too aggressive, if you ask me again. The drop from the Goyo, unnecessary. The player Noodle above, who had a lot of ground and was maybe retreating back to site, might have been caught off guard as he wasn't checking all his corners. And again, with little information on where the attackers are at all and every single second, it can be difficult to rotate around the building, but in the end, we are going to be right now just going to a small bit of a rehost. We saw Nanos say not this again, but we're sorry, Nanos.
Sorry, Nanos. Yeah. I thought the feeds are on a 5-minute delay, so we were aware the tech pause was coming before it even started. Yes. So we're going to just reload the lobby very quickly, get ourselves back in year 10, etc., etc., etc. The rehost is over as of a minute ago, so we've only actually got 4 minutes you've got to stare at our faces for. So most of you should be able to survive that, I think.
Yeah, no, don't worry. They're going to be able to survive this. Oh my god, look at him, Traviiiii, so sweet. Yeah, you post up. But no, seriously, I mean, this is I think, going to be another great matchup. Yeah. It is a shame to see that every other matchup has been kind of a one-sided battle, I would say. Yeah. Besides Twisted Minds, who did bring it into map number 3 and surprise us by winning against BDS, which I don't know if it's BDS being off today or Twisted Minds have absolutely popped off, similarly to Panahude. But whatever the case, we're getting some good upsets, and honestly, I'm liking these surprises.
These are my favourite matches of the year because sure, you've got your T1 games all year long, but beyond the teams that really sit along the bottom for both stages, everyone's pretty safe. You can middle out the year and you're not really in all that much of a risk. As long as you don't absolutely fumble the bag, you're going to be all right, all things considered. So these are the interesting games to me, right? We get that mix of T1 versus T2, and I think this is something I might want to dive into a little bit more perhaps in the future, where we look at quality versus quantity of these games in terms of who's playing. We've brought on it a couple of times today. The T1 ecosystem in Siege, the way it is at the moment, if you don't make majors, if you don't make the playoffs, you only play 10 officials throughout the year. No, not 10. There's 10 teams in EML, so you'd play 9 officials throughout the year, something like that. Yeah. 18 officials throughout the year, 9 in each stage. So you don't play a lot of officials if you're a team like Wolves where you've not made playoffs. Versus the T2 teams, i.e. Panahone, Geeke. How many games have they played this year? They play like 9 games in a day. Yeah,
they've been geeking the hell out. I don't think they've been having a break.
They've been on the grind, and to a degree it shows, right? They've got such a level of experience, and because of all that time in officials, they're comfortable everywhere. Whereas you see a lot of these teams at the higher level, they tend to focus on one thing at a time, and when they can't get that particular thing right, they get stuck there a little while. They don't have the widest of map pools, and we tend to see some teams, we call them best of one merchants because they tend to struggle in the smaller matches, right? The longer ones.
Yeah. 100%. But I mean, in general, I'm still happy that actually T2 teams are being recognized by the grind that they've been putting in. Like you said, right? There's like T1 teams that play every now and then. When you have T2 teams that are playing multiple matches per day and have tournaments constantly crossing over each other, where they at times even have to forfeit matches just so they can play in another tournament just because of how much they play in general. And that's a scary thought, that they really are investing a lot. And like you said, right, it's showing. The results are there. But in general, Panahune, not only did they beat BDS, Geek are now continuing onto a good streak. We have Project Zero, which did lose, right?
Yeah.
Unfortunately so.
Unfortunate. Yeah. It's sad to see, like, some teams having an up and down game tonight. Like, you're obviously going to have, but then you get these upsets, these beautiful upsets. Geek taking Gen G. I think that's one of those where, sure, you can theorize it on paper. Geek may be able to take it, stuff with Gen G, but for them, that's such a proving point, and I don't think we can hammer that home enough for Geek, as, you know, casters that have followed them extensively throughout the last year. It's a phenomenal result for them, and phenomenal results for you, the viewers at home. Game's back on.
Let's get it back in action. People are already wondering who won the first map. It's not over just yet. We're still at the very beginning. 2-2. Gen G Wolves equal at the score count, and going into round number 5 to see who's able to once more find themselves above the other, and then to see if there's going to be yet once more an equalization.
It is indeed going to continue, hopefully, the way of equalisation. I mean, match 1 was a banger tonight. So many great rounds inside of that one. We can hope to see a similar story here in game number 2. But early days, early times just yet. 2-2 map number 1. Things are not over just yet. Wolves head down towards the split site, which is interesting because, like you were saying earlier ago, Puffo,
Attackers have located a bomb.
a while ago, this was the black sheep of all the objectives, right? No one really wanted to play it, and now it's making its way really up there, and we've seen a lot of it tonight.
We really have, right? Because, I mean, even since the very beginning, we're taking a look at the match that we casted first, DK and Gen G. That was an absolute brilliant matchup, and even though the first map was 8-7, the later maps didn't go as far, but it showed exhaustion, and that's what we're seeing from both these teams as well, right? Wolves and Gen G, they're not coming into this as fresh as they did in map number 1 against their first and fourth opponents, but now they're a bit exhausted, although warmed up. But do consider this is EMEA, and for most people, it's starting to get around midnight.
It is. This is it. It's approaching midnight now for all of you guys in Central EU. Wolves will have home field advantage. It's a little bit earlier in the day. They're primarily British-based roster. I believe all of them are based in England or around. So it's only 10:30 in the evening. It's not crazy late just yet, but still, you're at the start of the best of 3. More tech pauses, more overtimes you could be running into tomorrow, the 10th of January. And you've got to be up early because I believe the first match tomorrow starts at 9 AM. Actually, that's this. That's this one. The winner of this one starts at 9 AM tomorrow morning.
Wow, so these players are potentially going to go till 2 AM, by the way. That's like, it can go to 2 AM, maybe even further, and then they have to sleep 6-7 hours if they instantly go to bed and play another match the second they wake up. That is brutal, but honestly, hey, the SI, it is a bit of a battle through mental and actual, like, physical.
It is indeed, and battle there for Noodle to get the C4 over the line, not quite able to find a mark from the back of it. As has come up now to play support, try and add a bit of fray into this fold, but unfortunately he's going to get his clean ripped off there by Dead Shows. Looking for more, fishing to try and find another. Noodle's backed in towards the corner, drops the hatch, dips away. No choice there, really. You weren't going to win anything from that position. Elsewhere, Marto has fallen, been brought down, so at least it's equal between the two sides right now. 4 versus 4 as Jetty now start to be able to push across the top floor with control established.
With control established, we have ourselves yet once more, again, an equal standing. This has been quite traditional between both these teams and the teams they faced before, as now, even though Gen G have claimed this verticality, they are finding it with the boogies. The rest of Wolves still look to kind of contest it. Some of these players are still holding strong on their current positions, while though the defenders, not much utility, right? 2 C4s already wasted. We have one on Tyrant, and it's only a matter of time until it's going to get used, but Nako putting himself at a very promising spot. Could definitely sneak into side, catch many off guard, and maybe open the post plan for the rest of his teammates to kind of follow along.
This is it. He could find the little opener here, could find a gap in and amongst the ranks of the Wolves. and could create some absolutely disastrous consequences here for the defense if he's not found out. Now, I don't think Tyrant's looking the right way, has any idea that there's a player below, but with the drop of the hatches, certainly going to hear them nonetheless. Luckily, though, it's an opening in towards the objective. They know about the player cornered inside of there. He's not long for this world. Drop down to the floor will be confirmed momentarily, but first you've got another one to deal with. Their leader overextends himself, will pay the price for it. Shuffle's down 2 versus 4. Genji massively extending the lead in this one. Creates a noodle from above to try and bring things back into the fray, but no, only able to get one. Diffuser's going down. Creeds could look to play the clock here, could look to deny the plant, but not in a position to do so. Able to get the down on towards Skies. That's buying this one back into the possibility here. Deadshot and Asa now have to hold this 2v1, but Diffuser's down, meaning Creeds has to come to them, and I don't put odds in his favour, Puffo. His HP is low, and a one shot is all it's going to take for Genji to close this round out here, as they just wait down the final 25 seconds.
Our betting man, I wouldn't put any money on this one. Creeds, as much as we have seen you do quite disastrously good in the past again, and you're coming from a really solid background, there isn't much you can do in a situation like this. Yes, you have a low HP to any enemy player, but you yourself aren't on any better standard. And a single bullet here from Deadshot, as he has been an absolute menace throughout this map, the previous maps, and overall a consistent dominator. Give him the title of Tyrant instead, as it will be Genji with our third round, a split within this first half at the very least. And will we see the upset of a 4v2, or will Wolves find themselves that EQ?
Oh, this is the question. I mean, Wolves really desperately need this. If I flash my mind back to regular EML stage so long ago,
yeah,
all the way back in October, I think it was, the one thing I remember being brought up time and time again, Wolves struggled hard on the attack. That's something that sticks in my mind. It lurks with this team. I may be way off the ballpark, but it's something that's in my head. So I'm going to roll with it. Wolves were worrisome slightly on the attack at points. It was a bit of an issue for them. So they really need an equal half here, because if they're attacking woes continue from the regular stage, they are going to struggle to chase a fallen scoreline against Genji.
Ooh, there's a lot. There's really a lot to think about, right? And you know how the storyline between both these teams, and like I said, even all the way back to the old stage of EML, kind of connects is surprisingly fun, is the best way to put it. However, we're going to round 6. Travi, it's the last one within this first half before the roles are reversed. In the meanwhile, though, we're going to see once more a bit of a heavy push here, even possibly towards offices. The spawn does not indicate it so, but the operators do scream like they want to go for that window plant. Although, of course, this does work very well in coalition to the admin push you normally see. Of course, the Blackbeard taking initiative going forward. Right now, just scouting things out, and we have aggressive players like Creeds taking out the so-called utility, holding his ground on Visa's stairs, while the rest of Genji is just going to take their free ground and see what they can claim.
Yeah, just take what they can. If it's offered for free, why not have it up for yourself? Now, the Blackbeard here of Marto could be a menace up on these rappels, on these windows here. That shield, since the rework, you drop it down, fire the assault rifle over the top of it. It's what we like to see. It's what we love to watch, witness here, and this is a menace. Absolute devastator here to anyone from Wolves that are perhaps ballsy enough to peek it. Whether they will or not, I highly doubt so. They're not going to want to do so. Instead, they need to make sure they're getting out of this break position this time with some kills in their favour, because the last one just did not work out for them at all.
No, it certainly didn't. Now Google Lenses activated. Trying to see what you can work around them. Too much utility to flush you away, right? The Capital fire bolts, and of course combination with the nades. You don't really get to challenge that. There's not much of a choice to be made. You just kind of have to retreat, hoping you don't get a bullet between the eyes as your back is turned to the enemies. In the meanwhile, though, Genji have advanced forward. Again, using that utility may be a small investment, but I'd say it will surely and hell worth the price. Now Creed's up close with a shotgun. The only thing that counter him could be this shield up close. So good damage taken. Here they know that airdrop being set. The word baited currently, but just can't find the finishing shot. A second win for Marto. He finds himself greatness, and now even though taken out, he's been able to exchange just enough for the mistakes of Wolves to be equalized out in the very end.
3v3 situation now for these sides. Genji struggling to make their way across checkers, however, Tyrant giving himself away, getting a bit over-aggressive there on the swing, will pay the price for it. Sure, Deadshot's on low HP, seems like Asa's going to follow suit as well. Sky's missing the shots up from the bottom staircase there. Asa needs to be careful of it, knows this angle is important to hold, but he's got Noodle watching his back. Deadshot's not going to be able to claim the pick while attention's focused elsewhere, keeping things tied, keeping things level. 2 versus 2 now, as Wolves try to hold on for dear life here. Asa, unsure of where these players are pushing from, knows there's likely to one coming coming from managerial office. It's just a question of, is there another one still on that staircase? No. Skies has rotated. He's coming up from Spiral. And this is the question. Does the over-aggression from Wolves here get punished?
Oh, seems so for the moment. Yep, there's going to be one Azure falls. We do have the case in 25 seconds, a very comfortable spot here, but no clue about where Noodle stands, right? Little to no information. Matt is forced back off to a pistol, punches a hole in that single wall, and does find a single tap onto Skies. This man just can't seem to be stopped yet, and the last one standing in his way might be a perfect match for him to find one bullet that's needed onto Asa's body, head, wherever it may be. The DMR is a perfect fight to find, and even with the case, you just can't find the comfort zone to go for the plant, as you know you'll be a victim by the end stage. And around here for the defense, as it should be a comfortable one for Wolves to claim with a 3-3. Travi, I didn't say it was going to happen, but I did say it was going to happen.
Bit of deja vu coming in yet again, Puffo. Can't help but feel we're just retreading the same steps we have already tonight. And I mean, this one, right? We've seen Conchula already tonight. I'm just glad we've got 2 newer maps. Has Fortress been played tonight? That is my question. Obviously, dropped out of the map, dropped into the map pool recently, replacing Skyscraper. As I don't think I've heard anyone say it. Hold on. I'm just going to check the games quickly, see if anyone has seen it, because I don't know.
Go and check around, see if there's Fortress. I actually do wonder as well, because the last time I've seen it was in the second Last Chance Qualifiers, or the first ones where we saw them for the first time at esports. But besides that, people have been really avoiding it like the plague it is, and I don't blame them. I guess you do want to focus on improving the maps you already have. But was it?
Twisted Minds Shifters. Twisted Minds picked on Twit.
Oh, that was the game.
That was the that was the game, and that one was actually a I believe that was the 7-2, the way of Shifters actually. So Shifters did really well on that map. I think this is the thing, right? A lot of teams aren't going to play it because they're going to try and hide it for SI itself. They don't want to bring it out now in the LCQ stage. They want to save it for the big games that are going to matter, because in the eyes of these teams, they are making SI. They need to save things for SI, because no use showing all your cards now just to go to the tournament and be red like a bird.
That is true. That is 100% true, right? Again, even then, some teams might also just opt to ban out Fortress.
Yeah, that's true.
I think some teams just didn't prepare for Fortress, and they were like, yeah, we're just going to ban this map, which is fair enough as well, since there are extremely solid teams that are just good on all maps. Again, prime example, PK, you have your Falcons, you have everything, your Fury as well, which are extremely aggressive Brazilian players. But overall, we're going to have to see once we actually get to there, as now we're going to have an interesting matchup. Again, we're rolling the swap of sides, or rather the side swap has been happened, and now Gen G on the defensive, we're going to be instantly bringing out the Tachanka and Clash, which Wolves have been kind of lurking away from.
Certainly have been. They've been lurking away, perhaps from the more traditional, but it's weird because we saw a lot of it earlier against GK, and maybe it's just a testament to how wide Gen G can play, or perhaps they're playing an opponent that in their head they know they've seen before. So they're very much going to be playing the textbook strategy. They've played Wolves countless times in officials over their course of the main stage here, so no surprise to sort of see them having a bit of an idea of how to play, how to expect. Beautiful mirror trick there coming in from Deadshot, just going to deny the Heart of Breach charge. And it's actually quite an important one, Puffo, because look at it. That is the second and final charge used there for Wolves.
Yep, and this we also get to commonly see when on Nighthaven, which is a great example, right? Your exothermics on IT1, you put down that mirror and you trick it, because you were bound to put down that mirror either way. So I've been loving that people have been getting very creative with ways of tricking the wall. Normally it's been considered only to be banded, but people have been getting creative in all sorts of ways, and definitely mirror being a very good addition to that is going to be shown right here and now as we now continue. Again, Wolves just set back. They use that secondary hard breach. We're wanting to use it somewhere else, I imagine. For now, we're just going to have to kind of adapt around it. As in the meanwhile, we get a slight moment of the Clash showing yourself around yellow stairs. And once we're going to take that into account, right, we can just push here without a care in the world.
That's it, simple-minded, just move on in as you push in without a care, but you've got utility to clear through first, right? Look at all those Denari, those intricate laser setups here. We've seen JG bring it quite a few times here. This is where the Twitch can come in and try and disrupt those trip connector placements, but instead the attention seems to be focused out towards yellow here, with Noodle eyeing up. Probably wants to make this drop through, smoke grenades in hand, likely indicating he's going to want to drop on down, but immediately do so. You're going to be faced up with a Clash, you're going to be faced up with a lot of problems, and right now, no Genji committed to the diffuser, so where do they actually want to get this one down, Puffo? That's the real serious question. The only thing going down right now is Creed, as he's going to fall down first. Skies Genji early advantage in this one.
No post plant means no victory here. Deadshot with another exchange right before Nako leaves the field. But again, the case has gone cold. It's off the bathroom window, and you're going to lose life forcefully. That's a swing here from Leader. Could be shutting it all down. Supported by Azur. It's all left down to the hands of Water King and Skies on Lori. He's one lane right below the wallbang. Opportunity for Leader to find it into a 2v1. Now Shamika's in hand, bearing 9. I think he just missed the spot there. Could have very easily found a 1, but now, last two players lined up nicely. One's in that cubby, and Leader has been expecting Moto King for quite a while. Stay patient, it pays off, and it's a round here for Wolves as they are now 4-3. Travi, think it's going to be 4-4?
You know, hot take here. This one, Mr. Puffer. I think it's going to go 4-4, and then possibly 5-4, and then 5-5.
Yeah.
6-5, 6-6, 6-7. There I say it. 7-7, then possibly 7-8. Unfortunately, we can't go any further than that. But then that's just map 1. And that was a good attacking round there from Wolves. So we'll ignore what I said earlier about them being struggling on the attack there. Genji really surprised me with that one. I honestly would have thought they would have held that together a bit better, because this is certainly a level, I hate to say it, but a bit of a level down from what we saw from earlier. I don't know whether it's tiredness and timing for them, but I do feel like the quality of Genji is starting to ripple a little bit right tonight.
Yeah, it definitely, again, it shows the exhaustion. Once more, we are going into midnight.
Yeah, you could tell, like, between us, we're tired, so I can't even imagine what it's like for these players, where we can sit back and just chill, enjoy the cast. These players, they have to lock in, because if they lose this match, they're not going to Invitational. For me, I can cast this match, and I'm going to Invitational anyway.
Yeah, for us, nothing really changes here. We're going to cast the match either way, and it's whoever wins, right? But between these two teams, a lot lies on the line, and we really mean a lot. Again, we've been kind of hyping up what all is currently on the table, and this ASI might mean a lot, especially when elimination is kind of what you're facing down. So here, Wolves and Genji, they're going to have to fight to the very end. They have a large struggle, but it's going to continue very early on in tomorrow, which is just a bit of a rough spot, but you're going to have to battle your way through. Again, you are fighting for something grand.
Yeah, and it wouldn't be a last chance qualifier if it wasn't a bit tough, right? If you were going to qualify the easy way, you would have done it through SI points. You would have done it through regional finals or the major. You wouldn't have come down to the very last chance to qualify, where it's going to be very much a nail-biter to get through. Here, though, As is going to be taking a little bit of damage here, holding on the cross angle towards there over Yellow. But look at this, Marto's ready to get aggressive there, shotgun in hand. But I don't know if he's aware it's a player on the rappel, so not one that he's going to be able to catch off guard all too easily with that M590. Just needs to be careful, pick the right moment to strike here, because too soon and he will just get his head ripped off by the rappel.
Yeah, 100% again with that shotgun. Can't really take the risk of that distance. In the meanwhile, though, Noodle is quite close. So if you're able to slip on bypass that player, it might be a worthy battle. But again, going against a smoke on the glass, being on the opposite side of the roads, it's going to be difficult. And even then, while you try to rotate into bathroom, Creeds catches you just for a moment to bring down that HP to about a half point. As Asa now the one to challenge the glass on Yellow. Low on HP, so the Warden doesn't really stand in a good spot. While the rest of the team here from Wolves, they might be comfortable, but not for long, as Deadshot finds Azur, picks him off as one. A swing here for Noodle to kind of even things out, but this Yellow side being so heavily contested, only one player is needed to kind of hold them back for a moment, while the rest of Wolves aren't really supporting this two-man push too much.
No, it's a little bit split for Wolves. No, but one man, one plays one man elsewhere. Flashbang's going to go in. That's not to commit to a plant. That's just to try and bait out the C4 here. Wolves know exactly what Genji are cooking up here. It's a common strategy to hold the C4 on towards that pre-play. So you're going to try and bait it out and get it thrown a little bit early. But Genji are privy. That's the game they're playing. Not going to throw it on through. Instead, going to rotate around now and diversify this stack. I think they're realising pushing him through Yellow's a bit of a dead man's game. So instead, it's just going to have to be a charge-free reception. Call out by the trip connector there. Noodle's going to be stunned, give the positions away, and mops it right up to Tyrant, who's able to shut down the Skies there. Giving the advantage back to Wolves now for the final 30 seconds of this round. Asa, Nako, Deadshot have to try and hold the fort down here. Doing a good job so far, but Tyrant's able to insert himself in towards Yellow stairs there, able to shut down Asa, but Deadshot responds right back there. 2 versus 3 situation now. C4's gone out, unable to find it. It's Mark prone inside of a corner. Deadshot could look to play the clock here, could look to play the time. As the Wolves, it's getting a little bit precarious, but no, they're just charging through, applying that manpower that they've got. Diffuser's going down in the corner here. Is the cover from Noodle good enough to prevent this plant going down? No, it will not be. Swing around the corner, have to take the gunfight, but Crease is better for it, and Wolves will win the round out there, getting themselves another one and building up a little bit of a lead here.
Building up a bit of distance, right? Now they're 2 rounds ahead, 1 away from match point. And if Gen G don't prevent the next one from being theirs, they're going to be down a very steep rabbit hole, which they really don't want to dig themselves. But at this point, again, Gen G, we're going to need to find ourselves a back prime. And honestly, I might even recommend a tactical timeout if this round isn't theirs. But even though Contillet, they played it already, they've been kind of set in as this is the map that... Is this Wolves' pick?
This is
Defenders,
Gen G's
protect your
pick.
bombs from being
Wolves
defused
pick
by
Gen G's
attackers.
Pick. So they would again lose their own map. That would be quite unfortunate.
It's, yeah.
Attackers
Gen G
have
like
discovered the
Chalet.
location of a bomb.
Chalet, Consulate. They really do like it. They're a decent team on it, but both times they've really not been able to do great on it, I feel. I mean, you have, what, Gen G, they lost out Consulate last time, arguably should have won it in regulation, bottled a few rounds in regulation, bottled the most important 7-7 round, and it's what, you imagine, if they didn't muck up that 7-7, this, it would be EK in this situation right now.
And they would be up against Virtus Blood.
And Gen G would be, yeah.
I can't put myself in a spot to take the conversation off track since we're in a bit more of a calm zone again. I'm not really allowed to cast any louder than this because I want to keep my room and don't want to get evicted. But I do wonder how it is to be a player, right? Because how long does that thought of, hey, if we just didn't throw that round, how long does that thought keep lurking? Well, we'll have to keep that question for another day because right now the adrenaline surge has got the entirety of the Wolves team going and rushing and running and trying to find an initiation, and they're the only ones taken down by the end stage. Overall, Noodle's the only one to fall. Thankfully, Wolves are able to back up that fight with one pick of their own. Marlon in return, the Goyo canisters will persist till the end of the round until pops, but the player himself will take the first fall from Gen G's side.
Zet tied yet again, and you've got to argue there. Gen G are coming off better for wear for that one. They've only dropped a Goyo. His utility is going to persist through death versus Noodle, that Lion, that ability to freeze the movement of the defenders. You're not going to be able to do that from beyond the grave, unfortunately. You need to be alive to use that ability. Tyrant toying with fate here as Necro goes for a swing down towards Spiral, but not going to decide to commit to it. Instead, he's faced up with a blitz on the top floor. The question is, does he know about the other one behind him? No, going to turn his back full, tucking and running away. It gives Wolves the advantage now. 3 versus 4 as Gen G have to retreat back towards the objective here, not give themselves up on this top floor. Don't fight over it. It's not worth it. Just retreat on down because you've got to keep in mind, Puffo, they lose this, it's map point for the Wolves.
It's map point for the Wolves, and not only are they a player above, they have the diffuser, a blitz still, and again, Gen G don't always have the best response towards these shields. Their timings are just a bit off at certain moments, and now the Death Mark attempting to find another victim to spot. The final 3 players from Gen G have backed off the site. We do have Deadshot again, who has been on a phenomenal run. 9-3, by the way, right now within these previous 8 rounds is a phenomenal score, but if the rest of the team can't follow in similar tradition, you might be the only one they can currently rely on. Still a C4 in hand, Blitz sending it down towards servers. Not much of a teammate following. Thankfully, we do have that Ace trying to mimic a bit of action. Belito taking his own route so he can find the main breach, which seems to be closed by these bandit very good use.
That's it. It's utility game so far from Gen G has been pretty top notch, actually. Really impressed with what I've been seeing. Look at this, Tyrant's completely stalled out here for the next couple of seconds. Unable to make a move courtesy of Vulcan canister. Elsewhere, though, through construction side walls, look to make a very aggressive push up here. Spearheaded by the Blitz. Asa tries to flank him out, but no, Kreese is there for the catch on towards it. Teasing playing with Skies, but instead it's the ladder there to be able to win that gunfight out. Deadshot equalises 2 versus 2 situation, as it's going to be Skies to drop to the floor, but Deadshot with a double, making a triple as well. Gets Gen G around, keeps them alive on Consulate for a little while longer as they look to try to tie this one back up and bring us the way forward.
Signs of life from Gen G once more. It was Deadshot who needed to step up. Being completely frank, he's been a sleeper agent, right? You never expect him to pop off, and when you least do, he wipes out the majority of your team. And that sign of life is then diminished. The light is closed. And we have Gen G now 1 round behind. This next round will also need to be stopped if they do want to prevent Wolves from finding regulation match point and even a victory if another one follows shortly after. They've been very broad, both these teams, right? Strategies haven't been too lacative, to say best. Is lacative a word?
I don't know if lacative is a word.
That's the Balkan mindset, making up words.
Making up words. I mean, listen, I live in England. We have all sorts of random words for things. Sometimes, like...
Defenders, protect your bombs. from
You've
being
been here,
defused
we
by
talk
attackers.
funny sometimes.
That is true, that is true.
But you love us.
Yes, I do. That is true. I do love it. I do love all you London people.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
Yeah, I love
Just call me a Londoner. Did I just get called a... Right, listen.
don't know, to me, it's all the same.
I'm not having that slander. I might live near London, but I am not a Londoner.
Then word dox yourself.
Dogs myself. Everyone on Twitch, I live at here. I live in my house where I live.
Oh,
Believe it or not, I live where I live where I live. There's a Greg's down the road. Come find me.
blimey.
Blimey.
Blimey, that's
Blimey, mate. Got siege on a Tuesday, innit?
innit, bro.
Innit?
No, but yeah, no, my mistake. You're not a Londoner, but you know, I do love the UK people that I met. Traviii's a very nice person. I love Traviiii. You guys should double Traviiii in chat.
W Puffo in chat as well. Like, I've just dragged you here to come cast. I was just like, do you want to come and cast some Siege? LCQs, it's late at night, and you're just like, yeah, let's do it. Why not? It's fun.
Oh yeah. I mean, yeah, we're having a blast here. But Traviiii,
But it's...
Wolves, Gen G.
Yeah.
They got 6 years. They're not that fast. No kills found yet. And both these teams have been nicely setting themselves back, sitting comfortably, drinking a hot cup of coffee, just enjoying the peace and quiet as it still stands. I don't think that's going to be standing for much longer.
This is it, peace and quiet. It's only temporary in a game of Siege just like this. It's only slow. It's not going to last long. Well, certainly to be said. A minute into the round though, nothing found just as of yet for either side. Wolves, quite slow, all things. Sort of poking and prodding around, but really need to get a move on here. I mean, you look at this hold from Gen G, it's very top heavy, as a lot of first floor site holds are, over towards Consulate. So Wolves need to really get a move on because they've got a lot of map to clear, and I feel like we kind of spent half the round almost twiddling our thumbs to a degree.
Yeah, it's not necessarily the best thing, especially when you're running on a timer and you're on the attacking side, meaning you need to kind of set the pace and where the action begins. Which Wolves haven't been successful in finding just yet. However, I imagine Gen G aren't complaining too much about that. As Wolves, maybe it's a grand scheme of things. Maybe they're setting up for something greater, like a logic bomb, that is kind of the first step into a larger move, something more aggressive. Normally, a line scan, Finka boost, a Dokkaebi call, kind of initiates a larger aggression pace, and that's something Wolves are looking to work off of, but they're kind of stuck outside this yellow window, still looking around the scaffolding, attempting to find an opening and need verticality, but it's going to be denied as the Dokkaebi will be the first to fall here. It is Noodle taking Wolves' first player, and I mean, Gen G here, they're just sitting back and enjoying the show.
This is it now. You've got your first pick. You've got 40 seconds left on the clock. Question to the defenders. All you need to do now is sit, wait. You've got a Solace. You've got a Pulse. You can feed information through to the rest of your team galore. And there's plenty of vertical that has been neglected by Wolves throughout the entirety of the round. I've got to wonder, Puffer, I've really got to question what has the last 3 minutes done for them? Because I feel like we've just kind of been sitting here waiting for the inevitable, which is just lambs to the slaughter at this point. Creech tries to get something going. He's shut right on down. Leader outside of the window here, trying to go, but Skies is just ego swinging it with a pistol. Deadshot with another. Wolves yet to bite themselves anything from this round. And just walking in, completely blind, unaware of Asa here, tucked tight up in the corner. Sure, they're able to find one back the other direction, but the player's been downed. Asa finally swings out, and Gen G will take a round handed to them on a silver platter. 5 versus 5.
Wolves waiting till the last second like a moth to a flame just does not make sense.
I don't really I don't like to be critical too much, but I don't know what the intention was for that round for Wolves. It genuinely did just feel like 2.5 minutes of dancing around outside the map, and then, oh, we're on a timer, we should probably go.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by
I
attackers.
genuinely am confused. Like, again, like you said, we're not here to bully them. We're not here
No.
to be critical. We're not their coaches. We are genuinely just confused and curious.
Yeah,
Attackers have located a bomb.
like there is a reason we are casters. I think it was something Whippet said to me back in Rampage. Those who can play, those who can't cast. There is a reason we're not playing right now. There is a reason we're sitting back here, we're just watching and yapping over the game, because simply put, guys in T2 destroyed me. I don't even know what would happen in T1 against like a T1 side. And this is really cookage on the Denari, by the way, but also it's just one of those rounds where you sit there and wonder, what was the game plan there? Just out of place of curiosity, because from the surface level, it just seemed a little bit a lack of an end goal.
Yes, it seemed like there wasn't much of a plan besides hoping for something to happen. But in the end stage, you're the one that needs to make something happen in an attack. However, we're going to leave that in the past.
Swapping mags!
Round. And you know, Wolves were looking solid for just a moment. Gen G now back up their fight once more. They're bounced into this 5-5 scoreline. Not only fresh out of the oven, but also even out. Now, as the cherry on top, really will be the fact that they can claim match point for themselves. Is the defense that are making it a bit more difficult. But you take that difficulty off the side with Deathshot being the first player. Again, 15 on the KD for this man, and him being the first target definitely makes it.
That's it, and the rest of Gen G has been pretty quiet all game long. You look to the rest of the players and everyone's either negative or Asa on a 1 KD. It's been not the greatest of game for Gen G as a whole. It's really been Deadshot pulling the heavyweight, and we're now going to have to rely on the rest of this roster to really pick things up on the slack, because you look towards the other side on Wolves and everyone's putting in a good performance. You have some players like Tyrant who are slightly above the rest of the pack, but overall everyone's been performing, everyone's been kind of doing an alright job here, and it's going to rely on hero play from Gen G. Luckily, Marto has some information, and if he can catch Leader Sleep in here, could lead to an absolute freebie if the Lion hops in blind, and that's exactly what's going to happen. No, it's Creed instead, but the result's all the same. Gen G find themselves tied up in this round.
Tied up in the round. We have a hand of Asa here. Takes some lands in the wrong position. Just like no flick of the wrist downtown. Time ended in that swift moment. As in the meanwhile, Leader is back up the fight here, but not for much longer. Takes a step upstairs, only to be taken out in that swift time. And now the final two players are going to be shielded, so they do have a lot to block out. But again, the time needs to be happening. Still a moment there, so you have a bit of time remaining. There's some information on you, and you're looking to clear it out by having a brute force approach with it. Asa with a nice shot onto Marta King. The Blackbeard having a peek downstairs to see what they're working with, and a great boost up here from Azure to find himself a safe spot of the find. Will damage, yes, unfortunately, the bullets is already low enough, so the shrapnel should be more than enough to finish the job. And now the plant being reattempted, but that is a soft surface you're working against. They're working off the sound cues. You're going to look to kind of contest them into own territory. And now you found yourself pinched in their sight. They've kind of lured you into the pitch-perfect spot they want you in. And with 20 seconds, this Blackbeard might have already sealed his fate, as the Capcan traps will finally claim glory.
That's 2!
And that is my bucket list TikTok.
That was 2. I don't know if you caught it, Puffo, but earlier in the round that killed the pole Scott with the Reaper. I can't remember who it was on to, but he was down because of a Capcan trap. That's 2. The Capcan got 2 kills in that round. That's just sloppy. Like, one's bad enough, a second is sloppy, and Gen G now have themselves map point. I don't know where this has come from. It feels like it's kind of just been pulled out from a rug underneath us, but it's where we're sitting at the moment. Gen G are on map point, courtesy of a double Capcan, and, well, I'm left scratching my head a little bit here. I'm glad we've got the backup here of the wonderful Nanos, who...
Get out of here.
Nanos has my corner. Nanos is my guy.
Get out of here. Imagine being Slovenian. I couldn't imagine being Slovenian.
Bomb located by
Look,
attackers.
it wasn't on the kill feed. There wasn't the cool icon, so I don't count it. No, but
Well,
I mean, it is that thing, right? It is that fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Thankfully, there was no fool me thrice, but that is the true punchline of the joke. It's the fact that Gen G are now at match point out of nowhere.
this is it, and momentum's firmly in this. I mean, that's got to be a mental destroyer for Wolves, right? You lose 2 players to a Capcan trap. It's... I don't want to say it, but this just maybe this isn't the quality I'm expecting from these sides realistically at the moment. It's been a long day. Yeah,
it's been a long day, and it's kind of like midnight or like 1 a.m. for them. So I do get it that maybe you're not fully like constantly thinking.
No one is playing there. No one is playing there. That like no one in these scenarios, in these situations, is going to be playing at 100%. But tomorrow's an equally as long day, and it does make me worry a little bit for the endurance, right? Because you've got what's effectively going to be an 8-hour break in between matches, which the wise ones amongst us will use for sleep. With AM guns, well, I'm not going to win AM guns. I'm going to sleep after this.
AM guns. Listen to me. AM guns. We need to sleep.
Luckily, though.
Me.
Yeah, but we'll let other people. I don't know how a 35-year-old man in the form of Tom J. Sherlock is more energetic than two 20-year-olds and can go on to NA. Credit to Tom. Tom just has an endless supply of energy sometimes. It's amazing. Credit to him.
Tom is in a good way, of course. Like, he is so lovely. When I met him in the Munich Major, he was such a lovely guy. Such like he couldn't hurt a fly type of person, right? He was so kind. I love him.
I don't think he could hurt a fly if he tried. I love Tom, but
like, he can squash melons with his thighs, with flies,
this is
anything
true.
that's living. That's too much.
Yeah. Speaking of living, someone's not going to be living for long, as I just see a Blitz charging down yellow staircase, faced up square with a shotgun. Someone's going to come on the worst side of this duel here, and now you're faced up with two shields. Poor old Asa, no choice but to retreat on away. Gas pipe going to be pop on open, stall out things for just a moment here, but likely only prolong the inevitable. You've got to consider though for Wolves. Look at the HP on Leader, an impact grenade from the Solace, and that's enough to seal the deal.
Enough to seal the deal. Late round preparations, a minute remaining. Now Deadshot sending down his final and last mirror. Maybe it was readying it up for another breach, but the exothermics have not been introduced yet, and Wolves are kind of gatekeeping a lot of their own utility back, so quite concerning, but the reason for that is clearly the mirror window that's open. Skies is going to be approaching the Thermite, who's alone, and that's the diffuser, by the way, so Tyrant being gone now, no more breaches being confirmed, and the Wolves are going to need to crunch themselves in through a very tight opening to get this plant down, but how are they going to do it, right? Gen.G can just hold them at bay, and of course this is match point for Gen.G, so what would you put together now and here, or it might be map number 2 Chalet right underway, but the Goyo canisters are keeping you on yellow, and Traviiiii, this is not looking good.
This is not looking good at all. You've got 15 seconds left to go for Wolves. All panic stations are going to be hit, but you can't go anywhere because you're blocked out by the fire. No choice but to go through the fire and the flames, but you're only going straight into the guns of Gen.G, and they're ringing loud, they're ringing supreme. An equalizer's been found, but no time left on the clock to seal the deal. And for Gen.G, they will secure their own map pick, take their consulate away from themselves, and what feels like a little bit of robbery there from the side of Wolves. Unfortunate for them, but it's okay. It's just map 1. You can go onto your own map pick. It was a close game still, and hopefully keep your head held up high and bring comeback on Chalet.
Yeah, hopefully the comeback on Chalet will show itself, and Deadshot on 16 kills and 6 deaths. That is
that man is absolutely nuts. That Deadshot really brought Gen.G over the line there. Got to give him credit where it's due. Deadshot, he can be a bit hot and cold as a fragger, but when he has those games, Puffo, he has those games.
Yes, he has those games in his pocket.
He has
just
those
dropped
games.
more than a 15 bomb, and that was a regulation victory, by the way. He dropped more than a
kill
per round.
That's impressive. That's really impressive. And I'm going to remove the little tech pause because we're not in a tech pause, actually. I'm going to remove and hide that. Let's give you all folks at home a quick update over on the rest of the bracket here. I don't want to keep you on too many break screens, so keep waffling for a moment little longer. So in the upper bracket of things, we have Twisted Minds going up against Project Zero. Project Zero are currently, I believe, 1-0 up in that series over there. VP are 1-0 up against Geeky as well. Down in the lower bracket, this game is 1-0 up Gen.G. Never knew. Never saw that coming. Over on the Panahone Shifters game, it's 1-1 on map 3.
Okay.
That's quite a spicy one, considering the loser of that is knocked out at the LCQ.
Yeah, and considering it's BDS versus Panahune. Again, no discredit to Panahune. Well played, the fact that you're doing so good. Like, amazing for Panahune, but it's BDS. It's BDS. Let's be real.
It's a team with an invitational champion on it. Like, I look at the lineup here. You've got a team. You've got lots of international experience there. P4's been at countless majors. Virtue's lifted a hammer. Fret, Glasmu, Robbie, they're all phenomenal players, and yeah, I don't know what's quite clicking over there. That is on the E6 France channel if you do want to go and check that one out, because hopefully there's going to be some fun action going on there. For now, though, we're going to put a pause in the action. We're going to throw things to a little bit of a break, only a couple of minutes, though, because don't worry, this series, it's just starting, and we will be back in a few with map number 2 of our final match of the day.
Feelings, it's like I can't walk on the ceiling. Oh yeah, got me dreaming, driven in colors I never dreamed in. Oh yeah, I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took them all and made them yours. Didn't know my heartbeat needed skipping out. No, I can't keep score when I lose my breath. Boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Oh. Magic, no, I'm never letting go. Now that I have it with you. When you kiss me, it's like the stars fall out the sky onto my heart to cover up what I don't wanna show. I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took them all and made them yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed skipping out. No, I can't keep score when I lose my breath. Boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Oh, you take me higher, you take me higher, baby, you take me higher, you take me higher, baby, you take me higher, you take me higher, baby, you take me higher, yeah, you take me higher, baby. Hand on the wheel, got my pistons pumping, all 800 horses running. Oh, baby. 125 in the middle of the night, got my engine thundering. Dream machine, racing queen, I'll take you wherever you wanna go. Let's blow this town, break the speed of sound. Tonight we all know racing. Dream machine, racing queen, you make my heart beat. You make my heart beat. Dream machine, racing queen, you make my heart beat. You make my heart beat. Driving on the highway, lights flashing behind me. Dream machine, racing queen, you make my heart beat. You make my heart beat. Born to ride, Mustang 65, got that V8 engine with a fuel injection. Drop the clutch, pedal to the floor, turn that giddy button to a lion's roar. Dream machine, racing queen, I'll take you wherever you wanna go. Let's blow this town, break the speed of sound. Tonight we all know racing. Dream machine, racing queen, you make my heart
And map 1, that was a nail biter most of the way through it, but right at the final hurdle where Wolves have victory within their grasp, it all falls away. Gen G make the impossible comeback, bring their way all the way through their own map pick. 7-5 was the final scoreline, and they're heading into Chalet, one map up and 7 rounds away from sealing their fate tomorrow in their next LCQ matchup. For Wolves, it's do or die now. It's comeback time. Will they be able to do it or not? Puffo, that's the question of the night.
Yeah, I'm not going to answer it, but they themselves will have to. Again, we're going down to Chalet, and honestly, it's an interesting one, right? We haven't seen Chalet today, and it's a map that everyone knows. It's like borderline next to Clubhouse with how much it's been recently played, and the rework surely, I think we can all say with confidence, has grown on people very heavily, as now we're going to slowly head into the match here. It is Chalet, maybe not as defender-sided, a map with a lot of balance, loves its sites, you can play all 4, but it most importantly complements aggression. So each one of these teams, if you can hit your shots, you might just be coming on top through that alone.
You may just be getting shots alone. I mean, this is the thing with Chalet. It can facilitate a wide variety of play styles. You can look to play a little more utility focused. You can look to play it all about that plan. Or you could just go in guns, blaining. Amguns, get out of here with that Hold on, I'm just banning Amguns from Twitch chat quickly. This is important.
Amguns, I thought I knew you. I thought we were friends.
Not cool, man. Not cool.
You know, that's not true. You know, I'm going to listen. Me and Travi have been talking recently, and I don't think you're fit for the Travi.
Attackers need to locate and defuse
bye.
bombs.
You can sit out of here for 11. You can sit out for 11 seconds. you must pause, Amguns. We do not appreciate such heresy here. As the clean feed appears to have taken a quick pause.
Oh, I guess we're gonna have to wait to see. We're gonna be leading with that. Maybe. Oh, we're back.
And so's TheUnamedGamer.
That is true.
Attackers
I love this setup.
Yes. Allows so much creativity. Normally, the previous operator that allowed this much creativity was the Zami, but now you have another one where you can just kind of express yourself out. You can also use multiple gadgets to really lock out certain
10 seconds
points of
remaining.
the area.
Yeah, he's one of those ops where I think
5
he's
seconds.
slowly crept his way in as people have found out where we've got these really good like spots on there, like for example towards Solarium side there. You cannot hop in through those windows now, you can't burn utility on them. You have to find a way to take out those trip connectors. All those windows are just inaccessible all game long. Because you throw one player through him, he's now dead. You've got about a 5-second window to throw another player in. All those barriers are automatically activated, and you're then back to the fray again and back at square one.
Back at square one. That's what we're kind of going into with map number 2, right? The only thing is that right now Gen G do have a map under the belt already, meaning we're going to be heading into a possible series point, somewhere where we could end the road for today, or Wolves bring us all the way to Clubhouse. Dubhouse is up, and yeah, the Denari gadgets here are going to be a bit of an annoyance. Look at all the utility that has to be thrown, and for now you just use that flashbang, so a small gap can be made for the drone to pass on through as you get some droning in towards Solarium. In the meanwhile, the dead shot elsewhere, extremely low on HP, and even finished out by Creeds. We've begun it, and we'll finish the job.
Nice early start there from the Wolves as they shut down the mirror. That's going to be a C4 gone to the grave with Deadshot as well. And speaking of Deadshot, Puffo, what was it, 16-5?
Yeah.
In the last map, he was absolutely crazy. Now, Nako's looking to emulate a little bit of his teammate's success in the previous one, only unfortunately to his detriment, taking a bit of damage as he goes to swing out towards K9's side. Not able to find anything from it. Halfway through the round now, Gen G still looking to try and find a way to tie up that disadvantage they've got themselves in with that early Deadshot, but so far so good pacing from the flip side of Wolves, right? Their attacks on Consulate were pretty good until the final 2. So, hoping they can bring some of that back here for Chalet and get themselves off to quite a good start.
Yeah, 100%. We already have a bit of an opening here from Wolves. The breach is out, a minute and 10 on the clock. This is a good recovery going from map number 2. Second. But there's still a couple of doors that need to be broken down as of the moment, especially Gen G, where they're very good operators when it comes down to utility. That will not persist. The Denari falls as Naiko not necessarily sure what the game plan might have been, but ended up with a result that goes against your teammates, leaving them in the 3v5 struggle. Now that's a caveat to be passed on down, and Wolves, look at them. They recognize this is a save game to be played. You can't just throw bodies, otherwise Gen.G might be able to capitalize on them. Vice versa, however, the only one to try to play the Asa stuck behind Piano, and not long for this world. The last one skies here with an SMG-11. A dream and hopes, 30 seconds to hold on for, but these chances are extremely slim. The plant is going down behind half wall, and no C4 really to deny it. Being very careful of this random out of repel, gonna kind of force him back for the moment being. A couple of warning shots sent back your way. Sky's now pushing, but again, just trying to find this diffuser will be one challenge, and hoping to find all three of these players will be just another. You find the down, that's a good first step. Time is slowly starting to run out, but the positions have changed, and you have Tyrant now deeper into that B site, while Later still on the repel. A great shot onto the ace, and the only one left standing will be the Lion. Might have to take good enough to try and stick it through. You baited the repel, now you need the shot. 7 seconds, you only need a couple, but Tyrant finishes the job, and Wolves, by the Bearskin with their team, will get the round.
Barely there for the Wolves, and you've got to be concerned. That one got so close there for Gen.G, because for a moment, felt like a round one possibility for them and continue their winning streak, but no, Wolves are able to finish it off there and get the job done. Thank goodness for that. 1-0 up on the start of Chalet. Now, do keep in mind, folks at home, this is the map pick of Wolves. They wanted to come here. Wolves, you know, as animals, they do quite like snowy forests. That tends to be where they shine. Those coats are great for it. So, up here in the Alps, why not? We go for it towards Chalet. And obviously, with the loss in map 1, they will need to force this to Clubhouse if they want to keep this series going. But for Gen.G, now they're going to head over towards Bar Game and going to be giving things a little bit of a different go and rectify a lot of what happened in round number 1, because it was a lot of early deaths that cost them later on.
Yeah, 100%. I think Gen.G really didn't find themselves too comfortable. We saw swings that I don't think were very warranted, but this is somewhat similar to what we saw mistakes that were repetitive, quite, I would say, on the map like Consulate from both teams, right? I think it's just this exhaustion slowly starting to get to them, which is very excusable, but again, you do need to fight till the very last bone in your body, because these are the final moments that you have today to struggle through before you give yourself that rest and continue on tomorrow. However, we are now onto a side that's been kind of the baby of Chalet, something that's been really loved by many players. And something loved even more is the dead shot going off for a beautiful spawn, finding Leader, and that is the guys done and dusted.
Oh dear, Leader. Unfortunate for him. It just feels a bit sad when someone gets spawn peaked like that, to be honest with you, Puffo. Someone just gets shut down, and you now get to spend the round instead. Cameras playing Five Nights at Freddy's, really, but you're with teammates instead of robots and animatronics and murder and whatever else happens in that game. I lost track after the first one. And it's just a bit sad, but great stuff today. Shot a bit of a return after a quiet first round. Good start things here for Gen.G, as now it leaves Wolves in the back foot. What do they do to make a response?
Well, even though Gen.G have found the opening yet, it is not the over yet. We see an opening, or rather we see a player here. I do believe that was Mardo just kind of staring down into those vertical soulless eyes. And Creed is looking to capitalize him off of it, but doesn't seem like the soft wall there is going to be an opportunity to take advantage of, unless no one's holding that fireplace position. But again, you don't have the information confidently enough to back it up. So now you call to your teammates again. You call that a zombie player. The rest of the Wolves are going to start packing up together, hunt down this one play that they have right around it. In the meanwhile, though, Traviiiii has become their territory as well, which they can play around now, but it's a very small part of the map, and there's still plenty to clear.
There's a lot of room here to clear out for the players of Wolves, and still, as you say, just under half the round to do so. They've been able to get themselves a bit of control out towards Piano's side, and alongside with it, a kill on towards Deadshot there as he gets shut down, making it a 4 versus 4 yet again, even as Wolves just continue a slow, steady sweep across the map here, but it's working out for them, right, Papa? They've now got control of this top floor. All 4 remaining players of Gen.G relegated down towards the objective itself. Got 60 seconds left to hold on to this one. 3 Toxic Babes, still 2 C4s, plenty of utility. Same can be said for the attack as well. Now it's just how do they use it and how do they get these defenders out of these tricky positions.
Yeah, it's been a good path till here, but the C4 here will be kind of returning it back into the hands of Gen G. The grasp is once more there, and they're now over the Wolves as they're carrying one player very low on HP, two of the rest trying to sneak in through Fireplace and maybe find an opening on site. It's all up to Gen G if they're going to offer up bodies for free, but composition-wise, right now, there's a clear advantage and a winner going into this round. 25 on the clock. Wolves are holding themselves back, but you can't be pulling punches when you're in such desperate moments. You kind of have to full send it, hope to find your ones, but again, even those might just not be available. As final pieces of utility being spotted, Blair is going to take that opportunity to retake the upper floor. Now verticality gets you, another one falls, all in the hands of Tyrant, who just has no opportunity to find a range spot with it, and this is going to be a round back for Gen G to play.
It is indeed one for the books for Gen G there, as they keep things nice and even. One apiece. Yet again, I mean, this is the thing. One thing I've got to give credit to Gen G, they're doing a great job of this match. They're not really letting Wolves get too far ahead, and that is something they've actually been really, really good at all night. Credit to Gen G. It's never felt disastrous. Bar the start of Bank against GK, I've not been worried for Gen G all too much in terms of keeping rounds close. They're not letting Wolves slip away with too many rounds in a row. It's not like we've ever seen a 4-1 from them. It's round for round, blow for blow, and it keeps things entertaining, keeps things on their tail, but more importantly, just keeps that hope up for Gen G that they're able to do this, that they're able to get this across the line.
Yeah. The Wolves on the attacking side are expected to kind of be in a bit of a more precarious spot, while the Gen G, on the other hand, again, there's a quota to fulfill somewhat, and the one thing that Charlie does offer again is the fact that all four sides can be played. It really does vary from team to team as for what they offer to play more than the rest, and Gen G right now, besides their upper floor, that mid part that they've won out, they're not going to be giving us an opportunity to the very top, but we'll be continuing within this first floor continuation, and playing because rather than playing on the upper floor with the offside on it, they will just play with it as the vertical stand ground.
Attacker's objective is
Use this little middle area as a bit of buffer space for yourself. Use it to just try and slow down Wolves. We've seen time management be a bit of an Achilles heel for both these sides at various points throughout the night, and again, use that as a bit of a weapon when you're on that defense, and that clock move will play into your sort of back pocket there. Now, for the lineup of this round, looking from Wolves, they're getting a lot of focus on the utility. This Brava pick from Creed is kind of a bit of a mainstay in their lineup here. Considering the amount of electrical-based utility Gen G bring to the fray, it's an incredibly easy to see why they're making this pick so commonly right. You see this Denari setup yet again, just completely puzzling the Wolves, and it's something they're going to have to clear through one way or another if they want to push Solarius side.
No doubt about it. First line scan is now out. I'm hoping Wolves don't tend to waste around too much time on the outside of the map. And of course, as they're not looking to repeat what was seen on Consulate, gonna set himself nicely into the building, quickly drones are out. We see also the floor is now being in demand, trying to clear out some of his utility. Gonna send it out an explosion, hoping to also find the Denari alongside with it. But as of the moment, I mean, we have both these teams kind of just playing a safe play end game. It's something that has been spotted plenty of times. I imagine we're gonna see it plenty of times more, because again, I don't think anyone has the will to really constantly go out for these energetic swings. As keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, it's about 1 in the morning. Woo! Woo! Woo!
We love late night casting. This is why we're not doing NA, folks. Like,
Yes.
there are people who can do the late nights. There are people who can do the early mornings. I'm in the latter of the two. Get me in a studio at 3 AM for an APAC game. Sign me the hell up. Keep me up till 3 AM. I don't think it's going to happen, and I don't think Ass is going to be getting much happening inside of this one. Either Tyrant gets the first pick of this one, it's the Mute taken down. Not the biggest loss for Gen G in terms of utility. All of the operators that are on the board for the defense really kind of passive utility, more things considered in the fact that they throw their utility down. Skies is really the only one who would actively lose something if he lost beyond C4s or secondary utility, whatever. So for Wolves, it's a handy advantage for them to hold, but clock, yet again, Puffo, 45 seconds. I don't know.
I don't know. Feels like repetition over and over. And right now, we have a kill go both ways, meaning Wolves are still going to be in that head advantage, as now the fear factor setting into Gen G. Again, if they want to keep this round count for themselves, they will need a tie turner, and Tyrant might just be that. Again, the Lion on low HP, snowball themselves into a lead. Noodle taking a bit of damage, just runs away, scatters to his teammates, while the rest of the attacking side is grouped up quite evenly on this side. By the wall back, a lot of damage onto Moto, and a bit of finalization from Creeds, as now redemption from Skies. Again, this verticality from the defense. Deadshot with another, Diffuser and Trophy, and a team like Wolves have to just sabotage themselves by putting the case where it doesn't belong. Skies with one, the second, the third, and a quad kill to finish things out. This man just might be the sharpest tool in the shed.
He's aiming for the skies right now. Buffo, he's aiming for the skies, and he's
Don't
certainly...
talk to me ever again.
He's certainly hitting his marks in terms of this one. Sorry, I saw it. An opportunity presents itself, and you know, one must give it a go where he can. And
It was good.
Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed it. The KB and Ephemerid, they won't be enjoying this one because they won't be playing in the remainder of this half at least. Being taken out here at the quarter waypoint. Genji to take an early lead here inside of Chalet, but for the most part, all credit to him. It's been back and forth rounds, right, Puffo? It's not been truly. Especially that third round there, it was a real close nail-biter between the two sides here. Just some small little mistakes from Wolves causing them to lose that one here. It could easily be a 2-1 either side right now, so I'm not counting anyone out just yet. It's still early in this one, and for the most part, still anyone's game.
That it for sure is. Again, both these teams have been kind of switching narratives of who's licking their wounds. And, you know, I gotta be honest, we are very grateful that we haven't found ourselves in a very one-sided matchup because it is a very wealthy environment. And the cast are going to try to enjoy the show and see how these teams adapt over time. But again, it also depends how well as the match continues into the late night, even into the abyss. That is 1 a.m. in the morning. And of course, with a very early morning to continue on and hit the sack later. As for now, though, this has been Genji with 2 rounds under the belt. Will they be able to persuade another round to keep themselves further away from Wolves? It definitely would be a great lead, especially, I think, a nice set for the defense. Because again, I'm trying to get yourself comfortable, but Wolves kind of even scare me now as I'm seeing 2 shields.
Yeah, this is that stage of the evening we have hit where I don't want to say, let's just give it a go and see what happens. Stage has entered, but it's certainly, I don't know, it just doesn't feel very characteristic of Wolves to really double down on this shield lineup here. It's just a bit of a head scratcher, all things considered, the way this attacking lineup is kind of set up for themselves. Hard breach. Yeah.
I'm really sorry to cut you off, but am I the only one fun with the last scratch for middle walls?
Yeah, that's been a thing for a little while now. I don't know what causes it, but, I mean, I don't know, it kind of looks like a big black rectangle to me, that shield.
It's just...
Ooh.
And... He'll be using his gun to the utmost of his advantage. Good enough to return the favor. But in the meanwhile, oh god, no, we're not going to talk about that, Asa. It happens to the best of us. You do miss out on the Pokeball, a bit of self-damage dealt. You're on the corner, you get Pokeballs. They're hoping to catch them on T, but will not be successful as of the moment, as he's going to continue persisting being a menace, standing there on the top of Fireplace, while the rest of Wolves are looking to scramble on by for the position here from the Solus player, contesting Mono King, and Azur will come out as the victor. Noodle there for trouble for a second, and all for now, with their 2 players backed off the side, being overpressured by utility, and just wondering how they can work out these numbers.
Oh, I'm wondering what on earth's been going on inside of this round, Puffo. A bit of chaos over towards lobby main Fireplace side, and now Wolves making a steady advance here on through, but 2 quick picks from Genji, 1 apiece. Suddenly tie us back out yet again inside of this one, and the players of the defense, they can just run away. 2 shields left standing. This is an interesting one, certainly. A bit of a conundrum, a bit of a predicament. Noodle going to try and bait out the diffuser here. Nako and Asa left to try and lead the charge, push on back through. It's a decent-ish plant spot for the Wolves here, but Genji, they've got numbers in it. They've got fully automatic weapons here, but just do not light up your teammates. Faced up with 2 shields, no choice but to run away. Asa's going to fall to the grave. Leaves it all down to Nako. 40 seconds left to go. Surely pull off and get the diffuse down now. Don't overextend yourself. And it's just going for the hum right now. Nako giving him the chase around as long as he can do, but you've got 2 angry. Shields running for you. They're chasing. This is just, I don't even know what I'm watching anymore. Nako's keeping it. Why aren't they planting? Why are they chasing him? He's away from the objective. Go back.
away!
Plant. Go and put the diffuser down. Thank you, Noodle. Go and stick it down on the ground there. Nako, he can't do much from inside of this position on his own, Samir. Leader just needs to not give away the 1 versus 1 here. Luckily, he won't. Wolves will take the round, and thank goodness for that.
Once in a lifetime ring around the room, the bathroom master to Solarium, the plant being seemingly allergic to the side of Wolves, but they do end up sticking to it as the Blitz takes the 1v1. A risky one at that, but the result is for them, and that's what matters mostly. A bit rusty in the moment. I mean, the Shields really wanted the smoke, I'll be honest. They were chasing him up relentlessly.
Wildcard versus G2 at Munich. The final round of that has nothing on what we've just witnessed. Remember that Blitz charging through Consulate?
Yes.
Just, I think it was barreling after poor old
Defenders,
Doki.
protect your bombs from being
Just
defused by
chasing him
attackers.
down. It's got nothing on what we just witnessed there. Poor old Nako. I don't know if that's much he can do
Attackers have
from that
discovered the
spot.
location of a bomb.
Tied scoreboard and Wolves. I mean, it worked. Why change it?
Unfortunately, it's not broken, ladies and gentlemen. That's also something you need to consider. But overall, honestly, the end stage one really didn't work out with those final 2 shields. Again, it did get risky for a moment, and all the players that had guns from the side of the Wolves were taken out by Genji, who rather.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Run out came quite handy, but in 2v2, when you're blocked with 2
5 seconds left
face
before
places,
insertion.
it's not much that you can do, but just accept the fact that you're hoping to
Attackers'
find some
objective
good
is to
shots.
defuse a bomb.
Yeah, hope to find some toesies and blast them away where you can. And blast heads off the creeds. Bye-bye, Deadshot. Continuing the trends of spawn peaks. I thought for a moment there he was pausing to go in the old chat. Compared to the GK game, it's a little bit quieter between these two. A little more locked in, and I think it's because the stakes are higher right in this one. Puffo, this is an elimination game. But it ain't gonna stop Deadshot doing things like that.
I was gonna say, it's an elimination game. Stakes are higher, but the performance is definitely on a different level. I don't know if for the better or for the worse. However, definitely these teams are having an interesting performance, to say the least.
Yeah.
As Craig's now being gone, Brava would be a valuable asset, right? You want to get rid of those LS, Malusi Bloodwebs would have been extremely good to handle for yourself, and even the main cameras can come in quite useful. But now the 1v1 between Noodle challenging out the Solos with the support from Genji. Logan nicely backing off into sight, forcing the Deimos to not take the initiation any further, but in exchange, the bottom floor has been given up to the side of Wolves.
That's it. Wolves have got that space now to be able to use amongst themselves, but what does it cost them? Well, it's cost them crits. Dive way early on inside of the round here, and it's going to be Wolves, I think, going for that bit of a off-change from taking the basement upwards to try and catch them off guard, to try and get something going from it, and it's actually going to be all the way elsewhere on the opposite side of the map on the top floor.
Get ready for the breach.
That they've been able to get themselves going elsewhere. 4 versus 4 now is going to be the Warden dropped. That's Deadshot gone. Getting a bit too aggressive there, a bit expert of confidence, and now I think the issue is going to be Genji don't have a way to deny any flashbangs later on in the round. That's an execute operator gone. Final 70 seconds going to be a little more precarious for him.
That's a good way to put it, but again, it's been quite intricate this round. There have been bumps of aggression here and there, but not really a full commit now. The Firebolt doesn't seem to lock down onto the corner player on the Cyber's side, so he's going to be able to persist in that nice little angle. You can see Nako has been taken out by Noodle, and now Asa with a very unfortunate shot on the skies. Now, how the hell did that happen? I have no clue, but Wolves, so she's getting away with it. Asa with another one to finish off Mardo. Now Asa, the one who team killed, being punished by his sins, coming back to bite him as Asa with a finishing shot. And what the hell is happening?
You team kill, so you must 1v5. That is your punishment for team killing. Reverse friendly fire has been removed from the game. You're now just forced into a 1v5. This is just... This is a really, really strange game of Siege. I've got to be honest with you, Puffo. I feel like we're getting to the later stages of the evening, right? I feel like we're tracking there, and this game is slightly going off the rails just a little bit here in terms of the small little bits. Overall, there's still some good Siege being, some good ideas being tossed around here, but push comes to shove when execution's thrown into the mix, things are a little more dicey.
Casting Siege at 3 a.m. gone wrong. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a perfect example of what would happen if Siege was haunted.
Has Siege ever gone right at 3 a.m.? Early hours of the morning of Siege. Has that ever gone right for anyone?
That is true. That does sound like a horrific experience.
It does.
Probably
Sledge Myers at 2 in the morning.
10 seconds
my
left
God,
before insertion.
you are such a great fan for knowing Sledge Myers. Yeah,
5 seconds
that
left.
is such a fun thing to do in customs.
I got a no ball. You know what we did? Just this is totally off topic. Me and my friend, we did a couple of 1v1s on the wild card event mode the other day. If it was still in the game, I would say go and try, because for 1v1s it makes such a big money.
I hate that stupid chicken that gets set on the screen. I can't. If you're giving me PTSD, stop it.
Oh, that was. See, the thing is, the chicken was probably worse for me than the Fenrir effect constantly. Like the Fenrir I could deal with. I'm used to seeing that stuff, but the chicken, I'm like, what do I do with this? Like KFC, maybe.
Ooh, that sounds tasty right now. Like you kind of got me hungry, Charlie.
I'm sorry. Unfortunately, I think all of my Deliveroo Uber Eats options are closed at this time, so we'll have to make do with the tasty game in front of us.
Stinger's active!
Ooh, that is true. Trucks are being sent on down.
Activated traps.
Wolves are ready to have us tasting this meal of matches. A bit of stunnage coming through towards Noodle. There's going to be also the environmental smoke being popped for the moment, so you don't need to worry about that later. But as of the moment, again, Wolves have nicely been patiently waiting. Clearing utility. Verticality is going to be the next step, major one. However, as of course, you need to get it if you want to have a safe and sound plant down. But there's plenty of things still standing in your way. We do see the Cade there to try and deny the breach from going live, and not much of a counter here. They will need to manually remove the Cade clause if they want to find this breach.
That's it. They need to get away through this utility. I feel like a lot of the time so far this match, they've just been kind of working around the utility. Those Denari steps and Solarium side, they just ignore and work around them. Versus here, they've got something they cannot get through. They need to find a way to deal with it directly. And well, they might just use their guns. Instead, Asa takes the head clean off of Marto there, challenging from the K9. Is Tyrant looking on in, but Lena's going to fall to the C4 from below. Asa with a huge double dare from below on the vertical. Tyrant's dropped to the ground as well. Creeds follows suit. Asa, he's going to be able to get the revive, but now it puts him and his leftover teammate in a 2v3 situation here. Gen.G, got one player on the top floor here looking to contest it, but I think realising, don't pay for it, don't cost it, don't waste this opportunity. Got a golden ticket right now, Gen.G. All you need to do is hold on 35 more seconds. But no, Asa on a triple kill, shuts down Naquo. Brings us back to an even 2 versus 2 situation. But low health on the HP in the pocket of Wolves. This one is still worrisome for them.
We were talking about how it might not be worth for some of these players to take the dino fights, but of course they keep on peeking into Azure, and that's costing them 3 players already, as Azure is stepping down into trophy. That's one of the players, and what are we doing? Both of the players just offer themselves up as easy sacrifices, but there's nothing in return as the round is lost. Wolves now with a 4-2 split over towards the defensive as well, and this could not be a better spot for them.
How have they gotten away with that, Puffo? They should not. I
don't know. They were just like, just stick to sight and hold like one angle, brother. I don't know.
This game's giving me a headache, man. Siege hurts is all I've got to say. Siege hurt head. And I think Gen.G will be left scratching their head a little bit after that one as well. I think it's definitely one they could have won. Should have been a 3-3 split there. But hey-ho, Gen.G have come back from worse tonight. It's not the end of the world just as of yet. They do go on towards the attack, though, and it's their opponent's map pick. So Wolves should, on paper, in theory, be quite comfortable here over towards this sort of chalet defense.
100%. Again, we're still taking a look at the previous round, and like you said, some of the players, especially the Cade, backing off toward trophy, found it a bit unworthy to try and play aggressive when you have a one-player lead. But the fact that someone was holding the hatch so close, not trying to take the distance and force the drop from some of these players, is what ended up determining why the 2v2 came around. But then the final two players were kind of just holding verticals that were already passed by the attackers, and of course there wasn't information to solidify that, but instead of holding verticals next time, it might be a bit better for Gen.G to try and focus down to the basics, as in, you know, your entries, your trophy stairs, your match, your fireplace. But again, it is a round
Attackers
for
have
Wolves,
discovered
so
the
I doubt they're
location
going to
of
be
a bomb.
complaining.
No, they'll take what they can get. I mean, as we say, they're down the map in a best of 3 where they lose, they're not going to Invitational anymore. So I think they'll take what they can get at this point. And now for them, it's a start up on towards the top floor here. Lineup we've
5
seen
seconds
pretty
left
similarly
before
to what Gen G brought along to the table. Only difference really being the operator bans this time. That Mira, that Azami being brought through. It does mean that things are going to shake up slightly differently. Those mobile sort of fortresses you can create, that you're not going to be able to do that so much anymore. It's going to be a struggle.
Yeah, struggle is a good way to put it, but right now, Gen G, you know, it's not over yet. If Wolves got themselves full rounds, who said Gen G can't, as they have been the ones to also claim out map number 1. But we're heading down to the territory of Wolves once more. This is a map they've trying to come to, and this aggression that they've been displaying certainly shows for it. Gen G haven't been able to necessarily back it up just yet, but the attackers now can't find themselves that 5th round, and the 5th round is a bit of a scary thing to look at, because again, you're running around away from match point. That's that sort of shadow presence that always lurks, and you're just thinking, if we lose this round, it might already be looking extremely closely dangerous. And I imagine Gen G, even though, again, extremely experienced team, good team, no denying that, this late of an hour, after so much exhaustion, thoughts like that might start getting to you a bit.
This is it. It's going to be one of those things where it just might start to creep under your skin. Creed's farming information right now, tucked in a corner, right behind a little refrigerator, keeping himself ice cold, ready to try and seal the deal here. Thatcher, look at all that utility he's gained off of that one piece of launcher, and it's Azza to pay the price for it. But look at this, a flank up from Creed's now coming to life here on West Stairs. Takes a little bit of damage, has to dip away. Leader with another one elsewhere, keeps things level for the side of Wolves. 3 versus 3 now. Gen G have to still try and pick up the pieces. Loot minus death, Thatcher in their line.
Yeah, for a moment, again, Gen G picked it up. Now we've shown that Giants also can't fall. Love gasping for air, but with still a similar man count like Wolves. A small bit of HP as well going towards their favor, but race has not yet been ran. Since Tates are being sent rolling, that shot throwing an 8 to follow. Hopefully, someone can get overzealous, but you're leaving yourself exposed. Keep that in mind. Essentially chucked, find much damage, and there's going to be the perfect timing from Leader to take him out. Didn't expect someone to be so close, but again, you have to expect the unexpected going up against Wolves, who already have been displaying such a great amount of mechanical giftness.
This is it, Wolves. This one thing this map has really come to light is how good their mechanics are. Even in light of some questionable game sense decisions at points, they've just been able to shoot their way out of a lot of problems, and it's not taken away from their team play as a whole, but they are an incredible side when it comes to the raw fragging potential and what they can cook after a bit more time together, a bit more time to gel. Yeah, they could be aiming for the stars, but for Gen G, time is not on their side. 15 seconds left to go. Have to push, and there's a nasty angle being held here by Leader. He's going to drop for the count here. Luckily, Creed is on the crossfire. It's just Marto left standing, trying to go for the confirm on the player in the bathtub, and I think he may as well take it, because that's all he's going to get at this point. Swing round by Creed, none other than. The Moors will take it. They're round number 7 going their way as they start to build up a bit of lead now. And Puffo, I can't help but feel momentum's firmly behind them.
Yeah, Wolves here, this is a masterclass, and they're starting to run away with it again. 3 rounds ahead. Have we seen any team 3 rounds ahead of each other today?
No.
Is this really the first time?
This is the furthest 2 teams have been apart. The furthest previous to this was Gen G GK Bank, where it was 3-1, I think it was. Was it 3-1 was when Gen G called the timeout and then turned it around? It never got any further. So this is, 3-round deficit. The furthest, at least on our streams, we've seen today.
Yeah. Maybe we're also 2 ahead. Closest games happening. That's what I'm going to say right now.
Yeah, I mean,
honestly, that's... I mean, it kind of makes sense, because again, these are the best teams. These are all the teams that are managing to qualify into the Last Chance Qualifiers.
Oh,
so
yeah.
we are looking like at the peak of Siege. But at the same time, I think we're also used to one-sided battles from the previous qualifiers.
Yeah, certainly.
It's just something new, and honestly, I'm all for it.
Shifters player heading out to defuse a bomb. Which way, Am Guns? Which way? Because that was a 1-1, wasn't it?
Yeah,
wasn't that like one? Wasn't that like 1-1? I mean, our games have been really. Oh, map 2, right? Yeah, we're talking about our games here. Map 1. We've had close games tonight. It's been really, really good. How close
the
everything's
first
been
one was
tonight.
like, I would say the first one was legendary.
But yeah, first one was like an all-timer, and well, here, this one maybe not an all-timer for Deadshot. I had been a bit quieter this map, and it's certainly been costing Gen.G because I mean we flashed back towards Consulate. It was Deadshot that was really being the difference maker. The rest of the team so. Skies has stepped up here from Gen.G, but with Deadshot falling back to the wayside and the team really struggling to get in the building, I just don't know how I feel about it right now.
Unsure. Again, mixed feelings here, but for now, we're going to have to see how Gen.G are going to sustain themselves, because currently, as sad as it is to say, this is might be able to get them back in the match, but they just miss it. Wolves are extremely fast on their feet, ironically so, and well, according to the name, they definitely do work around those movements quite well, but the Capitao seems to be setting up for good plans. Flash force out the player. Azur here just low on HP, enough for the claim of kill to come through, and Noodle hoping he can deny this plant. He's starting to sniff something in the water, something just unusual. The plant that might be going through that double window default or even bar itself, as Wolves are starting to prepare for something worse, as Gen.G in the meanwhile setting up for that execution slowly.
Slowly sledding up for the execution as they make their way through the motions of this one. The concern is for me right now for Gen.G is 3 players outside a window. They're going to have to hop on in at some point, and when they do, it's going to be a bloodbath, and normally being the one hopping through the window, it doesn't always favour you if you don't have the utility to back yourself up. Frag grenade going to go in towards the common suicide, just clear it out. No one to be playing it from the Wolves, who for the most part have taken a fairly relaxed approach to the remainder of this one. You've got Tyrant upstairs, Creeds as well, but everyone else is down on the objective. They're just biding out their clock here, letting the time do the talking. At Gen.G, I feel they stalled out a little bit, and they're not really sure where to go from this point.
Yeah, it can be a bit difficult to find yourself out of the struggle. Again, you need to make this next step, but it might get a bit messy in all honesty. Again, Gen.G are going to have to force themselves into the side, being held by so many entrances. It makes it very difficult. They also have to see volunteer ways, not able to find the headshot is going to allow Noodle to find one leader towards that bottom side. Martel King now set down to the dust as we have final 2 players from Gen.G just outside the building, looking for that final hurdle at entry. A C4 sent towards the sledge's way, but without the diffuser, 0 time remaining. Wolves should be sitting comfortably at match point. A last attempt being made. That key to game, not Puffobob then. And it's Skies with a tertiary objective to put in the lives for this match point. And this might be finished closer or sooner than we thought.
This might be. This has been the furthest 2 teams have been on our stream today. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm pretty sure there was a 7-0 earlier on today. Yeah. Project Zero 2-0'd Panu, when they 2-0'd Panu. The second map was a 7-0, so there has been some one-sided games today. But at least here on our stream, we've been blessed for some really, really close games. And here, Gen.G take a timeout, but why weren't we taking this a round or 2 ago? Right. You're now down match 4.
Yeah.
You need 4 flawless rounds to bring this one all the way back through. It's a very, very tall ask for them.
That is a good point. The thing is, again, you're taking a look at a team that's been already on a bit of a losing streak. I do believe Gen.G started off the opening 2 rounds. Has it been 6 for Wolves consistently? Or was it 2-2 and then 4 now?
Wolves won the first one, Gen.G won 2, and then Wolves won 5 in a row. I believe. Based off what that timeline just said. It's something like that. Gen.G won a couple, Wolves have won, but the point is Wolves have won a bunch in a row. I think they've won like the last 4 or 5 rounds. All back to back to back of each other. And that's a very good feat from them, and
Attackers need to locate and defuse
they've been doing a very,
as many
very good
bombs as
job
they can.
of things. Proud. Say to come back, and the mental's there for them. And I'm starting already to kind of just look ahead towards
Attackers
Clubhouse.
have discovered the location of a bomb.
Clubhouse we haven't seen, and honestly, as much as this map has been played, I have been missing it. You know? Feels like home. A bit of homesickness.
It actually kind of does, doesn't it? Like, Clubhouse is like home away from home. Someone should make Clubhouse as an Airbnb. But you imagine, like, hear me out, imagine having Clubhouse as an Airbnb, But we put beds all over the place and have a giant
5
like
seconds remaining.
siege people. Imagine like a LAN at Clubhouse.
Dude, that would be sick.
You have the game on you have the game on stage. You go through the double doors. You've got a bar right there. Perfect major vibes. Like,
That'd be cool.
just don't let any of the fans near the armory in the basement. I don't know if that would end.
Unsure, but hey, those are some good plans, Traviiiii.
I should be in charge of deciding where the majors are. I think this would be a very good vision. We're going to have a major in a made-up clubhouse. We're going to have a presidential plane major. We're going to go and borrow a plane and we'll have a major on it. Why not?
Yeah.
Boat major. Let's get a big boat and have a major on a boat in the middle of the sea. We're cooking. Ubisoft hire us.
Stand by to witness the punch.
Ubisoft, hear us out. We are right now cooking things in the background, just like these two teams are liking to keep the magic going. Wolves not so much. For Gen G, on the other hand, again, want to go for the full length of an overtime, maybe stress out Wolves and go for the exhaustion game. Persistent since the very beginning of the day, but now both these teams are showing a bit of struggle, a bit of mistakes letting slip on by as, again, the tiresome moments are slowly showing themselves. However, Gen G, if they do not win this round or 4 rounds in a row, Wolves will be able to continue and bring us to Clubhouse.
This is it. Wolves will be able to bring us all the way through to Clubhouse as they try to go for a free position C4 there, but forced away by the DMR and the amazing amount of penetration power that one has. Creeds and Noodle up on the top floor for a bit of a lurk, a bit of a deep roam. Looking to go for a bit of a flank, but they got a far cry from the objective. You do have one watching the back, I believe it's Nacro watching Solarium's there. So for Gen G, there's that flank watch potential there. You just got to be careful of it. Wolves, the players on the side of side though, they're doing a great job of holding down the fort. Look at this Puffo. C4 ready in hand. Canisters, everything's going their way right now. C4's going to throw. Unfortunately, though, doesn't hit its mark.
Yeah, Gen G having a bit too tunnel visioned on this one push. Again, it's very one-dimensional. Guess how strong. If you find those breaches, it can be. Haven't even taken clear of the verticality fully. Look at Noodle here on that vigil. Could be a huge executioner for any of these kitchen players. Still some impacts being made. Leader and of course the Solus Creeds here are taking initiative to try and fight these attackers with ground they think they've captured, but again, they're only the intruders. Noodle finds himself one caught off guard. The blast is going down on sight, but Slimes finds Azra in return, and now Wolves need to slowly start getting their act together, and fastly so, because the timer's ticking against them. 4 player against 4, but they're all being held. They need to make a move. Mardo's going to be able to take the close off the chessboard. Creeds will follow, but it matters not, as Mardo's going to be the upstairs king, and is now also extra one. The last one, Tyrant, trying to find a couple of pop shots with that TCSG. That can be useful, but again, you only have 10 more seconds. The enemies are running away from you. Little do you know as well, there's someone just about holding you out and around here for the attackers, as it is 6-3.
It is indeed 6-3 on the scoreline here. Gen G get their first round back in a little while. Tactical timeout working on through the wise words of Actor, seemingly working their magic yet again. 100% timeout conversion rate for the coach of Gen G tonight. So props to the coach, props to all the back of house team that we don't really see on the forefront in the lobby here. For Gen G, I mean, I had the pleasure of speaking with Actor a little bit back in Malta. He's a phenomenal guy, knows his stuff. Results are showing.
Yeah. 100%. Again, I think the coach has also, like the coaches from Wolves, all the background staff that are making this possible have been, stepping in. I imagine they're also a great set of encouragement. Even though coaches are there to kind of do the job of explaining things how it should be better done. That's normally
Attackers
the
need to
role of an
locate and
IGM as well.
defuse as
So
many bombs as
coaches
they
can partake in the emotional side of things to hype the players up, to let them know, hey guys, we're losing. I know you're in a bad mood, but get your stuff together and make sure to win this because it's the last chance qualifiers. Know what's on the line.
This is it. I mean, when you see a coach take a tactical timeout, think back to Munich or even the regionals where we were lucky enough sometimes to have the coach listening. You get 2 sides of timeout from the coach, right? You sometimes will get the more tactical focus where it's about, we need to do less of this, more of that. Or sometimes, as you say, Puffer, you get that emotional coach that is just like, I mean, how many times have we seen Fabian just scream for 45 seconds and they start winning?
5 seconds
And
left.
G2 went to lift the hammer. M80 went to win a major. It's a tried and true strategy. I mean, I'm not suggesting you scream at people. I don't in one moment, so is that the best way to do it? But I mean, some scenarios it works. If you're Fabian, it works. But we're not all Fabian.
True. Not all Fabian. We wish we could be. We wish we could. And I imagine leaders right now wishing we could find out how successful. So, although back to the top track, Fabian is great. I honestly gained so much respect for M80 after their win at the Munich Major. I was hoping for something, but
Oh yeah.
honestly, gotta give him credit.
Flew all the way to Germany just to see Beast Coast 2.0 win another major against the exact same BDS roster. Like, what's this world come to? Mako finds the pick on towards Creeds there. Opening one, going the way of Genji yet again. Perhaps just getting a little bit over excited there, Creeds, and he's giving himself away for not really a whole lot there.
Yeah, just gonna get us killed. A nice little kill, back off, and fade away to the bottom floor. And meanwhile, those guys seems to be waiting for a call, maybe a moment for his team to distract the player on mezzanine currently. Although the rest, although they are being cleared, Wolves are nicely tallied up closer and closer with each call being made. A great play towards the direction. No, he somehow still finds the kill, and it is all going amiss, but Wolves are keeping themselves composed under all this pressure. Noodle doing absolute damage here. 2 kills of his own to try and even out the score. Maybe lacking 1, but the single man that he is, definitely putting up a valiant effort.
It is certainly indeed, and doing him to do so, it's still put Wolves in that slight disadvantage, but it's only slight now. It's one man standing in between the two. The issue is Genji getting a defuse down. Luna realises he has to sprint back to the objective, caught with his pants down while in the run. Luna able to find one back the other way, but it's a 2 versus 1 situation now, going up against the shield, and Asa as well, holding the long angle with the AK-12 here. You've got a lot of ground to cover, 30 seconds to do so, not to mention the 7 that you're going to need for the defuse as well. It's looking difficult right now, and if history is all right, if they can hold on, Genji seem good for another round here, and the comeback, dare I say it, Puffo, it might just possibly be on.
It just might be on. There's no... There we go. They're just ignoring Scott, hoping he can outrun his problems, but in the end, it does seem like he was taught a bit of a lesson on trying to surpass your enemies in such a stressful moment. The Blackbird was locked in, knocked him back, and found the round. Genji, like you said, on a good run to find themselves an equalization between the two, as we are having some tech difficulties. A short reconnect here from Noodle. Wolves are now only 2 rounds ahead, and even though it is a tech timeout, they surely can use this as a semi-tech timeout.
They certainly can. I mean, as Nanos says in the all chat, love Nanos. It's a very short, quick pause here. You are technically not allowed to talk during a technical timeout. Found that out the hard way. You're not supposed to talk during them. But so you are supposed to keep your mouth shut. That is the rule book officially. You are supposed to zip. Silence, not a word to one another, because obviously if you could talk during a technical pause, not that either of these teams would, but just to remove the possibility of it happening or being used later on, you could cause a technical pause to get time to talk amongst yourselves. So the rule book is you must stay silent.
Yes, that is true.
Good siege lore.
That is some good siege lore coming in from Traviiiii, of course. The wandering storyteller.
Yeah.
But, I mean, 2 rounds here. It's not a big distance for Genji to cross. Certainly not the marathon they were earlier faced with. I mean, it doesn't seem like winning 2 rounds can make such a great deal, but it already has, right? Genji went from 6-2 now to, oh my goodness, no, show us that.
Let's just have a look during the tech pause. Look at that. Wordle has been nailed.
What was the word?
I'm not going to tell you. I'm not spoiling the word for you, Puffer. You got to work it out yourself.
I don't play Wordle, man. I'm a solitaire type of guy.
Okay, but what if the guys on the stream play Wordle here? The word was not
their problem. I'm curious. Okay, then type it into my DMs.
The word was not snail.
Okay.
Oh, it looks like a snail. I mean... I don't know if that looks like a snail, but this looks like some siege.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
Quality, fun siege. We love fun siege. Fun siege is my favourite kind of siege.
Right now. I mean, a good way to describe this match would be all around the place where we've seen some action, we've seen passiveness, but mostly we're also starting to see a possible comeback, which hasn't been very common because teams have been loving their back and forth throughout the entirety of today. But now Gen G are starting to slowly put some eggs in their
10 seconds
basket,
to
and well,
insertion.
2 more, they're going to be caught up to Wolves.
Device activated. 5
Yeah,
seconds
they're going to
left.
catch their way through. I mean, it's possible they could bring this back. I mean,
Attackers are
Gen
moving
G
to defuse a bomb.
did a good job to come back. Granted, it was only 2 rounds and it was not a match point. Here, they're bringing it back and it's match point against them. I mean, they might just want this one done in 2, and for Gen G, that's probably the goal here, right, Puffo? They want to get more sleep because if they win this map, they get another hour of sleep, essentially. Because if they lose this map, they'll then have to play another map, which is probably about plus a break, another hour or so. So they're going to lose about an hour of sleep. If they win this map, they can get an hour of sleep.
Their competitors, or at least some of them, are already laying in their bed.
I mean, this is the thing, the winner of this one will be going up against Twisted Minds at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, or 10 AM CET, so approximately 8 hours and 50 minutes from now.
Yep, and well, you talk about times, you talk about numbers. 1 off of Wolves, a nice little countdown here, and Noodle will begin it from 5 to 4. 1 gun rid of expanded. Hopefully the batteries were put down into motion and not attempted for tricking and kept within the corpse that now lays vacant. Although Gen G, they've claimed a kill. Gonna instantly look to back off again. That's enough of action for them for now. Gonna get that headspace back and try to keep themselves compact.
All set to
This is
jam
it.
the
Play it
meridian.
calm and just look to wait this out. Halfway through this round now, 5 versus 4 situation. Gen G are in the driver's seat so far and establishing himself further. So another pick from Deadshot on towards Creeds there, leaving it all up to Azza, Tyrant and Leader to try and bring this one back for the Wolfpack here. Otherwise, it's the brink of regulation. Seemingly what's going to be required of this one. All 12 rounds. There's another one falls for the side of the Wolves. Byron left to contest this one on towards the top floor, but caught in a sandwich between 2 Gen G players. No choice but to retreat away to the back of the staircase. But only there is inevitable. You're going to get swung on by Skies there. Poor old Azza in a 1v5. Feet holes are exposed. Catches Deadshot there on the drop from the hatch above. But it's just a consolation prize. Nothing more than that. Gen G will take it and force us to all the way in 12 rounds of regulation.
Yeah, now this has been a long pad here for Gen G. Not to say they've been struggling. This was an extremely solid round. They've been bringing it back, right, brick by brick. Whatever adjustments they've made right now, Wolves are feeling a bit scared. I would even dare say, right? The technical timeout is going to be called. There he goes. Wolves now starting to reconsider their thoughts and take a look at the kills. Right, Skies has been a performer that was earlier Deadshot, I do believe. So kind of swapping the roles. Deadshot not as persistent this match around, but Sky's taken up that opportunity to drop a 15 bomb that could even continue as now, Gen G have won 3 rounds in a row. Wolves can make it all count for nothing by winning this one out or the overtime, but I imagine Gen G, since they've been set off to such a tempo and the surge is already running through their blood, the adrenaline is pumping, they don't just get stopped by a single timeout.
No, this is it. Surely 1 timeout isn't what it takes. Surely it's not just 1 timeout to force us to map 3. Surely we go to an overtime. Ronaldo. 1 final round of regulation here for Wolves. It's essential they get this, I feel. Overtime is risky for them. Overtime means their spot in the LCQ is in deep, turbulent waters yet again.
Attackers need to locate and
Genjido.
defuse bombs.
Come back. Wouldn't it be a good way to end the evening? It'd be a good night to
Attackers
end the
have
evening.
located a bomb.
I'm hoping for Gen G specifically, like you said again, they do want to get themselves to sleep unless they really want to lack of sleep on their game days. But for Wolves, the struggle has been real. They've been in the upper brackets. They even had a bit of a long run, I would say, through the Last Chance Qualifiers to even get themselves here. So they don't want to throw all of that into nothing, especially for a team that has extremely talented players. And of course, to his credit, but
10 seconds to go.
Gen G have been pushing them up for a couple of rounds and haven't been necessarily flawless, but certainly playing like we've seen them in that previous matchup.
Attackers are
This is
moving
it.
to
I mean,
defuse the
is
bomb.
it quite the level of quality we've grown to expect from them? I don't know. That's kind of my question that I'm sort of sitting on right now, really, to be honest with you, Puffo. As it's been quite a interesting evening with the way both these two teams have played, and it could still be anyone's game, but Wolves just relying, I think, back on a bit of old reliability. Trap operators coming on outright. We've got the Frost, got the Aruni and the Ella as well. They're relying on these traps, these baseline. They're relying on the fact that Gen.G are tired, they're sloppy. They're going to fall for these really simple mistakes, and it will cost them dearly if they do.
Speaking of trap operators, we've never seen traps. Oh wait, no, we have map number 1. Yeah, that was a fun time. Maybe Wolves are going to consider that again, but as for now, yeah, very good point. Again, Gen.G not really at the peak as of the moment. Not to say that they're just bad or anything, but again, both these teams, I imagine, very, very tired. Even us casters do get tired. You know, us casters are not AI. We're not robots, so you know we do need sleep. But as of the moment, Wolves, the passiveness from them, the calm silence has been deafening to say the least, as they don't really want to take any challenges. And on a map like Chalet, maybe not the best.
Maybe not. That's going to be what stands. Halfway through the round now, all 10 players in the lobby still standing. But I can just feel it's another one of those sort of 7-7 situations where it's a very important round for both these sides here. And whoever makes the first mistake will pay heavily, heavily for it. Gen.G have come a marathon to get to this position, and they're going to continue to run it on there. Marco finds the first pick on towards Azadeh, shutting the Ella down. Advantage extends the way of Gen.G early on here. Leader looking to test his front doorway now.
Look at the patience from the Dodogui player. Backs off and flattens once more. That's going to be Mardo on his second in the round already. And now the patience has run thin. Wolves are going to be charged out with 4 Blackbirds, 2 players behind him. Those players are to be muffled in the moment. Trying to back away from the nade, but nade actually finds the weak tag. It's a good 1-for-1 trade, but Trophy still needs to be looked out for. Stairs were open and Creech took advantage of it. Found the backside, found another kill. Wolves might be close down, but again, time is slowly starting to run thin, and the case is dropped in the perfect position for these defenders to hold.
That's it, perfect spot right now here for these final 2 defenders of Wolves here to play the positions. And this is the thing, they've got themselves a great spot. 25 seconds left on the clock as well. Gen.G are going to need to try and force this plant on down, but with the vertical precarious too, and they're going to be very short-sighted to try and find themselves a safe position in and amongst the chaos. Clock's ticking away now, 15 seconds left to go to Repel player, trying to hold it from above, but Noodle's got himself close inside of the objective here. I don't know if Gen.G are aware of it. No, they're not. Creed finds one, Noodle with the other. Gen.G, not again, not like this. We saw them lose the map to Geek because of a bottle 3v5, and they've done the exact same thing here against the Wolves, and we're going to the distance. We're going to go to Clubhouse.
Clubhouse, Dubhouse, map number 3. Both these teams will go till the very end. Good half still in chat. We do see that both of them are quite in positive moods, but who will be able to claim it out on Dubhouse is only a question of time, only a matter of decisions, and only who gets tired before who. Skies with 15 kills in this round, very commendable, but in the end, Wolves were just able to last the length, and even though there was a good, really good comeback from Gen.G, sadly, it was all for naught.
It was all for nothing. Deja vu. Gen.G bottling another match point to themselves, really. It's a shame to see from them, because that should have been really theirs with the way the momentum was swinging. But regardless of, Wolves done a great job to bring the comeback there, and now they get to bring themselves on towards the Clubhouse, a 3rd and final map for this evening. The last one of the night, I believe. Every other matchup has finished. So to go over the bracket very quickly for you folks at home. Top 2, upper bracket semi-finals. Twisted Minds, Project Zero. That was a 2-0 going the way of Project Zero, dominating that one. Twisted Minds are now in the lower bracket, playing the winner of this game. Over on the other side, we had Virtus Pro versus Geek, who VP were able to take that one 2-0. Will be staying in the upper bracket, going up against Project Zero tomorrow. As for Geek, they will be playing the winner of our other lower bracket game. That was Shifters Panahone. That one went to 3 maps all the way to the distance. Unfortunately, not a great day to be a Finn. Panahone, our first team, knocked out here of the LCQs, and Shifters will be moving onwards to tomorrow to play against Geek.
Yes, And, well, we're going to see ourselves this one map, right? It's the decider. It's all that both these teams have been working towards, and on a map that hasn't been seen, at least from the side of me and Traviiiii today, that is also well recognized, similarly to Chalet, but a bit more down to basics. Now, Clubhouse, very favored for team chemistry, as it does come down to, well, how well you can organize yourself with adaptation. If something goes wrong, you lose your breacher, you're going to need to be quick on your feet, but in general, I mean, both these teams have been somewhat even.
Yeah, they have been somewhat even, and a map like Clubhouse tailors itself to even play all the way to distance going towards overtime. Puffo, we'll see if we can stay awake for it. As for your folks at home, we're just going to throw things off to one more quick break for the evening, but our last map of the EMEA LCQ for tonight is coming right up, so don't go anywhere, because for one of these teams, their year ends here.
Listen up, says my teacher. In front of the class, he says if you're not a believer, I'll love you, that's on you. Better shape up and pay your dues. I'll love you, that's on you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it has been a long day, a 6 hour and 38 minute long day of Rainbow Six Siege action as we head into the last map of the last best of 3 and into the last decider of who gets eliminated. Will it be Wolves? Will it be Genji? We're about to find out on Clubhouse. We just witnessed Chalet and Traviiiii. Are we still awake?
I think we're there, Puffo. I mean, I just sorted out the predictions. There was one guy who bet 10 channel points on Wolves, and he got all of the credits for the last game. There was only one believer, and well, believe is worth it because it was a result for him. He has earned himself all of the channel points. More predictions coming in, loading on in as we load ourselves in towards our final map of the evening. Puffo doesn't go any further than this. Genji, Wolves, one last map of Siege. 7 rounds is all you need. You are safe until tomorrow. For one of these teams, let's say goodbye.
Will this be another match that drags to the overtime and both these teams don't get the sleep needed to prepare for tomorrow? Connor Carey needed. Hold up. Give me a second. It just stopped functioning, ladies and gentlemen. I think we are at the end game. Both these teams, will they bring it to the old overtime, where they might lack a bit of sleep going into tomorrow, or will it be a quick 7-0 and one of these teams ends in quite the upset?
This is the big question lying ahead of us here. I mean, it's Clubhouse. I always tend to find it goes one of two ways, doesn't it? Kind of like you described. It's a game that goes the distance, a game that keeps us up till 2 in the morning, or it's something that's done quite quickly in relative quick fashion. Now, if you ask me, I think Genji are really very much they're their own victims tonight, very much. I feel a lot of what they've lost tonight is certainly off their mistake rather than less so their opponents playing better. I mean, you look at the 2 maps they've lost tonight.
Yeah.
Right? They've lost both final rounds of both final maps in a 3 versus 5 situation where they've had a very firm advantage, and it's just crap has hit the fan. It's not been
100%.
a great look.
Right. Especially for this tier, but unfortunately so, it does show the exhaustion get to the players' heads.
Attackers need to locate and defuse
we have a couple of Creed's fans in chat.
Yeah,
so
Creed's fans.
Definitely still being supported. Yeah, some Creed's fans going off in chat, so hopefully we're going to see him do damage with the yellow.
Is it too late to get an awoo from you, Puffo?
Although, you actually almost... It's so late that my brain just doesn't think for itself, but I'm right now weighing out the option of how much I regret.
Can I get a woof woof?
Okay, that's worse though. That's worse. Okay, I'll do a wall. I'll do a woo. There we go.
10 seconds left before insertion.
I'm going to flashback here because this, we will admit, if you want a proper cast, maybe not anymore, but a flashback to Berlin. Now, I've told you the story, I think, before, Puffo. One of the first games we watched live in Berlin was a Wolves game. And my mum didn't believe any of this was really too real, so she came along with me to the Berlin major.
Yeah.
Let's just say she was very puzzled when there were 2,000 people in the room, however many was at Berlin, just howling at the screen. Because, like, if you go back on the VOD, I think it was Wolves playing. I want to say it was XSET. I think it was. I think it was XSET or Relevate, one of the smaller teams, and it literally was just howling, like a lot of howling going on during that matchup, and yeah.
That might be my main reason for supporting Wolves to qualify.
I mean, they're a fun team to cheer for at LAN, I can tell you that.
Yeah, for sure. But honestly, just hearing all the ooh in like a stadium would be absolutely awesome. And I mean, round 1 Traviiiii, Clubhouse, right? We found ourselves with a bit of South Beach, a bit of execution, hard pitch. We have a mix of it all, but right now, as everything has been kind of opened up, Wolves, we're running this bunker strat. We've also been running
This can strat and Wolves, well, they need to start off here. Really looking for the aggressive angle all round long, and it finally pays off for him. He gets the first one. That's Marto shut down. That's the gear. That's your exit utility taking off the board there. You're going to have a struggle getting yourself in towards the objective with just the flashbangs you've got in the back pocket here. Players inside of Dirt's line, quite pressure down half a minute. Genji has just dropped the hatch. They've just decided to force Sengo, and it's working out for them somehow. Able to equalise for a second there, but not before has a say about it. Able to shut down Naquo. Deadshot Sky's left with it all to do. Becomes a 2v1 situation now as Genji turn this around with 2 quick kills of their own, all down to Creeds. Left 1v2, cornered inside of utility room there. Skies has the right idea on where the player's going to be coming from. Creeds knows he's walking into a death trap, but he's better off for that information. Now, Deadshot tucked away inside of Arsenal here, has to play for his life. He knows he's in a tough position, throws the flashbang. Does he know where Creeds has gotten himself off to? That's the big question. He's running it around, shots from the SPG and Yellow is going to get the position away. Deadshot doing the exact same thing in so. Yellow pings through, but it's not enough there. Genji will take the first round of this one there. Very quick and great opportunity to spot in trouble.
Yeah, 100%. We get ourselves also some very decent shots, and just like that, Genji with the opening on the attack. Even though the rough ending didn't really suffice too much, a couple of bullets from the Yellow reassured the suspicions of the final player, and being on low HP didn't help either, as Wolves and Creeds, the last to fall the first round here for Genji, and off to a decent beginnings here with Traviiiii now typing woof in chat in all caps.
Hey, don't out me like that, Puffo. I mean, like, chats,
Like
the Twitch chat's not in the VOD. Like, we don't have to refer to the Twitch chat because when the VOD disappears, it will only be on YouTube, and there's no Twitch chat there. Like,
oh, Traviiiii has now just been. Oh, Traviiiii is saying a lot of weird stuff. This is very illegal stuff he's saying in chat.
oh no, oh no, oh no.
You gotta do a howl though. You gotta. If I did a howl, you gotta do a howl.
Ah, woo!
Is
that good enough for you?
Thank you very much.
Falls with this, they can have a little bark as well.
I'm just gonna stop
5 seconds to go.
decisions and I don't regret.
Be regretted by decisions? Nah.
No, but
Should we watch The Siege?
yeah, we should probably. But it's gotten so late that I think everyone's just here chilling out and having a good time. And
Yeah.
we know we will definitely guess, but just a bit more calm.
Should I just put some like lo-fi music on in the background here? Just like,
It's up to the viewers.
just a bit of chill, bit of lo-fi, just like. I don't think we're actually. I don't know if we're meant to, but like. Here you go, let me just like.
Risk it.
You just got that, did you? Just a little bit like, just a bit of chill lo-fi for just for a round.
Yeah.
Chill, cozy late night vibes here. Fun day, Rainbow Six Siege. It's that chill now. I feel calm.
Time to make a new door.
Ladies and gentlemen, we hope you feel comfortable. We would love to actually ask you 1 in the morning for me, 1:30, and 2:30 for Travis. So we want to keep ourselves
Yeah, but
games.
It's half past. Yeah,
Kill
you're
me.
later than me.
Oh, it's the end of the world then. I thought, actually, no, I'm kind of happy it isn't the case, because if it was 2:30 for you, I just feel bad.
Deploying Selma!
Yeah, I would cry if it was that late, I can't lie. But it's not, luckily enough. It's quite chill. Quite chill.
100%. Yeah, you know, we can talk about how the performance between these teams have been this entire day, but in general, we do want to thank everyone who's been sticking around until now. And of course, we do want to let everyone know that, you know, we hope you're still enjoying the show. And meanwhile, though, World's down below. Like, defensive passes here is going to be open towards the gym side. A bit of spottage towards the leader. Oh, what happened with the music?
I've been told to be sick. Chat is not a fan of the music.
Just turning my head in.
What song would go well with a match of Siege, like? Oh yeah, just like really good guitar riffs in here. It was just a 1 round special, but we didn't even make it all the way through, and we're almost all the way through this round. We've only just seen the first big bit. Nago finds one on towards Noodle there, giving Genji no advantage. Honest, they decide to get far down inside of this one. Leader drops down towards the floor there. Tyrant trying to make something happen, but instead just loses another teammate for his troubles. Diffuser's gone down, 4v3 situation here. Tyrant on a double win around. Hello, an opportunity presents itself here for the Wolves. But a 2v3 position is still not ideal for them. Players all about left, right, and centre. Azza on the hop out. It brings it down to just Marto here. How have Wolves turned this around, Puffo? Because now they're on the verge of being able to seal this one. The fuse is being stuck out by Azza. He hops off it momentarily. Pre-fire has been made, and they're able to get it in time. No, Gen G. How have we lost another round like this?
Oh, that returns to the fashion once
Bomb
more.
diffuser
Wolves are
disabled
gonna
by
catch up to
defenders.
Gen G. It's around back four.
Defender mission
And in the end,
successful.
it wasn't as dominant, but still 2 solid plays remaining. The defuse has plenty of time, and even though the attackers did find their objective, they just could not withstand it till the very end. Is now round number 3, right? We're going to be heading onto what side? I do wonder. Wolves, CCTV, and Cash not seemingly given an opportunity to the bottom floor, which I would say is objectively the best.
Those are the kind of rounds where I feel like this is where this game has the potential to just go to distance. It's one of those rounds where it should be someone's round pretty comfortably there. I thought, oh, Gen G are actually starting to build ahead of themselves. I shouldn't have even thought it.
Attackers need to locate and defuse
I'm
as
sorry,
many
I
bombs as
cast
they
a curse
can.
in by thinking in my head. I was like, oh, Gen G are doing all right. Gen G are doing decently. They're good form, and they're just going to speedrun this, and then immediately that happens. And I'm like, yeah, no, okay, we're back to where we were. Sorry, chat.
Sorry, Chad.
Attackers have
We didn't
located
mean to
the
do
bomb.
it. It just kind of happens passively. We have to control it, but it's not within our grasp.
Let me just change the script quickly. It's here somewhere.
Oh yeah, can you send it over?
Yeah, I mean, it's in a pile, you see. There's lots of other things over there. CJX 2 plans
10 seconds to
over
go.
there.
Oh, stop lying to us all. Stop lying to yourself, buddy. Get the hell out of here.
The Oryx rework,
Feet up and running!
where he
I
just
think
comes to
that might be
Kool-Aid Man.
possible.
To be
That
fair,
might be
Or-
possible.
I could see an Oryx rework happening. I'd just like him to fully become the Kool-Aid Man.
Oh yeah. Listen, we love the Kool-Aid Man.
We do. Oh, not sponsored.
Not sponsored yet. In the meanwhile, though, Wolves again in a bit of an entry. We see Genji. This might be coming from the fear of a possible trick, which doesn't seem to be in play. But again, just not really willing to. Special charge, stay clear. As both opportunities have been used, and the third one. More recent-ish editions of the Thermite have been quite useful, but the first one is just happening, and look at Creed's now locked in a corner with no way to get out. He's just looking to waste as much as he can. No even been knocked down to the ground, looking to deal tiny bits of damage. A slap onto the wrist towards the Blitz. That shot goes to follow, and now it seems this gym side, capital, bedroom, everything happening. Leader looking to desperately hold on to CCTV, or rather construction, but just will be pushed on forcefully.
Indeed, they will do. Retreating away, Wolves. 2-man deficit. Still though, over half the round to play for here, so it's plenty of time for Gen G to work disadvantage, but if this matchup has taught us one thing so far, Bob, it's never say never, especially when it comes to Gen G and a man advantage, right? This is still possible for Wolves here. Never count them out until the final player has dropped dead to the floor. Gen G going to stall out now. They've taken the advantage. Look towards how they want to get through construction area. Going to apply a bit of pressure through the player on left, just so they can't ping push through that space just yet. You do have CC wall open. So a bit of area there to rotate around and get yourselves in. But for the time being, these three players of Wolves, they're doing a pretty good job of holding Gen G back.
100% right. But the Wolves, they're 3 players. Even though they might be doing it now, a minute is not enough unless you find yourself some sort of catalyst. But leader falling down certainly will not be for it. This guy's there with another one for the tally. Noodle swinging out aggressively, and main breach one to be occupied by these side. These babes, the construction side does not delete the vision for Deadshot, as Noodle will be the next to fall. And Tyrant, the last one in line, the last line of defense, holding by himself. SMG-11 back up and reloaded. Slowly coming as they're just crunching him down on his top red, and he's taken out eventually.
That they are, and there you go, Gen G able to close it out. And this is what I feel like the last round should have gone, a bit like Puffo, to be honest with you. Gen G got themselves into a very good advantage. Last round bottled it slightly, this round just gone. Not the same result. They were able to maintain their advantage, get themselves through. It's what I like to see from them. And now we head through. And to be fair, these have been pretty quick Clubhouse rounds. We've not really been playing the clock too much. They've been pretty consistently paced, which is unusual for Clubhouse. I don't want to jinx us too far yet, because if you guys have seen Clubhouse matches, you know they can be 15 seconds executes with nothing happening for the first 2.5 minutes each time. So I don't want to jinx us just yet, but it certainly is a bit of a fun one.
100%, right? It has been a bit more fast-paced, and I think both these teams are starting to look to fasten things up because they realize if they pull it over for too long, if they go for each round towards the very
Attackers
last
need to
second
locate and
post-plant and then
defuse as
hold
many
on for
bombs
those
as
as
they
well,
can.
it might be even 3 in the recording by the time we finish. That's still very possible because we're at the very beginning of the clubhouse.
This is it. We're only at the beginning of the club here. And yeah, you never know where this one can go. Back down to the basement now for the side of Wolves. Guys down here, fairly similar lineup to what they caught before, and it's fairly default clubhouse basement lineup. Nothing too crazy outlying there in terms of what they're picking. Gen.G though, I think they're going to go for a similar thing because I like what they did in the
10
first
seconds
round
to
where
go.
this was bought, where they just spotted an opportunity, dropped the hatch quite early on. For a moment, it caught Wolves quite off guard.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and
Right now,
defuse it.
they are on the defensive though, so again, when you're on the attack, you have to have a bit more thinking power. And again, this isn't me coming from a side of calling the defense stupid or that they have an easy job. No, the attackers just have to adapt. They have everything to clear, and there's more communication and IGLing being present. You don't have set strategies always in motion, but kind of have to go as you do. And right now, Gen.G nicely droning things out. Again, just clearing all these cubbies of an app that usually should go checked, so you make sure there's no late round lurkers that end up completely scrolling over their strategy. As at the moment, again, the composition from Wolves is very bunkered down, and a lot of this ground is going to be easily given up.
It is indeed. They're just going to give it through, and I mean, it's fairly the standard way that a clubhouse basement hold would kind of play through. You don't insert yourself on the top floor because of how execute heavy this site can be. Give yourselves up, give your players down, and it can be problematic certainly there. So for Creeds and Azza, while they look to hold on to Bar for the time being, that dynamic duo on the roam, they're going to need to watch themselves not to get trapped upside and instead just drop down when the moment is right.
Boogie's up!
He's being sent forward. Good about the position. Detonated and then sent forward. It does seem like an exchange happened. Mardo King able to find the one who eliminated Skies, and Creed will be falling in return. But for now, both these teams, again, there has been slims of aggression. Again, defender pushing up, now punished, but you lose that ace in return, which could have been a valuable asset. As for now, though, you're just going to have to work around the fact that he is gone. Joining still further, want to secure yourself a safe and sound spot where not needed to worry about constantly someone pushing up. Hatches are being opened, not too late into the blind. The impact going to make your job more difficult.
It will be. It's going to make things a little harder for them there. Just get these hatches open, get themselves on down below. 60 seconds on the clock here. This one's playing a bit more like a default round of clubhouse. That's where we look down towards the attack. Look at how much good you're going to be able here. They've got Candelas, they've got stuns, they've got drags a lot who get this plant down and really create some space for themselves. Over on the flip side though, for the Wolves, it's 2 C4s and Warden Goblins as well, so they've got the utility there to really try and deny it, and it's maximising. It's that return to that potential side of it. What can they get going with what they've got? Final 30 seconds of the round now. Gen.G started to up these hatches.
100%. Again, this is where Wolves are going to need to hold out, but if they want to find themselves back on even ground with Gen.G, persistence will be a key point of necessity. Now, which is widespread, and they're going to find one floor, Gen.G favor once more. The Warden here being an anchor that is necessary. Right over the swing, able to just tackles and Candela, but your few teammates are falling apart, and you're trying to keep things together, although it's just starting to crumble. What a shot from Azur, and the plans are going down, but he has the perfect angle, and just in the final second, Wolves will be finding themselves around the connection needed, and with 0 seconds on the clock, the Habana will not prevail in finding the post plant. Wolves,
Oh my.
by the bare skin of their teeth, huh?
Yeah, again, Wolves just barely taking a round over the line here, and this is what I'm yet to see from them, this clubhouse. I want to see a convincing round from them. I know they've got it within them, but every round they've won so far, first one was a 5 versus for a 3v5 comeback, and that one was really bare skin of their teeth, a bit poor time management on the side of the offense. So for Wolves, I really want to start to see them solidify themselves. I want to see a convincing round before the end of the half, because otherwise, I don't know how long they can rely on this one here.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. We really can't predict. Nothing today has been predicted. And that's what I love. Some of the matches, you get to a certain point and you're like, oh yeah, this team is for sure going to win. Unless they manage to make some sort of legendary comeback, which usually in most scenarios, you just have to be wondering, are Wolves going to keep catching up? And Genji finally going to further the distance, which happened on one occasion, but has happened today.
It has indeed.
5
I mean,
seconds
we've
to go.
seen crazy things happen. We've seen no shortage of crazy things
Attackers
happen.
are moving
And
out
I
to
really,
locate
really
a bomb
hope
and defuse
to
it.
see similar things happen again here as we go on through. And, you know, it's a very peculiar one to see this one unfold here. Penultimate round of the half coming on through now for the side of Genji and for Wolves as well. It's just a standard lineup. Nothing really crazy to comment on from here. And this is what Clubhouse is about. It's those fundamentals. It's those basics as a team. And it's something both these teams have struggled with in T1. So to be at kind of the map that makes or breaks the remainder of their LCQ and whether their year ends now or not, it's poetic in a sense, I feel.
Reloading.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, definitely can be put that way. Taking a look at the position again, both these teams. Some of these rounds have been going on by very quickly. Has taken a dangerous amount of damage out, so I'm hoping it doesn't attempt to be zealous and take a lot of these gunfights. As of course, with that HP and a EMP-45 in hand, most of the time the results aren't necessarily in your favor. As Genji now getting all the breaches they need, we've already heard the single wall. For a second, I was scared. I was going to say if that shot falls there, it would be fun with it back.
Oh god, don't. We've had a don't really we've had enough weird wacky rounds of deaths tonight. We've had what, at least 3 king kills, I think we've had, Matt? 3 king kills. Had 2 cap can kills in the span of a round. There's been some good siege tonight, and there's also just been some. This is why I love siege, because you don't get this in other esports type siege.
Yeah. That is true.
Like when in Counter-Strike, do you see silliness?
I don't want to burst your bubble, but
No.
yeah,
I've never watched Counter-Strike. I'm just a hater.
I respect that. Honestly, I respect that. I'm not a hater, but I know where you're coming from. Don't worry.
Siege is a good esport, there are other esports available, and there are other situations, but Genji are doing the exact same thing again on round number 2, just storming towards the objective, try and force the diffuser down. They've done so yet again without much contention from the Wolves, but it's exactly what it's playing out, and they're just unable to hold it in the post. 3 versus 5 situation. The Wolves are swarming all around them, Kreese is sticking the diffuser down, and unless there's some good cover for it, no, there's not going to be. There's no one there for Genji to really deny it. Sure, Reiko denies the inevitable, but it's all up to Marteau outside of the window. And no matter what he does here, I don't think he'll be able to deny this one in time. Leader's looking to stick it through, and he can't get the shots off in time. Wolves somehow do it.
Somehow do it. Now they've gone 2 rounds in a row, but will they take the lead within this first half? It's the final round to do so, and again, on the defensive, I think Wolves have been quite persistent, decent as well, no doubt there, but hungry for the victory, not so much. Again, both these teams, I don't want to say they've lost passion. Again, we have to give them credit. They've been playing for a while, and the game can get very exhausting at a certain point, and we're kind of seeing that in motion. I think it's just literally the
Attackers
lingering
need to locate and defuse
tiredness
as many bombs
slowly
as they
starting
can.
to show itself mostly. Even us as casters, yes, we're still talking. Yes, we would be loud if we were allowed to be. But both these teams, it's a lot more going into it than someone might imagine. You're constantly talking, you're constantly giving calls, you're actively thinking. There's a lot more happening in the tournament scene. And I'm saying this as from someone, fun fact, your boy Puffobob here used to play competitive.
He used to play co-op. Oh, okay.
All
This
the way
is Puffo
back.
I didn't have.
Back in the day, I used to play. And
Ah.
I can confirm to
10
this very
seconds to
time. I
insertion.
wasn't T2 or anything, but I was in a strong team of T3.
5 seconds left
see, ours
before
too.
insertion.
Not to
Attackers need to locate a bomb and defuse it.
not to flash the bad or anything, I'm just saying that. But no, it is crazy, like playing in a competitive setting, how different it is compared to watching all of this with from a spectator's POV. It's even like one day of it, I'm like, I'm knackered. Like that was crazy. So props to you for keeping it up for a while. When Puffobob returned. we get you on the Hawaiians?
Oh, that would be a pleasure. You can absolutely give
I'm
me
changing
on the Hawaiians.
back!
I'll even buy a Logitech mouse.
Hell yeah.
Keyboard.
If we weren't casted, we would so play it open quad of the Hawaiians. Just for the fun of it.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we have to cast. We're bound by a deal with the devil or something.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, ladies and gentlemen, but don't worry, the Hawaiians are going to be back soon enough.
I hope so. I really hope they are. And well, I hope this game picks up a little bit. It's been a quiet start to the round here. 70 seconds in, and Nako's teasing us with a little bit of a peeking towards rafters, just a sneak little teaser of what's to come there on the shield, but there's no chance forward. No one really to push the back. Gen G, it's... How do they want to push this one? Halfway through now. Finally getting the shield in. C4's going to go. It's going to miss his mark. Taking a lot of damage here, and Nako has to be careful because he's quite low.
Oh, he's quite low. This Monty doesn't want to step into any more of a danger zone. Again, seeing one of the players pass on by that garage door. Now we have, of course, the figure out now. The Zoro Castle on yourself is an interesting way of going about it. You do slow yourself down, but again, it's mostly that you don't want to kind of deny from reaching your current situation, your location, whatever. Really showing himself.
Loading new map.
I don't know if this is someone who's been through the trenches and finally given into the siege prediction, but the monster is rhythm like a fiddle and a perfect moment for the pistol to find its flick. Nako there with a kill onto Noodle. Even while still on low HP, it seems that sometimes outsmarting your enemies can do its best.
That's it, and when outsmarting them don't work at its best, just force them into an air jab and shoot them while they can't shoot you back. A bit of life advice there as the shield makes its way through the objective now. CC control has been established on the side of Gen G, and they're going to look to try and get the diffuser down from the back of it here. No C4s, no more toxic waves to try and deny, and they can't even get into sight. Nako's just bullying them at this point. Wolves been met with an immovable object here. They tried to go down below, and Marto's there to block them up. I don't really know what you do in this situation, to be crazy, to be honest. You're staring up an angry French man with a shield. You're on your own against 5 angry players of Gen G, and just like that, they've taken a convincing flawless round.
Honestly, if I was on the Battlefield, I would 1v5 clutch in that scenario.
Would you?
Yeah, it wouldn't be that hard, honestly.
Yeah, it's just simple. Just shoot the Montaigne. Like, he's right in front of him. Just shoot him.
Just head tap the enemy, go and flick to the left, then swing on the Monty, fake him out, and then go for the defuse. And if you just position yourself perfectly, the Monty is going to probably fall asleep. So,
Speaking of falling asleep, we're through the first half of the game. Round number 7 is approaching us, not before an operator ban phase come on through, and yet again, tied for the evening. It's all coming down to this even split yet again. Now, I said earlier on, Wolves' attacks was something I critiqued, and I looked a little bit back during the break, and it was something they were struggling with in the regular T1 season in EMEA, but they were all right. They've done doing pretty well on the attacks today, so I would still say it's a fairly even playing field on this one, and I still don't really know where to call it.
I have no idea. I genuinely could not tell you if there was a gun pointed at my head because these two teams have, again, been extremely back and forth. It's honestly been quite crazy, like a spectacular moment to say the least, but they can't really make their decision up. So, this is why we have the last map here to make that decision for them. As going through
Defenders, protect your bombs from
reverse,
being defused by attackers.
we're about to find out the Gen G on the defense should be found more comfortable, although that doesn't mean they're going to win around because for these two teams, you truly never know.
That is it. You never know what is going to happen in and amongst these two because you look at all of this round and what we've seen from them so far, and I kind of just think to myself, well, it's one of these situations where Gen G should probably be up a little higher right now, I feel. Like,
Attackers have
Gen
discovered the
G
location of a bomb.
should be up higher. They shouldn't have got a couple of rounds they do. I feel like it should be a 5, maybe like a 5-2.
5 seconds left
I can't
before
pronounce it
insertion.
myself. Like a 4-2. But hey ho, we take what we can get. Split now. Wolves going to have to attack towards this top floor site. Bringing a bit of end round aggression there, fairly normal. Line up to the fray and we'll just go through the motions.
Yeah, just nicely get yourself in the groove for the moment. both these teams, at least as with the beginning, haven't been going for as many spawn beings. That aggressive playstyle has now been totally shut down, and I don't think anyone's even considering playing so aggressive in the early parts of the round. They've already realized we're in it for the long haul. We're going to do our best to keep ourselves alive for so long and so long. But keep in mind, again, we have mentioned this before, if you're coming in early or if you're coming in late, or someone who's on a bit of a break, these two teams will wake up very early to bomb, whichever wins, and go up against a team that is already snoring and getting uncomfortable.
Enemy devices.
I mean, it's kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't in this situation, right, Puffo? I mean, what is the you lose? You're out of the LCQ. Win. You have to get up at
Enemy device nearby.
in about 7 hours to play a very hungry looking Mines.
Yes.
It's not a good situation either way you look at it. Unfortunately for these teams, that is just the way the cookie crumbles, and we call it punishment for not being able to close the game out in a 2-0 fashion for either one. You've laid it, you've made your bed. Now, unfortunately, you're going to have to go and lie in it, but only after this match is done.
In this match, halfway through now, at least not considering the fact that we could still go to overtime. At the moment, it's taking quite a while for this breach to come through. We've been seeing a great utilization of those auto casters, and now with that taking all out of those charges, 15 construction at the moment. Energy still stands strong. Their counter and is missed. Tyrant will go for a second one where it does nicely land, but some of these players tempted to go for a run out. Could be the perfect moment here. Finds a good shot. Will this tempt to happen? We do have the air jab holding it close, so the gym player is just going to have to stay back for the shot. I swear finds two, but not as Wolves are just plundering the rest of Gen G in the instant moment. This is contact is coming in, and all let down in the hands of Rasa is blocked out by these two barriers. Play aggressive to help his team. Well, just hoping and praying that he can find anything, but Greaves is going to wave him up to reality.
Greaves gives him a little bit of a wake-up call right there, as it looked like he tucks himself on the bed. Can't lie, slightly jelly of him, but Wolves will take themselves an early lead here in this attacking split. Now, it was only one round. It was a good round from them, to say the least. Gen G just really unable to stand up there against the pressure, I feel. Just crumbling a little bit easier than they should have done, and maybe just falling and giving ground away, but maybe didn't quite need to just yet. Unable to win their ones is a bit unfortunate for them, and for Wolves right now, it's an advantage going their way, and can they look to extend it further? This was at the point where we were on Chalet, where Wolves really started to get a grip of things and really started to swim away. Well, dare say, do they want to do the same here?
Bottom floor plus clash can tend to equal chaos.
No, they can.
And Wolves are going to bring a spice of their own with a Ying Sense and Mounting combination, which certainly will be quite deadly to deal with. And we don't have the appropriate counterfeit here from Gen G, which is kind of the greatest benefit by being on the attacker side and having that 6-pick availability, right? You can adapt to the enemy's lineup. You see they have no Warden, no Jaeger, nothing to really counter these pieces of utility, so you can go for a full blind out strategy. They're going to stick to their blitz instead of the Monty.
I mean, I'd call it a blind out strategy. That's what Blitz does. Sense as well, they have a similar purpose inside of the game. You throw the walls down and you can't see through them. It's a blind out, just in a slightly different kind of way here. Although it's going to be very execute heavy for the Wolves here, so they're going to need to get towards that point. Now, Gen G aren't really contesting the first floors here, but they do have a very good set up defense on the bottom floor. With one less player, all granted, as Marto just biting off a little more than due up there on the first floor. Gets himself in a knife fight with a shield, and knife versus big shield. I think we know who's winning.
Yeah, normally you don't bring a knife to a shield fight, specifically one that carries a gun as well. With the Blakey, Poodle finds himself the opening. Now you're met with another opponent, a foe that you can't really surpass so easily, but will decide to just kind of ignore the clash for now, take it above, and try and destroy any lurkers above, which have already both backed off. Gen G don't really have much of an investment above, but Wolves are just kind of double checking everything, making sure they're safe and sound while the clash are a bit confused. You know, Nago's kind of thinking to himself, where did these enemies go? I thought I was going to have a bit of a challenge, but no, you're quite false on that, Nako, to say so sadly, as they have abandoned you to scout out the top floor.
Yeah, that's it. You've abandoned that, and now they can go and have a hunt around on the top floor, but there's no one there. Just chasing ghosts at this point, burning away very much your time, and it's precious time here as we get towards the latter half of the round now, and Gen.G, the remaining players, they're going to play comfortably on the objective as Wolves just use the time that they've got to circle things through and decide exactly how they might want to play this one out here, where they want to push from motions and basement attack going through here. I love this use of the Denari here on the staircase here, because look at that, Grease is slowed for a moment there. You imagine that happens at 15 seconds, it'd just be round ending right there. It's a great use of one of the new operators to the game.
And 50 seconds right now, the attacking side haven't been looking the best. They find themselves the opening, and again, that is great value being taken out so early, meaning those killer barriers are no longer in play. But now Wolves, with their next step, slowly starting to initiate these type of close. Watching the blitzes up absolute hell as he just has to back up forcefully, shot in there, but it's as a C4 that lands it, Hazard with an entry to find him instead, and this generator being the little Agilosi for a couple of these to miss shots. Not only that, but a getaway option. The blitz falls, he's barely peeked out, but he's catching strays as it's all left down on the shoulders of Deadshot. But is this a burden he can carry while being held by Hazard, who has already delivered 2 fatal blows, now teased a single bullet to the body of the Dokkaebi, backed off to a corner, trying to find a headshot. Yes, you find it, the Scorpion gonna be relenting. You find the second sting. No, Hazard takes you out on the spot. It was a valid battle, but the duel will not be yours to play.
It will not be indeed, and with it, Wolves start to pick up that lead now. I said it, Puffo, this was where they started to really bring themselves through on Chalet, and so far, at least, it's a little bit further happening here on Clubhouse. 2-round lead for Wolves, now 2 rounds required for them to knock Gen.G out of the last chance qualifier. It's starting to get tense. It's starting to get to that position where now Gen.G, because keep in mind on Chalet, they were safe the entire time. Even in that comeback position, they knew
Attackers
they had a
need to
fallback
locate
plan,
and
they had a
defuse
clubhouse, they had a
bomb.
map 3 to go to. Here and now on map 3, nah, you lose here, game over.
Game over. Round number 9. Wolves 2 ahead. And again, map number 1 maybe not theirs, but regulation. Able to kind of have Gen.G have a taste of their own medicine. And once more, they're looking to double down on it going into the last spot. Again, both these teams, whoever comes out as the winner, wants to reserve their sleep as much as they can. I do also consider, I don't know if it's just me, but I think this is a human thing, Travi, or if you go to sleep right after you've been on
5
the
seconds
PC, you
left
don't just
before
fall
insertion.
asleep.
No, I don't. Like, it's going to be a good hour or 2 before
Attacker's
I fall
objective
asleep.
is to defuse a bomb.
The
Attacker's bomb
sleep will not
diffuser
come
has been
quickly after
dropped.
this one.
Yeah.
I don't know about you.
I
Like,
guess it depends.
it depends. There's levels. I can't just immediately go to sleep. I've got 3 screens in front of me. All my lights are still on. My brain does not say sleep mode yet, even though my body says snooze.
Yeah. Also, anyone in chat saying this is matchmaking, I do hope you're because
Yeah,
we can guarantee that this
please.
is not matchmaking, brother.
Please, we can tell you, hands on heart, this is not.
This is not matchmaking. We're
This
just
is-
as confused as you are.
This is what this is a culmination of. This is a set of tired players, credit to them, trying their best in really not great situations and trying to see what sticks on the wall here. Leader jumps down, the hatch can't make anything happen. Freeze does get one pick back, but immediately trades back on through. Gen.G with the man advantage inside of this one, although with Marto going down for the count, it's still dicey for them possibly here. Tyrant drops to the floor as well. A couple players in a position where they can possibly be revived here. It's all going to rely on Azza claiming this space now. It's effectively a 4 versus 2. Marto is down on the floor, will be picked back right back up here. And Wolves' a shocking war attempt has not paid off for them in the slightest. They now find themselves, never mind, cast curse into existence. It's all up to Asa and Marto. What is going on right now? I don't even know it, Puffo. It's just chaos inside of this server. All down to Asa in a 1 versus 2. Somehow, some way, Wolves have made this one work. Asa's going to drop down to the floor now, leaves it all up to Noodle. He has an idea that the player's inside of gold. And he just pre-firing through the wall, but no, has to move because of the Toxic Babe. Flicks to him, hits the shots anyway, and Wolves will move up onto match series point here. 1 round away from knocking Gen.G out of the Six Invitational 2026 LCQ.
1 round away. Wolves have looked this strong going into Chalet. And keep in mind, this was the same. Actually, no, it was 5-2 on Chalet, was it?
It
Or was it 6-2?
It was 6-2. So
Yeah,
so we're in slightly better situation than we were last time if we're Gen G, but equally, yeah, I don't know.
I have no
Anything
idea.
can anything can happen, Puffo. Anything can happen.
True. And I saw what you sent me in DMs.
I'm going to share some stream. Hold on.
We're gonna address this one more time, just for anyone in chat. If you genuinely think it's match fixing,
Defenders, protect your
and
bombs from being
think that all
defused by
these
attackers.
players will be playing at their peak after 6 hours of constant matchmaking, rehosts, constantly being active, and it being 2 in the morning, if you really think it's all just matchmaking, I'm sorry, that's a bit of copium.
Yeah.
It's we can tell you see don't really go together. Match fixing don't really go together. As casters, we can.
Here's the script for those wondering at home. Here's the script. Traviiii and Puffo do not sleep, and we have a lot of throwing rounds. No! This is the script. Now, if you excuse me, I'm going to hide that before someone from Ubisoft comes knocking on my door and leaks the script. It's been
from Ubisoft is watching.
There's no one from Ubisoft is watching. It's too late for them. They're all in bed. They're sane people.
True, that's true. That is true. Yeah.
The people at Ubisoft are sane.
I mean, clearly more than
We are
us
not.
if they're going to sleep.
I mean, we could go to sleep.
Yeah, but that's what makes them more sane than us. We aren't. They are.
We choose not to. We're not contractually obligated to do it.
Yeah, we're just here because we want to be, and that's what makes us insane.
We have free will, and this is what we choose to do with our adult lives.
Yeah, talk about Rainbow Six Siege scripts and tell people that this is match fixing at 2 in the morning. Ooh la la.
This community is getting incredibly fun, incredibly spicy, and it is my favourite time to be alive so early on. Great games.
Oh, look, we began it. We'll finish what we started, Traviiii. We're going to all the way down to matchup records. Get the hell, get back the hell off the stream. I better like have let me eating salads.
Oh,
This
GG.
guy's has just found himself two. Wolves have been lining themselves up quite nicely. Parent Noodle Fall. That's going to be the Sens and Blitz gone instantly, and quite a hefty loss. But they're going to have to sadly sorrow as Azza just keeps on picking the players while they're already down. Breeds now out as well, and not a single shed of blood dropped on Genji's side.
No, not a single bit of blood shed so far. A little bit of a chip on the shoulder of Skies. All 5 players still standing up quite healthily, comfortably so. And, well, Felida and Azza, the latter of which has had a pretty good game so far here on Club 11-5, but I don't really know if that's going to be enough to get them over the line here. Genji like to make a bit of a comeback back on Chalet, and it seems like they're at least going to start another one here on Clubhouse. All Genji need to do is just ride out this final 60 seconds. Nako, the first one to be tried to dealt with here, popping on all over, chasing it down. Will they get the crash? Can't even get close enough. There you go, third time for the chance, takes a lot of damage. Genji's got his the score, they don't even want to play this. No, they're just wasting time, having a bit of fun with her. Nako finally taking it all down, and great. For the side of Wolves, you're 20% there. 4 more players to kill, and you can get the job done. 35 seconds left to go, no choice here. Like to really drop the hatch, you're going to pop the pipe. Should give you maybe a bit of space to give it a go, give it a run. But here we go, utility dump comes on through. Wolves still playing this round like it's in their pocket, but unfortunately for them, with leader going down, 1v3 awaits up poor old Azza here. It's finally just likely to be a nail in the coffin without the crosshair, doesn't need it, gets a headshot on towards Asa, but then Deadshot's there to finish the job, and Genji will take the round and keep us going for one more round longer.
One more round longer. Now Genji off to a bit of a comeback, right? This is kind of the legacy we were following going on to Chalet, but as this is map number 3, Wolves, 2 more rounds they can afford to lose before overtime is going to be at their doorstep. As of the moment, though, it was a very valid attempt, although beginnings have been quite recently rough for the side of Genji. This round, not so much though, right? Wolves just set up 2 other players into tunnel, which is the perfect death alley for a single player with a DMR to shoot through, and that's where Genji mostly kind of anchored the most of that round from.
did, and Genji did a
Attackers
great
need
job.
to
I loved
locate
what
and
I saw
defuse
from them.
bombs.
Really, you know, decent stuff there in that round, and now they get to head their way back on through. One round away. I mean, look at the top of the screen, Puffo. Every single match we've had so far this series has been 7-5. Now, I
Bomb
really
located by
hope
attackers.
we don't see Genji bring it all the way back just for another 7-5 from Wolves. That would be a bit sad, if you ask me. If we're gonna go the distance, let's just go to overtime.
Let's go overtime, and if you don't win there, that's fine. But 7-5, 7-5, 7-5.
10 seconds left.
We do get the expectation. In the previous map, I'll be honest, I was
5
rooting
seconds to go.
in the back of my mind for Genji for a moment. Because
Yeah.
they were really good.
Attackers'
Four
objective
rounds
is
in
to
a row
defuse a bomb.
almost would have been great, but the very last moment, the very last round, 3v2, and it's just unfortunate.
It's yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. Personal biases aside, I will root for these Genji boys because I had the chance, you know, to meet with a lot of them in Malta. So there's always that kind of personal attachment to these teams. You know, had a pleasure talking to the team quite a few times. They're really good lads. Wolves, player that I've had, you know, player interactions that I've had, been there good as well. But Genji, they've got my heart right now, and I hate to see them not playing at 100% because I know they can play better than this, and it will be a shame if they don't make this all the way to overtime.
It definitely would be. Again, yeah, it was lovely. I will admit, on Malta, I was rooting against them.
You were?
But I did respect them in the end. I did respect them.
It's one of my favourite pictures of all time. I'm going to go and see if I can blind it now. But I think it's just all me and Guns and a couple of the others just getting excited over JG winning something. We just stood there
I'm
going.
just sitting there.
Look, so angry. Like, oh, hold on. Damn, man.
On every team I bet they ended up losing the same match I bet it on them. I was actually pissed. One prediction, and look at Genji just mowing Wolves down in the meanwhile. Blunder, strike, and what the fight? Wolves are now 6 foot under. All besides Leader, who stands tall with that pistol in hand, the blicky, but it will not persist as he's dropped in the moment. And now 6-5. If we have another 7-5, I swear to everyone's life.
If we have another 7-5, things are going to be crazy. Here you go. Oh, hold on. Bit screen. Here we go, chat. Here we go. Look at Mr. Puffo.
Was Golu just like yawning? What's Golu doing?
Golu's enjoyed it. Like, I don't know if Golu's happy or not inside of that one. You're just like angry as all hell. Me and Amguns and Cooley, we're celebrating life. We're loving
Attackers
life.
need to locate and defuse bombs.
Brilliant.
I bet on every single team and they ended up winning. I couldn't get one prediction out of like 5 right. I was like, best of ones and best of lineage, and I couldn't get a single contact prediction right. It was so bad.
You were not having the best of time with predictions in that LAN, were you?
But it was a really fun match.
Yeah, it was. Hashtag bring back Cyber Series.
Oh, cybersecurity, we missed it. It was so nice being in Malta as well. Me, and Amguns just laughed a lot. It was so nice being cool. And meeting you for
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah.
Dude, can you take that, please?
I'm not going to do that right now. I think he would
5
punch me.
seconds left.
Like when he's awake.
Okay, I will say hi to my dad.
Attackers must locate and defuse the bomb.
I will go and find my dad and track him down and say hi when he is awake. We're actually going out tomorrow morning in about 6 hours from now. 6.5 hours from now. Like,
Me and my parents are also going shopping in like 5 hours.
yeah.
So I'm good.
Passion. Get passion. This is what coffee shops are.
Yeah, but we didn't abuse that right today. We don't really have much coffee shop.
We talk about I'm just thinking we spent like 2 rounds waffling, and we should actually like get to the end. This is gonna be lucky.
Yeah, let's talk about the match right now. Again, this could be the beginning of a round that matters for both teams. A similar storyline as on Chalet. The look of things have changed between Wolves and Genji. We're about to find out, right? 2 Heartbreakers right now, setting it all down. We see the booms going out, and even as on that 4 zone, which could be looking to deny a lot of utility, especially on this main side. Scouting information, the wall up there for the Lucy will be at least and eliminated, but currently Genji just holding back and waiting for Wolves to step into their line of sight.
He will be step back, waiting and hiding away. slowly starts to tick away here for Wolves. They need to get a move on. Need to start to make the push on through. Clock is ticking. Where do they want to go? Well, for Wolves right now, it just feels a little bit slow. I don't know if they know what they want to really commit to at this point. They're all running around on the rooftop, and it seems like we're going to be going for a bit of a relocation, more horizontal push from the side of CC onwards towards bedroom. A bit more default to what we're used to seeing, but they're pivoting towards this with 1 minute and 20 seconds left to go here, and now they're a player down for it. Deadshot opens up the round there, pushing through Logic. It's not going to be going well at all there as the construction charge falls flat. A Blitz stuck inside of Cash on his own, but caught in between two. He can't do a lot. Breeze is able to find one, but no more than that. Leaving it all up to Azza here. Try and pull back this one into 1 versus 4, but it seems inevitable at this point. Puffo, we've seen some pretty wild rounds so far, but I don't think we're seeing this one go anyway but the way of Gen G. They're going to force us all the way through into an overtime.
Bardo King with the 12 gauge right up in your face, and a round back for Gen G, meaning this time it will be successful. They only needed 3-1 less to the prior map, and they were able to successfully grasp it. A Dragon's Grip now overtime. Wolves will need to lock things down. They've been losing way too many rounds consecutively, and will continue on the attacking side, where we've seen GG right now. The defense can be quite brutal.
That we have. We've seen it can be a really punishing one there over on the defensive side, so we'll just let's see how things go. And this is the thing, this series is yet to go to an overtime. We're finally at it, Puffo, and now for one of these teams it's do or die.
Do or die. Again, they've been
well, it's both of them actually.
Attackers
It is
need
do
to
or die.
locate and defuse the
It's
bomb.
just who actually is able to you know, not die.
Yeah.
Who does and who dies.
Who does and who dies? Who does also tomorrow, and then dies maybe tomorrow, and or maybe dies another team tomorrow. It's a lot of intricacies going into this tournament, but I guess we're all about to figure that out. We also do have main broadcasts tomorrow.
We do.
So sadly, me and Travi will not be back here.
No.
The rest of the community casters not either. Maybe some parties, but I'm unsure about that. As for the community, I do wonder who's going to be running the official broadcast. I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, we've had. I don't actually think it's been announced who's running the official broadcast tomorrow. It's going to be a surprise. I'm just going to turn up and some talent's going to be on there. I don't actually know who it's going to be. So, but there's plenty of great talent in the Siege team. So you will all be in good hands, no doubt, come tomorrow. NALCQs have started as well. There's plenty of action going on through. There's plenty of fun time. It's a great weekend for the Siege have leading up to the Invitational. And as things start to come to a bit of a wind down here for these two teams, though, this is when you need to be on focus. A small mistake, it could cost you your chance at Paris.
Honestly, this really did end up pulling towards the very end. This is going the forward. And right now, these teams are as exhausted as it gets. Not really much else, but just wanting to finish things out. And when in out, both, although they have the same goal, only one can achieve it, while the rest will just have to accept defeat and carry on to any possible future opportunities such as this. But SI doesn't come every day, ladies and gentlemen. The Last Chance Qualifiers, you're going to need to win them out if you want to make anything happen. It's the largest tournament of Rainbow Six Siege, and both these teams are just trying to find themselves going further into these brackets, close with the defenders in the tower. But Wolves haven't made too much of a push it forward yet.
This is it. Wolves just going slowly and surely through. Oh, trip connector setup. I like this. I like this a lot. But what I like even more is some action kicking off here. Noodle able to shut down Skies there. That's the first one for Gen G shut on down as Wolves establish themselves early on around here. But you've got to be careful. Look at the bottom of the screen. Naquo still up on the top floor. Still lurking, still hiding about there on the Denari. With all the information that can be fed through by those various trip connect setups. He pounces at the right moment. I don't know if Wolves are going to be aware of it at all.
No. Could be extremely dangerous. He's just got to find the right moment, right? And right now, Creed's falls. That's going to be making than anybody. Leader was expecting him and just able to find the retaliation shortly after. There's still some damage being dealt. Seems like those are definitely be a bit of a thorn in your side, especially when you have to clear them out a bit more manually. But as of the moment, look at Wolves, right? The attacking side just to have the man cover. 45 seconds, no hatches open. The fuser may be on their hands, but progress on clearing utility hasn't been steady. They still have Goyos, Azamis, Castles, and more, especially with those lesions as well. The operators might have fallen, but their utility still remains.
there's still a lot there to chew through for the side of Wolves, and they're going to struggle. Assad taking a little bit of damage there, falling wise to the fact there. Drop towards Moto has happened now from Noodle Rule. Charge here for the side of Wolves, but instead elsewhere, it's 3 quick kills coming from the side of Gen G, just like that. A slam down, a smack out, a shut down from the side of Gen G. Poor old Noodle, diffuses cold. Gen G, they just need to hide, they just need to play the clock. That's exactly what they're going to do. Asa from behind the Kiva barricade will bring the French side up on towards map point now, as they're 1 round away from bringing this into their favour, and for the first time since all the way back on Consulate, they've had a map point.
Defensive here has been favoured in the past, but considering the result we just had, Wolves normally should have been able to kind of persist themselves through, but again, they didn't really have a lot of lines of sight to push into the site, and we saw the Kiba barrier was quite a hindrance, right? You can really walk through the moto door, and that was a line of sight once more that exposed 2 players. One of them ended up being down, while the rest just scattered around the side. The 2 final players here from Gen G to close out the round, and 7-6 now. Gen G hold match point. They can close this out within the following. If Wolves makes too many mistakes, Gen G should be good to punish.
Attackers need to
Again,
locate
it's
and
been
defuse as
both
many
these teams
bombs as
making
they
minor
can.
mistakes. It's only the punish that matters most.
It is indeed. Oh my, sorry, that's loud. Sorry, I just tuned on to Tom's stream, so I was just going to see if he's doing NA or not, and all I can just hear is Titanium. I think him and Saphius having a chat about darts. I just hear Titanium in my ears. Darts has become a big thing in the UK all of a sudden. This Luke Littler guy, I don't know if you've heard of him.
No.
Yeah, right. This Luke Littler guy, like this 18-year-old guy, came out of nowhere and he's won like 2 darts championships back. Darts is very popular
5
here
seconds
again all of a
left before
sudden.
insertion.
Yeah, I actually saw that
crazy.
darts
Yeah.
was getting popular. I kind of want to try it. Like, I did play it like way back.
Yeah.
A couple of years ago, and I kind of liked it, but it kind of is difficult.
We have a darts set in our back garden, and yeah, I'm gonna stick to Steve.
That's a very humble way of saying it, Travi.
I mean, that's the simplest way to say it without overcomplicating things. But hopefully don't overcomplicate things here. There's a player of Wolves on the side of the main staircase here. And I think Gen G have a rough idea there's someone lurking about it. Now, it's how do they deal with it? And this is what we've been saying all night long. Do not overthink this if you're Gen G. Just wait patiently. Just do not overthink it. Do not make it harder than this has to be. You know where he is. He's cornered. Take him out.
Take him out. Make sure not to waste a second now. Deadshot has been let off the leash. He's just looking to hand down his prey. Open Bloodshed is going to be a bit more active, but again, with the Ash left upstairs alone, the rest of Wolves have scattered about this middle floor. The logic bomb is out, so information on where these defenders are loading new mag confirmed. But as of the moment, like, we're taking a look at these attackers, and they're just kind of chilling about. Wolves haven't set too much above, and once more, they're just going to nicely bump it down inside, which mostly has worked out for them all.
It has indeed. The Hunker's worked for Wolves quite a lot so far. Gen G, they like to play this aggressive side, and when they aren't given that aggression to deal with and they're first into these more sort of default-sided, slower takes, it's where I think they can just struggle getting in amongst their own heads a little bit there. Nice Ash charger towards the mirror window there, clearly taking it out. Will not be able to use that one. I'm just really going through the motions right now for Gen G up towards this point. They're just slowly building with patches and all sorts of verticality as and where they can. Now they need to just look at how they want to convert this. How do you bring this from successful match control, successful clear to actual successful the objective?
Oh, that was too close. Noodle went for the reinforced by risking his own life. What are you thinking, Noodle? No, you have so much to live for.
This is tech. This is tech. Trust, Puffo. This is tech. Watch this.
I'm watching. I didn't see.
Okay, next time, trust.
Okay. For a second, I thought he was going to throw it under his feet, but the breaches are out. And they're now leader taking heavy damage, but again, 3 shots, 4 sprays coming in, and eventually Wolves are bound to find some kills too, for a matter of fact. They drop now in Gen G. Desperation just pushing them down, finding the equalization. However, though, this far side church has been extremely heavily attempted by both teams. A rendezvous, some may say, down onto your Hapana, meaning the case has gone cold. Wolves now just holding you at bay. With the Goyo canisters running out, one of the players on this blue side a bit more proactive, but heavy damages all left down to the hands of Mario King, who just cannot prevail. Too much pressure all at once, and it will be 7-7. We head to round number 15.
We go all the way through to round number 15. And you know what's funny enough, Puffo? Both elimination games we've had this evening, both of the games, the Shifters Panahone one, that was an 8-7 as well.
We're going all the way, Des.
We're going all the way, Des. No, I'm with you on that one. 50. It all comes down to a round 15 for both qualifier games on a map 3. For both lower bracket games, the round 15 final round is what it comes down to. The last 3 hours, null and void. It's the next 3 minutes that decide it here on who goes onwards towards tomorrow and who is going to be having a lie-in. Tomorrow will be the goal for them, whoever loses this, so it's not all too bad and done. Gen.G will get the defensive side. They'll be moving on towards top 4. Defense has been the favoured so far in overtime. Regulation, though, couldn't put a needle between the two of them.
Now, this does seem a bit odd. CC and Cash has not been a very successful side for any of these two teams, if I'm being quite honest. Not just going bedroom and gym would have been a better option, but coulda, woulda, shoulda. That's in the past right now. No more availability to, you know, make up for those mistakes. Anything you could have wanted in the past. We can already see that Wolves are setting it up with Monty there to take over Raptors, the Force to support them with a lot of utility to kind of flush open this site and just overwhelm Gen.G, as even though they have nicely built this master side, Wolves in general have been doing great at overall just pressuring them in these tight corners, such as Raptors being a great example. But Traviiiii, 7 hours, 38 minutes, all for this last round.
All for this final one. It comes down to this last 3 minutes here. We've been watching Gen.G all night long battle through the LCQs, and Wolves have had their own shares of troubles and trials. One final round for one of these teams is the last one they'll play in the 25-26 competitive year. It's a nail biter, certainly, for sure, and they'll both be playing it with an err on the side of caution, I feel. Wolves going to be relying on that tried and tested Montaigne. They're going to be using it to just feed themselves through information, try to get themselves that intake. Make sure that when they see something come on in and anything that comes their way, they're going to be able to anticipate it, they're going to be able to adapt behind it. Gen.G, it's a very trap-heavy lineup, a lot of utility to play with there, and gives Wolves a lot to chew through.
Clearing that board white, again allowing the Mountie to just walk up these Raptors and contest one of these players, give active information, and the utility then starts charging on it to take the players and even later the player. But right now, Gen.G off to a great and brilliant start as they find themselves here as the strong player, but it's also the Zofia nonetheless. So again, those concussions, those soft breaches, now taken off the board. All you can rely on when it comes down to soft breach will be your floors. And imagine he wants to save those Roteros for these armies, as it is a direct counter. We're currently seeing, again, the Raptor player not really give up any ground. A bit of a swing here towards the reinforced wall, so you find yourself in coverage. But the Monty slowly just starting and close distance. The stun there making it dangerous for Kevin as he's dropped damage recorded by all this pressure. The utility there to force you into the hands of Leader as he finds Skies as a retaliation kill. But Wolves, nonetheless, even though one equalized out for the other, they still need to make the push successful.
This is it. They've made themselves some ground here, but they've only got 60 seconds left to try and get this one across the tide here. They pick up the diffuser, recover it through, pivot around towards going in towards that main CC breach, which is now opened on up. But 2 Toxic Babes in the back pocket, 2 impacts as well. Gen.G have a moderate amount of utility here to try and deny a plant, try and get the container. How low Tyrant is, one wrong whiff, and it's certainly looking likely that he could. Rotero Drone's going to force Marto out of position, forces him to run on back here. Also have firm control of the objective here. There's one player all the way down below in basement. Dead shot, get a move on, my friend. You need to make a move. Wolves are going to stick this diffuser on down, sprint on through. Marto's caught sprinting there. This one's looking good for the Wolves right now as 2 quick kills come their way. Asa and Naquo left now in an impossible situation, faced up against the shield. Cornered, information's given away. The Montaigne, he gives himself up there to Naquo. That could be the opener, that could be what they need for Gen.G. It's a possibility, it's a sliver of hope, but they need to get a move on, they need to get the time on. Asa's going to stick this diffuser on down, Asa's going to go on down. Luckily, Kreese is there to pick it up. Naquo's going huge with a triple, he knows where Kreese is. All he needs to do is run out with the pistol, win this one, yes he will! And Gen.G will be moving onwards in the LCQ for Wolves. This is it.
Bomb diffuser disabled by defenders.
That
Bomb diffuser attempt failed.
cinema.
Defenders win.
What he finished, pulls out the pistol, goes for an all or nothing. And Wolves, even though they had the odds in their favor, they just lost to a very determined Lego who finds those needed shots, clutches out the round, and allows Genji to continue. After this long struggle, they didn't have a successful comeback in map number 2, but they sure as hell will in map number 3 to bring themselves over to continue alive in the lower bracket finals, where we're going to see them more tomorrow. But what an exciting match.
That was a banger of a game. If there's one thing Genji know how to do, it's to edge us all, keep us right on the very brink of, are they going to do it? Are they not going to do it? We don't particularly know, but congratulations to them. It's been a very hard fought evening for them. It's been stressful watching it. I can't imagine what it's like for the guys inside of the server, the support staff along their side. So congrats to Genji for making it through. They'll play Twisted Minds today, actually. Today.
Yeah.
They'll play Twisted Minds today in 7.5 hours from now. So not very long to wait for them. They're going to go and rest. There was a point in time where I was thinking, let's do an interview. I don't think they're going to want to do that, and I don't blame them. So I think
just send
that
them a DM. I'm sure they're going to be.
let me just message Azrod like.
No,
yo,
I was kidding. It was all jokes. No,
are you sure? Are you sure Deadshot doesn't want to come and tell us about how like
the bed is just like whispering to me.
The bed's there. The bed's there and calling. Well, Puffo, what a night it's been, right?
Yes, it has. It has been a real long night, but hey, honestly, it was always a pleasure to do it with you, Travi. I'm very thankful you invited me. And again, thank you to firstly the Blast team for letting us do this, especially towards the end, because we just kind of giggled and spat around, which was very fun. And we do also want to thank all of the teams who gave it their best, and anyone who qualified. Again, the first matchup was absolutely insane, and credit to both teams, all teams who played today. And thank you everyone from the side of viewers who came around to, support, everyone, help, watch, and just enjoy.
Yeah, it has been an amazing day, an amazing show. For me, really what the Invitational was all about, the community, the people around this game. Whether you're here as a player, whether you're here as a fan, just watching and cheering us on, we really appreciate the support. If you are going to be in Paris, please do drop a message, come say hi. Love getting to talk to everyone in this amazing community. It's what makes this game so incredibly special to us all. The support this stream has just been fucking insane, and for that,
It's insane.
I mean, truly grateful. Like, I cannot just even fathom it, to be honest. As of just from the start to now, it's been an incredible stream with some incredible games. We're going to go and get some well-needed rest. For you folks at home, the LCQ will continue on the main twitch.tv/Rainbow6 channel today at 9 AM GMT, 10 AM CET. So that'll be twitch.tv/Rainbow6 for you all on there. Thank you to watching. Thank you, Puffo, for joining. It's always been a pleasure to have you. To our two wonderful observers tonight, Unnamed and Nanos, giving us the clean feeds. To everyone in the community, if you want to stay up for some more Siege, I don't blame you. It's pretty fun. We're going to be raiding out to one of the NALCQ streams shortly and see what's going on across the pond. But for me and Puffo, good night, take care, and we'll see you all in Paris.
Good night.
I'll be on a flight soon to the end. I sing you. Gotta know all this propaganda. How do you do? Better get away my own medicine for you. Never gonna make them think I'll stand there. For all the things that I've said, pushing me closer to the